out there. Saudi's been very entertaining for his 33 of 27 balls, 5 fours and a 6. Craig, what are we going to see? A bit of long handle.
Yeah, I think so. I think this New Zealand lower order are going to play some shots, try and get New Zealand total up above 350. And it's getting towards a respectable first innings total, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, very much so.
After they were 120 for 5, it's been a good fight back by New Zealand.
Been really good. Leach in to complete the over from before lunch is defended by Saudi into the offside, and that is the end of the over. 3-2-5 for 8. Saudi 33. Wagner has yet to score. What will England's tactics be? The start of a new session. Now they're going with Matthew Potts coming down the hill from this, the Kirkstall Lane end, and that makes an awful lot more sense than Joe Root. I was
it does.
Wondering if he was going to bowl, but he's not.
Well, Matt Potts has generally bowled most of his overs from the other end, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Up the hill, the Howard stand end.
We still don't know. We still don't understand it.
We couldn't work it out yesterday, could we?
No. I mean, there are great luminaries of the game from Yorkshire. There's a Maurice Leyland room, but he's not afforded a stand. Some bloke called Howard is. We don't know if his first name or surname.
No, Howie's got a big...
Howie.
And it's a big stand too.
It's huge.
Right, 3 slips in play for Matt Potts. This is going to be interesting. Neil Wagner is aggressive, will take on the hook. Anything short, Wagner will go after. So I suggest that they start up with the odd bouncer and just trying to nick him off.
That makes sense. Headingly, doesn't it?
See how that goes.
Yeah. Yes, I don't think New Zealand will be making the same mistakes that England did with the ball as Potts runs away from us with those 3 slips in place. And Wagner is beaten on the outside edge, straight up. Went through low, might even have bounced just in front of folks. He bowled so well as Potts. Today, he's conceded 2 runs. They both came off a dropped catch, dropped chance. Bowled 5 overs, 4 maidens. Took 1 for 2. He could have had 3 or 4 in this innings, couldn't he?
He could have easily, yep. And the one he got today was debatable, wasn't it?
Yeah, very debatable.
From a New Zealand perspective.
Well, no, it was, yeah.
But he has bowled really well, and his figures aren't quite doing him justice as to how well he's bowled.
He runs in again, right arm over, and is punched off the back foot up to Broad at mid-on by Wagner, and there's no run.
Wagner always looks technically correct. He gets him behind the ball. Loves his batting. He used to spend a lot of time in the nets batting to the point where we'd have to kick him out of the nets. It was
really?
Time to move on, Neil. You've been in there for an hour. You ain't going to achieve anything more. Time to move on. Go and do some bowling.
Really?
So he really loves his batting. He really does.
He's got some decent scores in the past, hasn't he? Bat wiggling in his hands. He drives again. A perfect shot back to the bowler. There's no run. Just stays at the crease, very still, and pushes firmly off the middle of the bat. He looks well organised. Well,
it used to eat away at him that he never had a test match 50, and the likes of Trent Bolton and Tim Southey did. And so Wagner would bat higher, sometimes higher than Tim Southey. They've sort of chopped and changed. But the other two, Southey and Bolt, would just needle him about his batting, and the fact that he couldn't get to test match 50.
Potts in, drives at this, misses as it whistles past the outside edge. This is the line of attack that England should have been employing far more. But
now he does.
Doing it. Yes.
Now he does. He's got 66 not out. From memory, I think it was against the West Indies, maybe. So he's got 1 test match 50. So
I'm surprised it's not more, actually, from watching him bat. It's,
there's been some useful scores around that 30 to 40 mark, Daniel.
Yeah.
Where he's played some shots and got to 25, 35 pretty quick. So
Potts is into him, and he drives nicely straight back past the bowler up towards the boundary, and it'll get there on this pretty quick outfield. That was a lovely shot. It was not a long half volley by any means.
No.
Connects with it terrifically. I'm trying to get up his... unfortunately, my technology is failing me at the moment, annoyingly. I'm trying to get up his batting stats.
Well, that's as good as a shot we've seen all day. Just high elbow off the back foot. Wasn't that short. He's just punched it straight down the ground for 4.
329 for 8. So there's plenty more work for England to do if they can finish this innings. Potts into Wagner, and Wagner punches again from the crease. His weight transference looks lovely as he pushes the ball up to Stokes. End of the over. New Zealand 329 for 8.
Get $10 off your first direct-to-boot shop with Woolworths. Order online and our personal shoppers will pick and pack your order just the way you like it. Then place your shopping directly into your boot. New customers only. Min spend and T's and C's apply.
Figure on SEN with Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. Now then, Leach is going to resume. He's hunting a fifer. And he's into Southey. And Southey comes down the wicket and hits it high in the air. Now there's fielder underneath it. It's Ben Stokes. He waits and he takes the catch. Leach has four. Southey went for it and he hit it high in the air. He didn't get the distance. Stokes was at long off. Well, actually not quite that long. He was about 20-30 yards inside the boundary, and the crowd go wild because the ninth wicket has gone down. And it is Tim Southey who departs for 33. New Zealand 329 for 9.
Was in a hurry, wasn't he? Tim Southey wasn't going to muck around. It was either hit for 6 or get out. Unfortunately, got nowhere near that. Nice piece of bowling from Jack Leach. Stokes had to stand under it for 4 or 5 seconds, just waiting for it to come down. Had snow on it, but he's got a safe pair of hands. Took a nice catch, and that's Jack Leach's 4th wicket. So he's played an important part in this innings for England. But a useful hand from Tim Southey. It was a useful partnership with Daryl Mitchell before the lunch break. Southey goes for 33. New Zealand now 329 for 9.
Yep, he just didn't quite get to the pitch. The ball, bottom hand, came off the bat. He just skied it. But as you say, Craig, it was there for a long time. Stokes had to make a minor adjustment to get into the right place. Now, on Neil Wagner.
Yes.
First class record. Have we got that up there?
Yeah, I've
because
got that.
What's he with the bat here?
What do you think he should average?
I think he might average about 18.
Not far off, 16.8.
16.8. Yeah, that's pretty handy.
950s.
950s.
First class cricket. Highest score of 70. And a highest test score of 66 not out against the West Indies. Like
you got that.
I did get that right.
Yeah.
But so there's some useful lower order runs. This is going to be interesting now. Trent Bolt. He's at the non-strikers end for the moment, so it's going to be Wagner who might try and back himself to put one up into the Howie stand.
I mean, once you see Trent Bolt coming out to bat, you tend to decide that the time has come, don't you? To have a swing.
It generally allows for a little bit more freedom, Daniel, for the person at the other end. Yes.
Forward short leg and a leg slip in place. And a slip, backward point, mid-off, deep mid-on, long on really, as Wagner covers up in defence to a slightly shorter, flatter ball from Leach and pushes the ball back to the bowler. There's no run. There's a deep sort of mid-wicket. Quite a square mid-wicket. As Leach is in down the wicket comes Wagner. He's lofted this a long way up. His fielder underneath it, swirling, and he's taken an incredible catch. Johnny Bairstow has taken an incredible catch. He didn't quite get the flight of the ball. It went a long, long way up at long on. And Bairstow had to swirl and go round in circles until eventually got the flight of the ball and dived full length to take it two-handed. And Jack Leach has picked up 5 for. He's hugging Bairstow, thanking him for that. England's fielders are all smiles, and we have had, 10 balls since lunch. And the last 2 wickets have gone both to skied shots off Jack Leach. Leach finishes with 5 for, which I think is just reward for the way he's bounced back in this game. Trent Bridge was not really the pitch for him, but he's got 5 for an even 100. 5 for 100, and New Zealand are bowled out for 329, Craig.
Yeah, it's an okay score, isn't it? It went really high. Johnny Bairstow turned and went round in circles about 3 times. That is an outstanding outfield catch. That is as difficult as it comes. Saw Stokes take one off Daryl Mitchell just before lunch, and then Wagner gave it everything but got more loft than distance, and Bairstow was turning and stopping and starting and then had to sprint and dive at the end. That's a sensational catch. Jack Leach outstanding. He's got 5 for. He's played a pivotal role in this test match already. We're only on day 2. So concerns for New Zealand when they have to come back and bat again. As he walks off to the applause of this heavenly crowd and the applause of England coach Brendan McCullum as well.
Well, he likes it here, doesn't he? He got that famous 1 not out against Australia back in 2019. Also took a wicket with his first ball in that match. He's taken 5 for 100 in, would you believe it, 38.3 overs he's bowled. And, well, that's 38.3 out of a total of 117.3. A lot of spin has been bowled. I wonder if New Zealand will regret not having Ajaz Patel in their lineup. Let me run you through the card Started yesterday, of course, and first to go was Tom Latham, caught edging to root off Broad for a duck in the very first over, the last ball of the first over. That was 0 for 1. Next to go, Will Young, LBW to Jack Leach's first ball for 20, just propping forward, the ball straight into touch, 20 from 42. Then Kane Williamson just nibbling at one that held its line off Broad, 31 from 64. He got that was 62 for 3. Then Dean Conway gave Jamie Overton his first wicket in Test cricket. Bowled off an inside edge, driving at a wide ball, dragging it back on, 26 from 62. He got that was 83 for 4. Then Henry Nicholls out in the most bizarre and unlucky way, charging at Leach, smashing the ball back. It rebounded off Daryl Mitchell's bat, obviously hit the middle of it, and went straight to mid-off Alex Lees, who took a very comfortable catch. He was gone for 19 from 99. It was a claggy old knock from Henry Nicholls. And then what we've come to expect, it was the Blundell and Mitchell show. 120 they put on. Before this morning, Blundell out LBW to Potts. There was no referral available. DRS was down for 9 balls, and he was unlucky enough to get one on the pads in that time. That was 243 for 6. Then Bracewell edging to Crawley off Broad for 13, 265 for 7. And then these last 3 wickets have fallen in next to no time, really, in the space of 11 balls, 10 balls. Just before lunch, Mitchell eventually gone lofting Leach to Stokes for 109. Southey lofting Leach to Stokes for 33. And then the last wicket to fall, Wagner for 4. A brilliant outfield catch from Johnny Bairstow. Diving full length, he made 4, 329 all out. Bolt didn't face a ball. Bowling figures: Broad 3 for 62 from 23. Potts 1 for 34, could have had many more, from 26. Overton 1 for 85 from 23. Leach 5 for 100 from 38.3. And Root 7 exploratory overs for 30. So the game's rather nicely poised, isn't it?
Certainly is. I guess from a New Zealand standpoint, the sun has come out. There's more blue sky, which is not ideal. There was some nice bowling conditions in that first session for England with cloud cover. Southey and Bolt with this new ball going to have to get it right. Early wickets again. Interested to see how Neil Wagner goes. First time we've seen him in this series. The left armour, he will certainly test the wicket out or the pitch halfway down, and will be a handful of that short pitch bowling that he tends to go to. But New Zealand, in the end, they'll be happy with that after, as I said, being 120 for 5. The partnership, the key partnership, the key performers were again Blundell and Mitchell, who have been the stars with the bat for New Zealand throughout the series. But now it's up to the bowlers. Have to try and get New Zealand back to some sort of parity. If they could bowl England out for something similar, then it's all on. And we've seen throughout the series that there's been twists and turns right throughout. No real dominance of either side throughout a test match till the final day. So this pitch, I think, is perhaps the most interesting we've had this series.
We're going to take a break. When you come back, it's going to be time for England to start their reply.
Overton delivers wider of the crease, and Blundell edging through the cordon. That's 4. It was his soft hands through about 5th slip, so never in danger of being caught. He rode the bounce pretty well, and in the process, Blundell brings up another half-century. Bowls to Mitchell, edged and dropped by the wicketkeeper, folks. He dived across Joe Root.
Runs in once again, delivers. It's very full. He's wrapped on the pads. Blundell, big shout for LBW given. This is a beautiful drive. Straight back down the ground. What a way to get off the mark from Michael Bracewell.
Bracewell sweeps just over the head of the forward shore leg, out to the boundary for 4. Wonderful shot from Bracewell.
Down the track comes Mitchell. It's in the air, but it's going to clear that fielder at mid-on and go rushing out towards the boundary for 4.
Broad is in.
Edge taken! And there's the wicket he was looking for. Bracewell edges to second slip.
Fly slip, goes short. Southey rides the bounce out over backwards, square leg. That is some shot. It goes all the way into the Western Terrace.
Leach, and again he's down the track this time, hits it over the top of Leach's head, gets there in style with a 6 in front of the sight screen. 3 centuries in a series for Daryl Mitchell.
SENZ Test cricket for Razine, the paint the professionals use. We're about to watch the start of the England response. New Zealand losing a couple of wickets in a hurry to start the middle session on this second day, to be bowled out for 329. Daryl Mitchell, 3 centuries in the series, 109 falling just before lunch. Jack Leach, 5 for 100 from 38.3 overs, helped by a couple of excellent catches from Stokes and Bairstow either side of the long break. And now Trent Boult has the ball in his hand. He'll start from our Kirkstall Lane end, the broadcast end here at Headingley, with the sun out, and Alex Lees preparing to take the first ball, the former Yorkshire captain. He batted well last week, made 67 in the first innings, got a start in the second dig as well, and helped England in that chase of 299. Adam Collins with you, Craig McMillian with me. And can Trent Boult do as he did last week and take early wickets? That's the big question.
Well, he needs to from New Zealand's point of view. It's going to be interesting to see if there's any swing at all, because it's definitely warmed up. Blue sky and the sun is out now. So you would say not the ideal swing conditions, but let's see.
First ball, 3 slips in a gully. Lees on strike, well down the leg side by Boult, taken by Blundell, moving away to his right. So Lees into his 6th test match, but yeah, played a lot of cricket here at Leeds. Indeed, 32 matches, first-class games, only averaging 29 with 4 tons, but yeah, he was skipper of the club from age 22. He was the youngest since Lord Hawke in the 19th century to be given that responsibility. He left for Durham back in 2018 and has forced his way into this England Test team. 67 and 44 last week. Boult delivers, and Lees edged and dropped it first slip by Mitchell. It was flying off the back foot, ends up down at the rope. Mitchell was going high and to his right. They stick or they don't. England off the mark via a drop catch.
Drop says continue for the New Zealand slip coordinates. Daryl Mitchell, who's put a few down in the series. He's been good with the bat, but not so good with taking those catches at first slip. That's gone really quick, hit the hands hard. The one thing Alex Lees did is he went at the ball hard. He tried to hit it in that behind point region so it flew. Because he went so hard at it, that gave him a life. Through the hands of Mitchell for 4.
Trent Boult bowls well here. He's taken 9 test wickets at Leeds. Delivers to Lees again, who leaves alone this time outside the off stump. Nice shape into the gloves of Blundell. Boult was fantastic last week in a losing effort, taking 5 for 57. Sorry, he took 5 for 57 here in 2013. Last week at Leeds, he took 5 for 106. Nottingham, rather. I'm getting my Leeds and Notts mixed up today, Macca.
Yeah.
5 for 106, but they included Crawley, Pope, Root and Bairstow. So he went through the top order. And in the second innings, he got Crawley, Root and Bairstow, albeit he had plenty to his name. Boult delivers and past the edge of Lees with a beauty. Had to play, brought him forward. Ample shape. Somehow misses the outside edge. An eventful start from the left arm quick.
Boult at his best. Just angled into the left-hander and then just swung away. In the end, Lees did well not to find a little outside edge. Look at that. That is as good as it gets from Trent Boult. Encouraging signs that there is some swing there for the New Zealanders.
And some carry. And Blundell took that fingers up around his chest. So Boult very much in the game. Packed cordon. Away from us. Into Lees. Delivers here on middle stump. Oh, and he's got through him.
Over.
He's knocked him over. Well, there you go. By the response from Boult, he just turned around and walked back. That's because Alex Lees has his off-stump bent back. England lose a wicket in the first over. Lees gone for 4. Trent Boult up and about. England 4 for 1.
Oh, this is eventful, isn't it? What a first over from Trent Boult. Lees had a life. He's been dropped at first slip by Mitchell, and that one is the perfect outswinger to the left hand, who played down the wrong line. Playing down a middle stump line and offered up his off stump to Trent Boult, and he was good enough to knock it back.
You can understand why he was playing the middle stump line. It was angled in a treat and just shaping away the way that Trent Boult has done so well across his long and storied career. That's why he loves bowling in England. Gets generous movement with the new Duke's ball. He's in the book. Can New Zealand get what they desperately need, an early wicket? SEN said Test cricket is for Rosine, the paint the professionals use, and Ollie Pope is making his way to the middle for England after a sparkling century last week at Trent Bridge, and I need him here today to number 3.
Interesting, Adam, that Tom Latham was out in the first over of the Test match yesterday to Stuart Broad. Now Trent Boult has picked up a wicket. The similarity between these two teams right throughout this series has been scary. But it's exactly what New Zealand needed. Ollie Pope played beautifully in Trent Bridge and picking up 100 there, played nicely in that number 3 role, but he's going to be challenged here. It's going to be a real test for him because the ball is moving.
And Bolt just loves bowling in England. That's his 45th Test wicket in this country at 21. Yeah. And it gives you some sense, and that's over a long stretch of time as well on his fourth tour.
He's a world-class bowler in all conditions, isn't he? And obviously with the Duke's ball that does a little bit more than perhaps the Kookaburra back home in New Zealand. Why wouldn't you enjoy bowling over here in these conditions?
It's an interesting academic debate we might get into at some stage later today about whether Bolt might even fit into an all-time greatest New Zealand 11. I mean, he'd be close as the left-arm option. Plenty of options who would be in the fast bowling ranks, but his record is right up there. 314 Test wickets, still going strong. In here at Pope, 3 slips and a leg slip. Over the wicket, bowls here, Pope leaves alone. End of the first over of this England reply, and they've lost a wicket. They're 4 for 1. SENZ Test cricket for Rosine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice.
Split your payment into 4 interest-free instalments with PayPal Pay in 4. Buy now and pay later with no late fees with PayPal Pay in 4, where you see the PayPal button. Terms, eligibility and exclusions apply. See paypal.com.au for more info.
Get $10 off your first direct-to-boot shop with Woolworths. Order online and our personal shoppers will pick and pack your order just the way you like it. Then place your shopping directly into your boot. New customers only. Min spend and T's and C's apply.
Go all out. Go all outlet. Harbour Town Premium Outlets. Shop amazing outlet brands including the relocated Cotton On Mega and Cotton On Kids next door to TK Maxx. And Harbour Town's brand new undercover nature playground is the perfect place for kids while you enjoy a coffee at Gloria Jeans or Chibo. With free parking and dedicated stroller spots, shopping's a breeze. Check out harbourtown.com.au to discover our amazing range of brands. Go all out. Go all outlet. Harbour Town Premium Outlets.
We've got about 5 different angles of the Lee's dismissal on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen between overs. That has done loads off the pitch and through the air. Lee's, no footwork to speak of, Macca, but gee, it's pretty when it clips the off stump. That's what they try and do. Here's Southey, wants to do the same. Bowling to Crawley. His first ball and leaves alone, not far from the off stump. Just a little bit short of a length. He's got 3 in the cordon and a gully. A point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg, so a conventional 6-3 field.
Well, bowlers quite often talk about the perfect delivery, which is hitting the top of off stump.
Yes.
And that's exactly what that delivery to Alex Lees did. But I would say that the footwork was non-existent. That front foot didn't move at all, which didn't allow him to get out and cover the off-stump line. So, nice piece of bowling.
Southey to Crawley. Bowls here, close to the stumps. Crawley down the ground, just shovels it past the umpire. Times it well enough to get himself a boundary. Off the mark, second ball, Crawley. More a punch than on drive. 8 for 1 the score as I welcome Henry Moran to the third voice chair. G'day, Henry.
G'day. What a ball. What a ball.
I think it might be the case in that shot we've just seen there, by the way. He dug that out, Crawley, more than a punch. It was just full and straight and managed to get it away. Southey again towards us from the football stand end. Bowls to Crawley on 4, and he defends off the front foot. Yeah, that previous ball he almost sort of dug it out for a middle stump and enough timing to get himself a 4. Last week Crawley was the man who missed out both times around, caught behind the wicket from the bowling of Trent Bolt, out for 4 and 0 after making 43 and 9 at Lords the previous week.
Do you think Trent Bolt gets the credit he deserves in the pantheon of greats?
He's from New Zealand, probably not.
But, do you know what I mean?
I think even I agree with you, Henry. Southey delivers here to Crawley, who leaves alone a ball well wide of the off stump, short as well. I mean, just even that academic question, would he be in New Zealand's greatest Test 11?
I think he would. Adam, I certainly think he would because of the left arm variety.
Yeah.
But just, his performances over a number of years. I mean, the Southey and Bolt, they're a duo, aren't they?
Well, I mean, they're the Lennon and McCartney of swing bowling.
Of course
in New Zealand,
they are.
right? But you wouldn't sort of...
It'd be difficult to separate them up because perhaps they're not as good without one another. So those stats would be interesting.
Well, they're certainly not as good when Neil Wagner's not playing, and he's here today. That helps them. Southey delivers close to the stumps, and Crawley is able to leave alone on about the 5th stump line through to the gloves of Blundell again. I mean, obviously, Hadley would be in that team.
Without a doubt.
I mean, Chatfield might be in that team, or there and thereabouts. And
I mean, Bond is the one. He's the enigma because he has only played 18 Test matches.
Yeah.
So, I mean, a lot of good players have had good Test careers up to 20 test matches, haven't they? And then you need some longevity. So to me, there's a question mark there. I think you have to play more than 18 test matches to make an all-time 11.
Yeah, probably.
Which some might disagree with.
So Southey, last ball of his first over. Up to Crawley here. And Crawley clips out towards mid-on, just wide of mid-on, but there's no signal to Wagner. End of 2 overs, England 8 for 1. Crawley has 4. Pope yet to get off the mark. And our coverage is for Rosine, the paint the professionals use.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
Collins, Craig McMillian and Henry Moran with you on the call. Beneath us, Trent Bolt already in the book. Into Pope. Yet to get off the mark. 3 slips and a leg slip, and Pope gets off the mark. Down towards backward square leg, long leg, where Neil Wagner does the fielding. He's 9 for 1. It's Ollie Pope's first innings in first-class cricket at Headingley. Henry?
Well, we had that stat when he got his 100 at Trent Bridge, that it was the first time he'd scored 100 north of the River Thames in first-class cricket. So maybe as he moves further north, he will continue this little run. I mean, it's an amazing stat, 'cause he's played a lot of first-class cricket.
Yeah, sure has.
But he just predominantly succeeded at the Oval.
Yeah, first-class average in the 70s at his home ground. We're in the 70s for Surrey, full stop. In the 90s, I think, at the Oval, something ridiculous. Here's Bolt delivering to Crawley on 4. His first ball to the right-hander, left alone outside the off-stump. Pope, 145 and 18 last week. Caught hooking at the end of that century and caught behind to Matt Henry the second time around.
Be interesting to see the tempo with the innings of how Ollie Pope goes about it. Zach Crawley interests me, guys. Is he the one England player that's under pressure in this playing 11?
Feels like it, yeah. He's had one outstanding innings a couple of years ago.
Still living off that.
Perhaps.
Bolt delivers to Crawley. That man leaves alone. Nice carry again through to Blundell over the top of the off stump. I think it's the one extraordinary innings, the 268, and then there's the 4 or 5 times that you've watched him for an hour and gone, wow.
Yeah, Sydney, he was superb.
Sydney, that's 77. Henry, we had the privilege of watching that on the final day. You're thinking he's going to make 177 here. Until the point he got out, he was invincible, taking on that excellent Australian attack in the 4th innings. Even that 43 at Lord's on the first day of this series, he played some stunning shots. Then got caught in the cordon, as is so often the case. Bolt delivers to Crawley on his pads, ricochets off his thigh pad down to fine leg. It'll be 10 for 1 when the leg by signalled by umpire Erasmus, and it is now.
He reminds me of my old Renault Clio. The leather seats, walnut dash, look the part. You're going along beautifully, and then suddenly one of the lug nuts will fall out the wheel and everything goes wrong. You sort of think it all looks like it's perfect, and then inexplicably from nowhere, you're standing on the edge of the M25.
Trying to hit you right.
Yeah, you got it.
The leg slip goes back in. Let's call it a leg gully when Pope's on strike. Bolt over the wicket to him here, and Pope shuffles across his stumps and tucks him in front of square. It gathers pace across the practice wickets in front of the Western Terrace, and he gets himself a boundary. Pope's 5, England 14 for 1.
Nicely played off his pads, wasn't it? Bolt just going a little bit too straight to the right-hander there, but I like the balance. I like the fact that Ollie Pope wasn't falling over and playing around that front pad. He let the ball come nice and late, played it with the full face, and it just raced away on those practice pitches.
He got dropped after the Hobart Test last year when getting bowled around his legs, and that was kind of a punctuation mark on an unfulfilling series for him personally. But Ben Stokes wants him in this team, and thus he's batting at 3.
He's got all the talent in the world. Both of these two do.
Yeah.
It's what's between the ears that's the issue.
Change in field, catch him mid-wicket. In position here for Pope, and it's on leg stump and turned into the onside to the man at square leg. No run there, stays 14 for 1. At the end of the 3rd over, we're here for Rosine, the paint the professionals use, with Craig McMillian, Henry Moran in the summariser chairs, and Trent Bolt already with a wicket to his name. England finishing off the first innings of New Zealand just after lunch. Great catch from Johnny Bairstow, and one from Ben Stokes just before lunch as well. Yeah, Zach Crawley, his overall test average is 27 after 23 test matches. You don't tend to see players getting that amount of time for that kind of average without them reaching a crossroads.
You're lucky still to be given opportunities, to be perfectly honest, Adam, with those numbers.
He's facing up to Southey here. 3 slips in the gully. Bowles, and Crawley's able to leave alone. That's what he'll want to do early on. Leave as many balls as he can. Get that blade out of the way.
Well, New Zealand will tempt him with the drive, won't they?
Yeah.
With the ball moving away, Southey will be a handful. So it's about being selective as to what balls I can attack, what balls I let go, and what balls I have to defend. Once you've got that game plan sorted out, it's then the discipline to stick to it for a long period of time. And there's still question marks over Zach Crawley as to whether he can do that at the top of the order.
Facing up to Southey here. Passes umpire Kettleborough, Bowles, and Crawley comes forward and plays at this with soft hands out to backward point, no single.
He's one of those players, Zach Crawley, who always seems to get out to good balls. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He walks off, that was a good one. But eventually you start wondering, hold on a minute. They can't all be miracle deliveries.
Isn't that every batter that walks off?
You've obviously not seen me playing.
I detect, Henry, that you're off Crawley. My sense is you're off Crawley.
A little bit. I think I understand the feeling to have somebody at the top of the order that will be the yin to the Lee's yang, if you want, the control that you get from Lee's normally. Crawley, I just think you never feel set with him.
Southey to Crawley, wider of the crease bowls here, and past the outside edge with a beauty. That's one of those great deliveries he tends to get out to, and he's managed to play just inside the line of this one, albeit with his front foot going straight down the track, Macca.
Yeah, wasn't in that front foot too far in front of the popping crease, is he? Almost this exact replica that Alex Lee's got from Trent Bolt. This time it was the right arm Southey to the right-handed Zach Crawley. It's a nice piece of bowling. Southey's just wide on the crease, so he drags him forward. He's on the walk, so he hasn't got his base set. That's dangerous.
That's the first time we've seen Southey go wider of the crease. The sun's hidden behind a cloud for a moment. Closer to the stumps this time, and Crawley drives, but straight to mid-off. Nicely played for none. Stays on 4.
It's almost as though you need to look at Daryl Mitchell as the archetypal model of how to construct a test innings in this country. He's been supreme, and I know that's very easy to say, but it's just all looked very simple and straightforward.
Wouldn't you look at Joe Root if you're looking at someone in your side?
Yeah, absolutely, but I think that he is in a different stratosphere, whereas Mitchell feels like he's created it by virtue of solid technique as opposed to remarkable talent.
Southey has 36 wickets in England, played here a long time, outside the off stump, and Crawley leaves alone. And I make that point to say that Southey's the type of bowler who can issue quite the interrogation for a player like Crawley.
Yes.
He's on his 5th tour. His first trip here was 2008. Southey, he knows exactly what to do in these conditions with the brand new Duke's ball.
Oh, if you've got any sort of weakness outside the off stump as a right-hander, it's going to get exposed by Tim Southey. So it's going to be a testing period. But if he can get through that and show that discipline and good shot selection, then that will give Zach Crawley a lot of confidence.
Mitchell, Latham and Young, the 3 slips. Southey, Bowles and Crawley in behind it. Nice front high elbow. End of the 4th over, 14 for 1. Crawley 4, Pope 5. Our coverage is for Razine, the paint the professionals use. And that's it for Craig McMillian, who's going to head off to the other place. We'll catch you later, Macca. So a maiden there from Tim Southey, his 2nd over of the innings. Mentioned, so 36 wickets at 28 in this country, Southey. Had a good couple of years. And it just felt like he was dropping down the pecking order a little bit. We were seeing bowlers like Lockie Ferguson burst onto the scene, and Southey fought his way back to the top. He's got 343 test wickets to his name. Bolt up the other end, 314. What a combination they've been. Bolt starts his 3rd over, 3 slips, bowling to Pope, who plays a ball that shapes back towards him, defending into the onside no run.
I feel a bit like Crawley and Pope are victims of the style with which they play, in that if you play a glorious, elegant cover drive looking like you make it very easy and then get out nicking off, people get frustrated because they say, well, how do you make the hard thing look so easy, and then you're out next ball. Whereas somebody that plays in a slightly less orthodox way and maybe isn't quite so fluid in how they play, sometimes actually gets a little bit more forgiving, because there's just a little bit less expectation.
That catchy mid-wickets back for Pope. As Bolt delivers to him here, it's outside the off stump. It's got to make him play a fraction more, I fancy, out there. The Western Terrace just getting involved in the game as well, reaching that time of the afternoon, 2:15 local time. England 315 behind.
There's an inflatable sheep that's currently making quite a journey from one end of the stand to the other.
Have you spent much time in there as a punter over the years?
I went in there not as a punter, to go meet some mates a few years ago.
Nice.
It looks lively from here. More in a moment.
As Bolt gets to the crease and delivers to Pope. Oh, strikes him on the pad, albeit via the inside edge. That was the in-swinger. He's bowled that twice in the over. Pope lucky that doesn't deflect back onto his woodwork. Good bowling.
It's quite a volatile place. You hear things and see things that you wouldn't necessarily hear and see if you were walking down the street. It's it is enormous fun, and it is a great atmosphere.
I went and stood in there for half an hour before lunch on day 4 at the 2019 Test match when Bairstow and Stokes just decided we're going for this. I think Bairstow hit about 30 runs in the 5 overs before lunch. Just got out on the stroke of lunch, if I recall correctly. That was exhilarating. Bolt delivers and Pope struck on the... Bowled him again! Wow, goodness me! Off stump, out of the ground. Trent Bolt's on fire. Ollie Pope castled for 5. England 14 for 2. New Zealand have their tails up here at Headingley.
He is a supreme bowler, Trent Bolt. There is no question. It is full. It swings so late. And it rips that off stump out of the ground. Wires everywhere. Timber flying. And though he might just be beginning to grey at the temples, that was as quick and as good as anything he's ever bowled.
Oh, you're not wrong. From our angle, it looked like Pope might have just squeezed it out, but it wasn't to be. How about the shape? Wow. Trent Bolt having quite the couple of weeks. Bowled sensationally, I felt, last week at Trent Bridge in a losing team. 8 wickets, but did just about everything right. Could have bowled New Zealand a victory on almost any other day if they didn't run into the hurricane that was Johnny Bairstow. But a different story earlier in the Test match with the new ball in his hand. He's got 2 for 9, hit the stumps twice, and that's the cue for Joe Root, the hometown boy, playing his 120th Test match. He's made centuries in both Tests of the series so far, an unbeaten 115 at Lords in the 4th innings and 176 last week at Nottingham, the most runs ever against New Zealand for England. He's got a couple of Test tons here at Leeds, 104 against New Zealand in 2013 and a stupendous 121 against India in 2021, an innings he rates as one of his very best. But this sort of interrogation, game on. Batting average just a tick under 50. We'll be watching for that as ever. 49.97. He seems to go above it and below it just about every Test he plays, Henry.
I'm still reeling from that delivery. It is an absolute... Looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay, it is as good as it gets.
2 balls left in the over. Bolt arrives to Root. First ball, pushes it down to mid-on like it's not even a thing. In-swinger, better part of 90 mile an hour. Lovely batting right at the middle of the blade, as you would have heard through the effects mic. Yes, as you say, watching it back on the Chemist Warehouse screen, there are cables everywhere from stump mic. Ollie Pope's exasperated, realising that, yes, he should have defended it, but wow, that's a special piece of bowling. One more delivery in this successful over. They're keeping the catch in mid-wicket for Root. Bolt gets to the crease, delivers here. Root leaves alone the one that angles away. End of another successful over. A wicket maiden for Trent Bolt. We're going to have a change in commentary with Nikesh Regani replacing me. England are 14 for 2, and our coverage is for Azine, the paint the professionals use.
Go all out. Go all outlet. Harbour Town Premium Outlets. Shop amazing outlet brands including the relocated Cotton On Mega and Cotton On Kids next door to TK Maxx. And Harbour Town's brand new undercover nature playground is the perfect place for kids while you enjoy a coffee at Gloria Jeans or Chibo. With free parking and dedicated stroller spots, shopping's a breeze. Check out harbourtown.com.au to discover our amazing range of brands. Go all out. Go all outlet. Harbour Town Premium Outlets.
Southie to continue from the far end, and this is just off the pad of Crawley into the leg side. SENZ Test cricket for Razine, the paint the professionals use. Nikesh Regani alongside Henry Moran with New Zealand. The tails up at the moment, particularly Trent Bolt, 2 absolute beauties in his spell of 3 overs so far. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 9. Moving Alex Lees and Ollie Pope in the last couple of overs. In comes Southey once more. And, this is just defended by Crawley. It's the offside this time. For no run. Sunny shining Henry. Conversations about the Western Terrace brought back some memories. I have been in there as a punter, as a 19-year-old for it was a one-day international between England and Sri Lanka.
What was that?
One of those tri-series. 2002. And thank you. That was very kind of you, Henry. But no, it was a bit longer ago than that. I must have been a bit older than that, actually. Probably 20, 21, something like that. It was, as Southey comes in again, this is driven to mid-off. They go through for a quick single shot. The stumps misses. He would have been a long way gone. Joe Root running to the danger end. The throw goes wide. Root was at least a couple of yards short of his ground there. A smile on his face. He looks over to Zach Crawley as if to say, absolutely no chance of a run there. What were you doing? Kane Williamson with the throw, and it wasn't a million miles away. It would have been long gone, Joe Root.
Yeah, his reaction, Williamson's reaction, he doubled over, roaring at the sky, because that is, in an instant, potentially the difference in this game, isn't it? If you find England 15 for 3 with Joe Root gone. So go on, you're in the Western Terrace.
Yeah, no, it must have been 18 actually, because I was born in 84. So let me get my figures right. 2002, England, Sri Lanka, and I was with my then girlfriend at the time, who had no interest in cricket, but had a great time with all the antics that go on there. Joe Root faces up here. It's down the leg side, taken by Blundell, and there is no run. So it's great if you're not into your cricket, but you like a drink, you like a laugh, you like getting involved in the beer snakes and all those kinds of things. And she took quite a shine to Andrew Strauss, who was fielding in front of us for quite some time on the boundary. Back in 2002, a young Andrew Strauss, strapping lad.
Yes. Did you take a shine to you? That's the question.
I mean, it lasted a couple of years. It was okay. We had a nice day at the cricket as Southey comes in, and this is worked away down towards long leg. Root off the mark with a single. 17 for 2.
Do you think first date?
No, it wasn't a first date.
Would you recommend it for?
No, probably not. I don't think so. You've got to be a bit of a chunk into it, I think, by then. But the point I'm trying to make is for non-cricket lovers, but lovers of a good time, it's the place to be, and you can have a jolly good time even if you're not closely following the cricket. In comes Southey again, and this is worked away out towards deep square leg, out to the sweeper on the boundary there. Another single to Crawley. End of the over. 6 overs gone in this England reply. Then they still trail by 312. They are 17 for 2. Thank you very much to Henry Moran. After this short break, Jeremy Coney will be alongside me.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
For Resine, the paint the professionals use. Nikesh Regani alongside former Black Caps captain, legend, Jeremy Coney, back alongside me. Afternoon, Jeremy.
Hi, Nikesh.
Good start for your boys.
Well, it's just quality seam bowling, swing bowling, particularly from Bolt. And it's not early swing, it's late swing.
In comes Bolt again. This is left alone outside the off stump by Crawley, just starting a little too wide of the off stump there. That time Bolt, but yeah, two beauties.
This is, yes. First of all, of course, Lee's just playing the wrong line, wasn't he? And playing the original line of the ball. And then had it move away from that position and then take the off stump. So comprehensively beaten and befuddled by the movement of the ball.
Bolt runs in once again to Crawley, who defends out towards point, and there is no run. Crawley 6 from 21 at the moment.
You know, Bolt is a very competent operator, a really top operator with the ball swinging like this. I don't know how long it'll last. But he's got obviously the in-swinger to a right-hander, but you don't know quite which one it is, because he's got the three-quarter one that just wobbles along as well and then goes away from you, and that's the one that's dismissed Crawley twice at Trent Bridge.
In comes Bolt once again. Crawley leaves alone, this time outside the off stump, and the fact that he is able to switch between the two almost in consecutive deliveries, not many bowlers in the world can do that. We were speaking to Jarrod Kimber, who was analysing this a little bit at Trent Bridge when we saw those deliveries, as you mentioned, and a lot of bowlers who learn the wobble seam, and a lot of seamers around the world are learning this particular delivery, they find it very hard to then go back to the conventional swing. They almost lose the ability to do that. Bolt, it just shows you how skillful he is.
Yeah, and you need to have a very strong wrist.
Bolt in again, and again left alone by Crawley. A bit of exaggerated movement away after the ball passed the bat.
And your fingers as well. I think late swing is always quite a difficult thing. Everyone has different ideas about how you achieve it. Anyone can bowl swing from the arm. You do not bowl late swing with the arm. You let the ball go, and the fingers are the last bit to touch the ball. You've got a nice strong wrist. Fingers pull down the back of the ball, so the ball's actually going backwards as it goes to the batsman. That holds the seam and the stitching nice and vertical, and you let it go down the line. You might leave your hand.
Bolt in again. This is full, and he's bowled him again. What a beauty that is to Zach Crawley. Another in-swinging delivery. We were just talking about that, Jeremy. Seam position, brilliant once again. It was full enough to drive, but that late movement again, just doing for Zach Crawley. He's gone for 6. And that is England 17 for 3.
What it does for you see as a batsman, you don't know as that ball's coming down what it's doing. You know, is it going to be the three-quarter ball or is it coming in? Down it comes halfway. Oh, no, it's going to go across me. So your head starts to go across. You lose your balance. In she comes, if it's the swinging delivery, and there's a gap between bat and pad. That did for Pope, and it's now done for Zach Crawley again. So just high-quality in-swing bowling from a left armour. Very difficult to combat, especially if he's got one that goes away as well. It's a lovely 1-2 punch. So 3 wickets, bowled. Love it.
Unbelievable stuff from Trent Bolt at the moment. Came into this series straight from the IPL final into a test series just a few days later. Looked a little bit undercooked at Lords. Started to get his rhythm back at Trent Bridge, and now this is Trent Bolt at his best in Test cricket.
Well, you see what it's also doing. It's taking England away from the thrashing that they've been able to get away with so far. Suddenly the ball is moving a lot more, in this case in the air, prior to pitching. And you can't just hit through the line of the ball because the line is changing. And, you know, if you're not balanced and you're not technically in a good position to play, you're just going to get cleaned out. And that's what we've seen now. Now, how will Bairstow go? He might get a couple away, but if there is movement, I would predict he's going to have a few little problems.
Well, it is Bairstow taking his guard at the moment. Hero from Trent Bridge, of course. That century, wonderful century it was in the run chase. England's second quickest century in this format of the game. Very different job on his hands at the moment. He's got Joe Root at the other end. No better man to have batting out there with you for England at the moment over the last couple of years. But Trent Bolt has got his tail up here. In he comes. Runs in, bowls to Bairstow, lets one go just outside the off stump. That was pretty close once again. A bit of late movement. That over. A wicket maiden then from Trent Bolt. England, after 7 overs of this reply, are 17 for 3.
Well, it's fantastic to see a bowler just showing us his art and his craft. You see, that's actually, as Crawley's looked to play that stroke, his head is almost as if he's certainly just closing the face of the bat at the last moment to try and catch up with the ball. That's hit middle and leg. So it's nipped in from outside off stump and kept going. It's found the gap between bat and pad. created even more because the batsman has actually turned the face of the bat to go to leg side. So, yeah, just high-quality swing bowling.
Can Southey get in on the action? He's in here to Joe Root. It's edged and it's along the floor and down to the deep third boundary for 4, just wide of that slip cord and in between the slips and the backward point.
Yeah, but it's not controlled, is it, Nikesh? That one is looking to
genuine edge.
Yeah, just push it, and it is just played with a splayed bat, sort of open-faced bat, and he's found a gap between the cordon. But unlucky for Southey. But there's movement there for him as well. Not quite as much and pronounced as Bolt.
No, but
probably Southey would like to be this end as well, to be really honest.
Bowling down the hill, yep, like Bolt is. And he comes from the far end, Southey, into Root, who lets one go, this time outside the off stump, slightly shorter. There's been a couple of nervy moments for Root. The run-out opportunity when Kane Williamson just missed the direct hit would have been long gone there on the edge.
Crawley nearly did him, didn't he? Hit it straight to Williamson, to his right side, and Root actually gave up. He gave up, and it wasn't that far away, was it? I don't know.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Inches. So Root still there on 5 after that boundary. In comes Southey once more, again left out alone outside the off stump, just shouldering arms there. Root, nice shape though this time from Southey, just a hint of swing as opposed to the late vicious stuff that we've seen from Bolt with the extra pace as well. That's all you need, Jeremy. We saw that at Trent Bridge as well, didn't we, where the ball wasn't doing an awful lot, but it was just those phases where it was just nipping about enough, just to keep the bowlers interested. I mean, sometimes the exaggerated swing can miss the outside edge time and time again. It's just that little bit that you need just to find those edges. As Southey runs in again delivers a bit too wide of the off stump, and it's left well alone by Joe Root.
Well, this is the 8th over of the innings. How long will it continue to swing? According to the Adam Collins theory, or the broad theory through Adam Collins, that the ball doesn't swing that early with these new balls, but I think perhaps if you can get it going, it's still a dangerous ball to use at this stage of the innings.
Indeed. Southey then runs in once again past the umpire, delivers. Yeah, he's beaten, or has he edged it? No, he's feathered one straight through to Blundell. Joe Root has gone. Southey gets his man, and England in all sorts of trouble at the moment. 21 for 4. Southey gets in on the action as well. He's bowled a little bit too wide at the start of this over. Joe Root leaving alone a few deliveries at the start, and this one just in that corridor, just outside that off stump, a little bit of away nip.
Well, he's turned Joe Root around a bit, hasn't he? He's made him play at a delivery that starts a sort of middle and leg, and then it's turned him around as he realises it's going. He's looking to play it on the onside, just on the onside of the stumps, and he's got an outside edge, and it's just a feather, but it's gone through to Blundell. So Southey's in the business as well. And it's just movement once again, Nikesh, isn't it? It's in the air rather than from the seam. And the thing about swing bowling too is if you bowl an outswinger, because it starts to move to right, it keeps going once it pitches. It's as if it seams, because it keeps going on that line. And so, I mean, that's a huge wicket for New Zealand. A huge wicket.
Massive wicket in any game, in any format that Joe Root plays at the moment. He is the man the opposition want, and he's gone here early for 5. We've talked about it quite a few times in this series, haven't we? Get Joe Root before he gets to sort of 15 or 20. That is the key, because once he gets set, he looks comfortable out there. He can build a massive innings. We've seen him do that time and time again. But England with a new challenge then. Joe Root gone early. Ben Stokes, the captain, at the crease already. 21 for 4.
Wow.
Into the 8th over of this innings only. They still trail by 308, and all of a sudden 329 looks like a massive score.
It does. Yeah, it'll be, again, this swing won't last forever. So whether Stokes and Bairstow want to attack it while it's still moving, that might be their choice. But you are running a bit of a risk but players nowadays see risk rather differently than we old codgers do.
Southey into Stokes, who's down the track immediately and drives this. Just a check drive, just wide of mid-off. Gets through for a couple of runs. Well, it's an interesting tactic just to try and counter the swing. Just a few steps down the track. End of the over. 8 overs gone. England 23 for 4.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
Cricket for Razine, the paint the professionals use. Back here at Headingley then with England in a spot of bother. 23 for 4. Trent Boult. In he comes to Bairstow, who flicks it to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Bairstow and Stokes out there at the moment. Joe Root, the last man out, if you are just joining us here. Out for just 5. Tim Southey getting in on the action, having him feather one through to Blundell behind the stumps. Trent Boult running amok from the other end as well. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 9. In the sunshine here at Trent Bridge as well. Looks like a good pitch still, but the ball is swinging. This is short though from Boult, and Bairstow ducks underneath it. I mean, it's dry out there as well. It was spinning earlier for England, wasn't it? Leach with those 5 wickets. A couple of gifts towards the end, but he was getting a bit of turn and a bit of assistance from those footmarks. So it'll be interesting to see if and when Bracewell comes into the attack later today, or certainly tomorrow, what impact he could have. They might not need him at this stage. The seamers keep doing the business.
Fair way to go yet. So we're only in the 9th over at this point, but if New Zealand can just nip another one out.
Boult into Bairstow again, who punches off the back foot. It was a little bit close to him.
And a little bit late. He was waiting. He was trying to wait to see, is this the one coming in or is it going across? I mean, I didn't finish that late swing, but you let it go down the line so that the fingers touch it and the ball is rotating backwards to hold that seam upright. Now, you might let it go at, say, I don't know, 84 miles an hour. By the time it gets to the batsman, it's doing 70-something. And that's when it starts to swing. It finds its point.
Boult into Bairstow again. That is the in-swinger, and it's pushed back down the track, and there is no run.
So it's that it finds its optimum kind of pace when the ball likes to move. And that as the ball slows as it's going down towards the batsman, that's when you start to get late swing. As it gets to that optimum point, that it likes it, and away she starts to go. So it's not from the arm. In other words, every batsman can see that.
In comes Boult once more. This is full and wide, and it's driven well by Bairstow through extra cover. That's going to race away for 4. Just slightly over pitch there from Boult, looking for that magic swinging delivery, but just a bit too wide as well. And Bairstow cashing in, 27 for 4.
Yeah, well, he hung that one out there. At the last over, Crawley was leaving those ones, and then Boult sort of tried to set him up with those wide ones and then brought it back in. This one, Bairstow, middle order player, is looking to play that. So he's gone into that. Will Boult, when will he bring one back in again? And that's what Johnny Bairstow will be thinking. I've got to watch for that one that comes back in.
Right, Boult, 1 ball left in this over. And he comes to Bairstow again, full and wide, and again driven through the covers for 4 runs. Back-to-back boundaries for Johnny Bairstow, just easing a little bit of pressure on England. They're still in a hole though. 31 for 4 after 9 overs. And a few more thoughts from you, Jeremy, and then Henry Moran will be taking up the call, replacing me.
Yeah, well, Trent Boult just over-pitching slightly, and Johnny Bairstow, the batsman that he is, he's looking to score. He's going to be aggressive. Anything that becomes a half volley, he's away from him. Southey, we're just looking at the sort of the setup at the moment that Southey does, using the crease to Joe Root. Sometimes he gets in closer, sometimes he runs wider from where he delivers the ball to you. It's very hard to pick that sort of thing up. You don't make big differences, you make subtle differences. You got 4'2" between the stumps and the outside return crease, and so you can use that as much as you can as a bowler. Quite often, if you're going to run a bit wider, you'll start your run from the top of your mark just a little bit wider, so you don't veer out at the last moment. Mark Wood tends to veer out at the last, and you see that as a batsman. You want to start your run further up, and it looks as if you're just running in straight.
In much the same way as a leg spin bowler bowling a googly wants to make it look exactly the same, for that element of surprise.
That's right.
Around the wicket comes Tim Southey to the left-handed England captain Ben Stokes. 3 slips and a gully wait, and Stokes is defending into the onside. England in a hole, I think it's fair to say here.
Well,
Jeremy?
They've still got these two, and then Folkes, of course. And they've caused New Zealand all sorts of trouble, haven't they, in the 2 tests so far at various times. So, yes, England have lost more than they'd like, certainly. But, no, these two are dangerous players. These were the two that were together at Trent Bridge just a week or so ago.
Stokes stands waiting, arms covered in tattoos, as in comes Tim Southey, and comes forward. Does he, Ben Stokes? Yes, he does. Meets it and smacks it over the boundary for 6. Straight down the ground. It was ambitious. It was aggressive. It's this new brand they're playing, Jeremy Coney. It's risky, but he gets the reward.
It is, but he's hit that very cleanly indeed, and he's done that throughout this series. Very comfortable with this pace, coming down at Southey and then just hitting through the initial line, kind of getting to it almost. It's a hop and a skip, isn't it? Getting to it before it can start to swing. It's quite a, it's an old ploy to try, and some people will bat out of their crease to try and negate swing. He's actually charging at the last moment.
It's a big old stand at that end of the ground. 3 tiers. Stokes landed in the second one. He's on 8, 37 for 4. Oh, what a beauty. Beats the outside edge. Good response from Southey, who has a word or two for Ben Stokes.
Stokes smiles. These two teams get on pretty well, actually. Ball's been bowled by then, so the competition is over at that point. That's actually, I think that's one of those sort of wobbly balls, but that sort of just grips a wee bit and has gone away. That's not the swinger. That's a straighter ball and just nipped away.
It's a good battle out there between Southey and Stokes. Crowd enjoying themselves as Southey runs in once more, and Stokes defends into the offside comfortably enough. And an over that has seen everything so far, including that inflatable sheep that has now made it all the way from the far corner to about halfway down the western terrace to our right. You'll see it emerging, popping up in a moment. There it is. It's about to be, there it is, punched in the air and now heading down the steps.
We're going into the pens. A bit of shearing going on at the back of the stand.
I think so.
Yeah.
Presumably Alan Lamb. Can you think of any others? Might be out there. Here comes Southey again, advancing his Stokes, just working that off the hips down towards square leg. And as the ball is collected, Stokes moves to 9. The score on to 38 for 4. Bob Woolmer, take him for your sheep 11?
I think you've got to, yes.
You'd have to, wouldn't you?
Good work, Henry. You've been working on these, have you? Or just they just naturally come to you?
They're coming to me, but I've got another one you'll like. Babar Azam. He's in.
No. Any other animals? Yeah. Any animal would be good.
I reckon there's surely more sheep ones we can exhaust.
Okay.
Don't forget you can get in touch with us, 8833 if you're in New Zealand.
A good idea. A few little suggestions. Mind you, down there it's pretty late, isn't it? The old mind to wake up and come up with a sheep name.
Well, you might be counting sheep. They might be very much on the mind.
That's true. Trying to get to sleep.
Well, this New Zealand bowling performance That'll be keeping a few awake, I suspect.
38 for 4.
Yeah. Stokes and Bairstow, the England pair, as Southey comes in to conclude the over. Bairstow edges over the slip corner. He chased a wide one, couldn't resist, and it flies on down to the deep third boundary. Bairstow gets lucky. 10 overs gone. It's 42 for 4 on SENZ with Razine. The paint the professionals use.
Get $10 off your first direct-to-boot shop with Woolworths. Order online and our personal shoppers will pick and pack your order just the way you like it. Then place your shopping directly into your boot. New customers only. Min spend and T's and C's apply.
SENZ Test Cricket live from Headingley, along with Razine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. The Chemist Warehouse replay showing just how close that was to the outstretched hand of that second slip. I've got one more for you, Jeremy.
Oh,
David Shepherd's your umpire.
Ah, yes. Very good.
And you could arguably have Paul Collingwood.
Yes, Collie.
As your sheepdog.
Yes. Now, this is interesting.
Here we go.
Stokes left-hander with Bolt.
Bolt in over the wicket. Again, he's got that movement shaping away from the left-handed Stokes now. It was the in-swing towards the right-hander that's been so devastating so far, but Stokes pushes that into the offside. And this reminds me somewhat of the spell we both were at Old Trafford in the 2019 World Cup against India in that semi-final, where Bolt seemed to have the ball on a string. And
the second day of the one-day match.
Exactly,
yeah.
You got it.
Yeah. Well, he'll be hoping that the swing just keeps continuing for the next at least 3 or 4 overs.
Moving in again now. Charging away from us. It's a full delivery which has worked into the onside and fielded down below us by Michael Bracewell. And just looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, got a pitch map of where those wickets have been pitching. All been pitching, as you'd expect, in line with the stumps, but all in what they would class as a full length, giving the ball as much time as possible to move through the air. We were discussing earlier where he ranks in the list of
the Pantheon.
Yeah,
for New Zealand.
For New Zealand.
What has he got? 300 and something. I don't follow those kinds of things so much.
313. Here comes Bolt. Forward comes Stokes, and he flashes it away behind square on the offside. There was interest from the gully and backward point, but the ball evades them, and it rushes down as a rather hairy and portly nun celebrates the boundary on the front row of the Western Terrace, and the score moves to 46 for 4.
I don't think Bolt wants to get too concerned about the way Stokes is charging him. He's in control, and Stokes, he can set the game. He doesn't have to worry that Stokes is coming at it so much. You see, he gave the swing away there by dragging it down. And just keep. If Stokes wants to take those sorts of risks, that's fine.
England trail by 283. Trent Bolt's coming in now to bowl, and this is worked square. It's a more elegant looking shot from Stokes. It'll yield the same result. Rushing across those used pitches, and as he advanced once again, this time just opening the face and pushing that ball all along the ground to the boundary. 50 for 4.
Yep. Again, not allowing the ball to swing. He's again jumping into position, and that's a more cultured stroke, isn't it? That's not just a swing at it. So he's seen a little bit of movement start, and he's opened the face of the bat, and that's why it's gone square. And in New Zealand just have to just settle down here. Don't be too upset by it. Keep sticking with their plans. And I mean, Stokes is a dangerous player. He could take this away from New Zealand.
Bolt in, very full, swinging in towards leg stump, and this is nicely pushed into the onside by Stokes, who is now on 18 from 11 as England move to 51 for 4. So Bairstow will face Bolt, who is looking dangerous with every ball.
The main thing really, yes, that was more for an LBW, wasn't it? He started that more leg side to take the offside out of play and look for one that's either into the stumps or into the pads more likely, especially if Stokes had tried to play it squarer on the onside. You run the risk of missing the ball. So not quite the swing we've seen, the snap that you get with the swinging ball. and that we've seen so far in the innings. We're into the 11th over. Now to Bairstow.
Bairstow on 12, waits for Bolt, who's in now to bowl. Oh, gets lucky, bottom edge, flies past the keeper and down to the boundary. Could so easily have gone onto the stumps. And a wry smile from Kane Williamson, who knows that it wasn't far away from a fifth. 11 overs gone, 55 for 4.
Sports fans know there's nothing like the thrill of live sport. And here in New Zealand, when you want to get the best access to the best sporting events, talk to Ballpark Entertainment.
All Blacks, horse racing, cricket, basketball, Super Rugby, NRL and more.
Hospitality packages, corporate suites, ticketing and money can't buy experiences.
At Ballpark Entertainment, we make memories.
Search Ballpark Entertainment at senzradio.nz.
Drinks are being taken down below us. 55 for 4 is the score with 11 overs having been bowled in this England innings. What have you missed? Well, as we head towards midnight in New Zealand, it might just be time to pour yourselves another glass of something, make another hot drink, because they have been rattling along with the ball. And Trent Boult has been leading that charge. Alex Lees bowled for 4. Ollie Pope bowled for 5. Zach Crawley bowled for 6. All by Boult. And then Joe Root, the prize wicket, caught behind off the bowling of Tim Southey for just 5. Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes are offering something of a counter-attack, but it has been outstanding from this opening pair with the new ball for New Zealand, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, we haven't seen the ball swing quite so much in this match. A little bit of swing from the English bowlers, some from Broad, a little bit from Potts, and also a way swing from Overton, but really not the sort of late swing, I think, that we've seen from Boult in particular. I mean, even Southey hasn't got it. He's got it to go more from the arm and from the hand than Boult has, and yeah, it's been really nice to see, I think, some opening bowlers just in control with skill and movement that has put some batsmen in great difficulties with balance, with how they're going to play it, to leave it or not, to play forward solidly and hold the line if it goes and beats you. Just good old skills. And they've been leaving gaps in between bat and pad, and certainly Boult has been able to expose that a little bit. He's just a top player, isn't he, when the things are going well for him?
How many of these dismissals are batsman error?
Well, they're all batsman error in that they've left a gap in between bat and pad, but you'd have to say that the bowler's got something to do with that.
Yeah, I more mean how many will be sitting in their dressing room having to go through it and think, I've really made a huge error there.
I don't think they're huge errors. I think they're just, there's enough pace and the ball, of course, moving late, that you don't get a lot of time to make that judgment of, am I going to play an attacking shot? Am I going to let it go? Am I going to play, and that's where you get mixed up. That's the skill of the bowler. Is it going to go across you? Is it going to come back into you? Which has been around for years, hasn't it, really, with left-arm bowlers. But there have been lots of left-arm bowlers who haven't got the skill of someone like Boult. So he was just, for about 5 overs there, he was at the top of his game, wasn't it? We all knew what was on, and suddenly there it was in front of our eyes. So that was the fun part of it. And these are quality batsmen, some of them. I mean, well, quality batsman Joe Root. I mean, he's probably at the top of the tree at the moment in the world.
And here comes Neil Wagner.
Well,
something different for England to contend with.
Yeah, a new phase. Wagner will certainly be very keen, because he hasn't had a match so far, and he perhaps privately has felt that he should have had a game already in this tour. So he's been waiting, he's been running in at training hard, trying to show all the selectors that he's still able to bowl a ball, still able to get the length right. I don't know how much he's been training and to use the short pitched ball, but it looks to me as if they're going to start in a rather orthodox way at the moment, with 2 slips in the gully and 2 in the covers and 1 at backward point. So it looks as if he's just going to bowl a normal kind of line here.
Stokes is on strike. And he comes forward, a wild yahoo that misses the bat, goes through to the gloves of Blundell, and there's a little look and a smile from Wagner.
Well, that's, if you get an edge to that, you actually look a bit silly, don't you? And it's sort of as if you've really just given your wicket away. And some of the shots that we've seen, you sit down and you think, gee, I sold myself short there. But this is his style. He wants to embrace it.
Wagner into bowl to Stokes, who comes forward again. It's in the air. Fielder waits. Takes the easiest catch at mid-off. It's Kane Williamson, and Wagner strikes with his second ball. The England captain goes. Ben Stokes has come out being positive. But when your team is 4 down early, and it reads Stokes 18 from 13, there'll be question marks as to the attitude and approach of the England captain. 55 for 5.
Yeah, well, Wagner has got it just to not move too much. But as Ben Stokes just opening the face of the bat slightly means he hasn't hit the meat of the bat. The ball wasn't quite there. He didn't follow through with it, did he, as we've seen so far? It's more of just a sort of a checked drive, if you like. But Stokes goes, and he's found Williamson at mid-off, a wideish mid-off, who got down low and made sure of the catch. So New Zealand will be very pleased to see the back of Stokes, because he can be a very dangerous player and can take the game away from you very quickly indeed. So 55 and half the English side out now, not even at the 12th over. So we're actually seeing initially some very good swing bowling, particularly from Bolt. Southey managed to get one that just wasn't close enough to just hold its line and get a thin edge to Root, which was a key wicket, through to the keeper. And now Stokes just mishitting a big drive and finding mid-off. So, yeah, I don't know really what to say other than England are being just put to the sword so far. We'll just wait and see what happens, but so far with movement.
But that's a massively injudicious way to play, given the circumstances.
Well, that's the risk you run.
But it's a huge risk.
Yes, that's right. And that's what they're embracing. And I think England and the fans, it's got quite quiet round Headingley at the moment. And that's because that's how it will look. And they're going to have to get used to that. If England are going to embrace the style that they play, they're going to have bad days. You can't. Otherwise, look, how long's the game been going? How long has cricket been played? Otherwise, every team would play this way. They don't, because they don't want to be in these situations. They don't want to be going up and down and up and down all the time. England hope that they'll get better.
Folkes is the new man as Wagner comes in and bowls, and that's a more traditional approach from Folkes, who just drops that ball into the offside. England are like that sort of, we've all got a relative who's a bit unusual. You never quite know what you're going to get.
Well, speak for your own family. That's right.
I've got several, but
I must say, yeah,
if you don't know who it is, Jeremy, that might be worrying.
No, exactly.
but you just don't know what you're going to get. And the England are like that. They show up and you've got absolutely no idea how it's going to go out and how it's going to be behaving, and it's just watching England is just a roller coaster. You just don't know what you're going to get. Here comes Wagner into bowl to Folkes, who leaves that alone outside the off stump. England trail by 274. They're 55 for 5.
Yeah. I think probably from Folkes, would you expect, seeing you know the family a bit better, would you expect a more conservative, let's call it, it's not nice to say conservative, but I mean, you know what I mean.
I know it.
Orthodox way.
If we're going to continue the analogy, Folkes is more sitting in an armchair doing a crossword than he is lighting the flaming sambucas.
Okay, well that's good. I like that.
In comes Wagner, bowling to Folkes. Big appeal for LBW. Given! It's another. Kettleborough said yes. Folkes reviews immediately. Wagner striking the pads. New Zealand striking gold.
Well, the two England players going together to chat whether they're going to review or not. They may as well, really, mightn't they? I suppose they have. Did you see the review? I suppose it has been reviewed. Did he get an edge? Let's have a look. It's just come back in slightly to Folkes. No edge. Hitting him on the, perhaps it's height, is it? Just hitting the knee roll, but I think it's straight enough, certainly. It's just a question of a height. It looks as if it's hitting just on the knee roll, isn't it? Question of height, really. That's the only thing. Certainly no bat involved at all. Looking to play it.
Here we go.
The legs got in front of the pad. He can't play across and get access to it.
3 red lights.
It's out.
England lose another, and on a ground where they were 68 all out against Australia 3 years ago and required one of cricketing's more remarkable innings to save themselves. They again find themselves in brutal peril. 3 balls faced, no runs scored. Ben Folkes back to the pavilion, and a murmur around this ground of discontent because New Zealand, having been bowled out earlier on in the day for 329, have England at 55 for 6.
Well, it was an issue really of Folkes playing across the front pad. Just a little hint of movement back in from Wagner. No, but not much. Just getting the leg in the wrong position, placing it there too early, not waiting to see the movement and then play the bat at the ball. Couldn't get the access to the bat, tried to bring it around, but at that stage it had thudded into that front pad in front of the stumps.
Just another normal day of England cricket. 55 for 6 in the 12th over.
I quite like Sam Booker anyway.
All right, so here comes Jamie Overton on test debut. We may as well have a change in the summariser chair as well. Jeremy, you enjoyed that. He's going to go for a lie down. We'll hear from the great man in the final stanza. Daniel Norcross joining me. Phil Walker will join him in a moment too. Last ball of this successful over. 2 wickets in it. Wagner's first to the crease. Bowls to Overton, who gets shout for lead before again. Wagner desperate in his appeal. He's convinced. Umpire Kettleborough's not. They go through the process. Kane Williamson has 10 seconds to decide, and he's done it. He's gone upstairs. He's gone upstairs. Wow. Is it going to be 3 wickets in Wagner's first over?
This looked quite close from behind the shape of Overton, but I guess where did it pitch? We're going to see on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Here's the first replay. So it'll pitch in line. That won't be the issue, but I sense that's going to be missing the leg stump and hitting too high. Wagner,
yeah.
I understand why he's enthusiastic, given that he's got 2 for none after 5 balls. Watching it here, pitching outside leg, they lose their review. That's a bad one, but they can be forgiven. The end of the most extraordinary over here at Headingley. Richard Kettleborough has his decision confirmed. We'll take a break. We'll just calm down for 30 seconds. SENZ Test Cricket for Razim, the paint the professionals use.
Split your payment into 4 interest-free instalments with PayPal Pay in 4. Buy now and pay later with no late fees with PayPal Pay in 4, where you see the PayPal button. Terms, eligibility and exclusions apply. See paypal.com.au for more info. Go all out. Go all outlet. Harbour Town Premium Outlets. Shop amazing outlet brands including the relocated Cotton On Mega and Cotton On Kids next door to TK Maxx. And Harbour Town's brand new undercover nature playground is the perfect place for kids while you enjoy a coffee at Gloria Jeans or Chibo. With free parking and dedicated stroller spots, shopping's a breeze. Check out harbourtown.com.au to discover our amazing range of brands. Go all out. Go all outlet. Harbour Town Premium Outlets.
75 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. They've been batting for 12 overs.
Well, do you know, there are very few occasions in which people would enforce a follow-on, but they're getting this ball to swing really prodigiously. They might just fancy another dart.
Phil Walker's joining us as well. There's 2 out for the short ball, 2 slips in a gully. Bolt away from us, bowls to Bairstow on 16, who defends back down the pitch. Phil, I wonder how Bairstow will deal with this, knowing that he's batting with Overton, who's more than capable with that in hand, but he might take the view that, well, let's just keep going.
Well, I mean, he's already chanced his arm a couple of times.
Yeah.
He, slashed one past his own off stump and past the left hand of the keeper. He's played missed a couple of times, one over the slips, and he's crashed a couple through the cover. That's essentially how he does it. 16 not out, 4-4, thanks very much.
So he faced 10 balls. Here's Bolt. Delivers to Bairstow outside the off stump, carving away to the deep point. Gets a single, moves to 17, 56 for 6. Your assessment of the captain's innings?
Method in the madness, bad shot in the moment. He should have just kept his shape a little bit more. I think he got a little bit over-ambitious, I suppose, but I could understand what the thinking was within reason, and look, he's done it before. He's done it before. I get the furore around all of this, and I get that we feel like we've been here before, but this is not Bazball and that awful phrase. This is not that. This is one of the great opening spells you've ever seen in your life. And Lees, Pope, Crawley all completely undone, trying their best to keep it out, and technically not up to it in the face of an outstanding all-timer.
Bolt delivers here, short ball taken on by Overton, gets his first run in Test cricket down to fine leg, hooking down to Neil Wagner, 57 for 6.
I think only three men in the history of Test cricket have got 3 people bowled inside the first 8 overs of an innings.
That is a stat and a half.
George Lohman and Jack Saunders. The last time, 1902, at the Oval in Jessop's match. So, you know, what we're seeing is a great bowling from Bolt. I absolutely do not deny that. But I'd say, of those 3 bowls, Lees, I don't think he's ever hitting that. It was a great bit of bowling.
But
Crawley and
nor is Neil Harvey in his pomp.
It's
a true
great. Bolt to the crease, delivers here to Bairstow, who works it just behind the square leg umpire for a single. He's 18, 59 for 6. I suppose the one criticism Macca had of Lees was that his foot wasn't in the same postcode, but I mean, it was effectively a leg break. It moved that much off the pitch.
But there's a distinction between attitude and gung-ho and technical deficiencies.
And Pope and Crawley both displayed those technical deficiencies.
Indeed.
You see where their bat ends up.
For sure.
It's so far away from their planted foot.
But this wasn't because they've been swept away.
No, it's because they don't have a good defensive technique against the swinging ball.
To survive at this level. I mean, poor old Zach Crawley was nowhere near it, was he?
No. I mean, just watch Daryl Mitchell defend it.
Bolt has 3 for 33 bowling here to Bairstow, who defends. Make that Overton rather to mid-off where the captain Williamson does the fielding, no run.
That, by the way, is the way to play it.
That was exactly the way to play it. And I'm not sure that Bairstow, I was quite surprised that it's a great opening spell, but when Bolt had an over at Bairstow, this is a guy who averages 5 against the straight ball from seamers. And he gave him 2 long half volleys and a couple of wide ones and a couple of shorter ones. That over notwithstanding.
Bolt to Overton, last ball of his over. Delivers here, Overton driving out through extra cover. That should make it to the rope, and it does. Nice shot, Jamie Overton, to complete the 13th over. Just 13 overs gone, England 62 for 6.
It breaks my heart to know that there are kids out there who, through no fault of their own, can't always be with their birth family. I mean, I became a foster carer because I wanted to do something to help. Really good. It's so fulfilling to be a part of a child's life and give them a safe and caring home. Yeah, I only wish I'd done it sooner.
From respite and weekend care to long-term support, you can make a lifelong difference to a child through foster care. Contact Anglicare SA today to find out more. Together, we change lives.
Singing here at Headingley. But it's the New Zealand fans who are cock-a-hoop. Neil Wagner, 2 for none in his first over of the series. The world's number 9 bowler. Couldn't get a game at Lords or Trent Bridge.
Where was he?
Sub-fielding a lot of the time.
By the way, today is the 250th anniversary of the very first class match. Played at Broad Halfpenny Down in Hambledon. And I fancy that if they were watched the way England have approached this innings, they would be completely baffled.
It's Neil Wagner, football stand end, up the hill towards us, towards Bairstow, who plays away from his body. They could have easily collected a feather on the way through to Blundell.
The other part of this is that, that it hasn't been as easy to bat because the ball has been swinging and moving, and if you bowl it full, it causes problems, even to good batters, which makes you wonder more and more what on earth England did this morning when they started with Jamie Overton banging the ball in halfway down.
That is a classic from Bairstow, by the way. He's played and missed at one, bad shot, and immediately charges down the pitch to say something is in his eye line.
Oh, yeah. It's always someone else's fault.
With the biggest sight screen I've just about ever seen in England, compared to what you see at Trent Bridge and Lords, where they're half the size, and somehow, and he's still going on about it. Who could he possibly be pointing at? Is it the security steward?
Well, he's had to move all the way over to the next door pitch to be able to locate the person that's annoying him.
I think it's the steward wearing a yellow vest, a long way from the bowler's arm. Anyway, Wagner again, here bowling to Bairstow, who pushes down towards mid-off, no run.
Yes, it's a bit confusing, isn't it? I can't see anything. I think if he just focused on the ball...
he needs to pick a fight, though, doesn't he, Johnny?
He does need to pick a fight.
Yeah, that's just the way he gets himself going.
To think that Wagner was surplus to requirements for the first two test matches. Great response.
Yeah.
When he very clearly wasn't surplus to requirements.
Yes.
But he was left out.
He was crucial to that win 12 months to the day ago, Southampton against India, to win the World Test Championship. They've looked a different team over the last fortnight, but they're fired up today. Excellent 100 from Daryl Mitchell, third of the series. And we spotted the stat online, didn't we, Phil, about just how good Bolt has been as Wagner gets to the crease, delivers, Bairstow leaves alone.
Yeah, I have it right here, Adam, actually. It's from CricViz, the analyst firm, if you like, that's got its teeth absolutely into international cricket these days, and it's just trying to contextualise Trent Bolt's brilliance this afternoon. He's obviously bowled it fuller than at any other test match, by the way, by a good yard as well, fuller than he was at Lords, where he was maybe a little bit undercooked. By the expected average of this spell, according to the balls he's bowled, is just 9.4. 9.4 expected average.
Wagner delivers to Bairstow, who tries to cut, doesn't get all of it, does get it to deep point for a single. He's 19, 63 for 6.
So in real terms, what that means is if things were to go your way on an average basis, i.e. the number of threatening deliveries that you've bowled, the number of booming in-swingers that you've bowled, if you were to extrapolate those great deliveries out across a career, then you'd end up with an average of 9.4.
A Loman-esque average.
Further, Dan, no opening spell in England since CricViz's records began in the early part of the century, 2003 or 4, I think it was. No opening spell in England since records began. Sorry, in 2006, in fact, has there been a more threatening opening spell.
Really?
Yeah. So that puts it into context, really, what we've seen this afternoon.
So now Jamie Overton is worried about what's going on level 2, about 5 metres above the sight screen. He's backing away now. It looks like there's an open door. Now, to put it in perspective, this door is a good 10 metres above the end of the gigantic sight screen. I know that Jamie Overton's a tall man.
It's above and to the left.
Very odd. Here's Wagner, passes umpire Kettleborough, left arm over, bowls to Overton, who drives and doesn't beat the man at cover point. That's Bracewell, no run. Nice shot, though.
So... This is the most threatening opening spell since ball-by-ball tracking in 2006.
According to CricViz, no opening spell in England since records began in 2006 has been more threatening than that spell that we saw.
Wow.
Well, it's felt it, but it makes it all the more imperative that you try and dig in through it.
Wagner bowls and Overton struck on the pad. Big shout. Umpire Kettleborough turns it down again. On this occasion, though, Wagner doesn't plead his case to Kane Williamson. He's happy to accept the decision. The end of the 14th over on SENZ Test Cricket for regime the paint the professionals use. England 63 for 6.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
A walk is an amazing thing. All it really involves is putting one foot in front of the other. But spend a little time doing it and you'll make a big difference to the way you feel. If you can find just 10 minutes a day, that's less than the time it takes to play Bohemian Rhapsody twice. You'll end up in a better place, even if you only go around the block. A walk can work wonders. So start with 10 minutes today.
A message from the Government of South Australia.
Play screen between overs, Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, so we saw that the ball was looking pretty straight, but I think it might have pitched just outside the leg stump, and that was the indicator that Blundell was giving to the captain and to the bowler.
Bolt starts his 8th over, delivering here to Bairstow on 19 and driving straight to the man at short cover. No single there. The Vice-Captain Latham does the fielding. Daniel Norcross makes way to go to the other place. Got Phil Walker with me. I'm Adam Collins, and yeah, watching back that final delivery, I'll tell you what, that weren't a bad shout. We're going to watch it back on the technology, and it was out. Had they reviewed, that was out.
Yep.
It would have been 63 for 7. Here's Bolt delivering to Bairstow, who works a single into the onside. He reaches 20 from his 18th delivery. 64 for 6.
Sorry, Adam. Yeah, he's played that quite nicely there, Bairstow. He's waited for it and he's adjusted with the movement. And it brings into stark focus England's top order travails. All of them, they plant their foot and they go searching for it, trying to sniff it out somewhere. It's not how you play top order batting. There's a chap on our screen, Sir Geoffrey, who knows a wee bit about that. He's shaking his head. He's apoplectic, is the boy. He's furious.
Sticker rhubarb and all the rest of it, right?
Yeah, as well you would be as well.
Bolt 3 slips still, delivers here. Overton gets behind it and pushes out to mid-wicket. 1 or 2 men in close on the onside. He's on 5. Of course, you can text in if you're still listening in New Zealand, and why wouldn't you be? 8833 for a $50 voucher from the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. Check out the Fox Auckland's #1 sports bar or any of their other 10 venues. If you're in New Zealand, 8833. If you're tracking the carnage, tell us all about it. Your name and where you're listening on SENZ Test Cricket. That catchy mid-wicket takes a couple of steps forward. Bolt bowls and tries to York Overton, but he's equal to it, squeezing it out towards point. No run.
Yeah, every ball is an event with Trent Bolt. It's what makes him so compelling. And I love the way that they're in this. He saves all his histrionics for when he bats, doesn't he? In that kind of slight sort of circus-like fashion. But when he bowls, he's not a bully. He's not a show-off. He's not creating theatre. He's just an artist.
Here comes the artist. Left arm over. Bowls to Overton, playing from the crease. Quickish single. Had it been collected and thrown down by Devon Conway in there, it might have been interesting not to be. Overton down the other end. He's 65 for 6 the score. 1 ball left in the 15th over.
I don't want to give away too many trade secrets, folks, but there is sometimes that wonder, maybe when you're listening in on radio, that, you know, how Garland is ex-pros, they're going through the motions a little bit, or they might be slightly jaded by yet another test match. Well, just let me tell you that when Ben Stokes holed out, Mr. Jeremy Coney was sitting in this chair, and he went, with the fist pump, and it came out.
I nearly
wagged his finger right at me.
I nearly got a photograph of him for the previous wicket when he started thumping the table. Nearly, he was all about it, Jeremy.
Yeah. Have no fear, folks. People live and breathe this stuff.
Last ball of Bolt's 8th over. Sends it down here. Short ball. Bairstow takes it on. Down towards deep backward square. Finds the gap. 4 runs. Not a lot of room to work with there. But he loves it on the back foot, Bairstow, as we saw last week. 69 for 6 at the end of the over. He's 24 from 19 balls. Overton on 6. And SENZ Test Cricket, of course, is for Resine, made in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
Looking at Neil Wagner's pitch map already, he's actually pitching it up, and we think of him as the short ball merchant. Well, at home, 50% of his balls are short, according to the CricViz data. In England, 22%. We're seeing that on Sky now as well. He isn't a one-trick pony. He knows how to bowl in England.
Absolutely, yeah. He's perennially underestimated, Neil Wagner. He's a classy cricketer. He's done it all around the world, as you rightly point out. Baffling that he didn't play earlier in the series. He's got a decent pitch to work with now. But again, it's a message for England there. They are dramatically different percentages.
Yeah.
And England have reverted to the other way. They use their medium fast and trying to bang it in.
Here is Wagner up the hill. Already got 2 wickets. Bowls to Overton. Nearly chops on. Ever so close to the off stump. Just about makes the rope. In the end, it's cut off by Bolt, who does some dancing on the line to keep his boots away from the sponge. Big smile there from Bolt as well, as he might, given the way he's bowled today. 71 for 6. Overton moves to 8 with a couple. But yes, Wagner's got 46 wickets in England at about 28. I mean, it's not as though... And if he just banged it in halfway all day, every day over here, it would not work.
For sure, yeah. I have seen him do that in county cricket, incidentally, on a quick one at Colchester in Essex, when he was playing for Essex. And he was lethal that day.
Wagner delivers to Overton, who drives nicely through the covers. That's his best shot so far. The boundary moves him to 12 from 11 balls. Only the 16th over. 15.2 overs gone at 75 for 6. That's a one-day run rate. The problem is they've lost 6 wickets.
It's been a marvellous day's cricket.
Yes.
I don't know too much about the quality overall here and there, but in terms of that kind of propulsion in the game, it's been great to watch. Kamikaze element to it, no doubt.
Wagner, he's got 246 test wickets. What a cricketer he's been. The number 9 bowler in the world, according to the ICC.
How many was that? Sorry, 146?
He's taken 246 test wickets, Wagner.
Yeah.
Amazing. Wagner here, bowls to Overton. Driving again, doesn't beat mid-off. They're looking to score as often as they can. That was down at 123 kilometres an hour, so maybe pace off, fingers down the seam, something like that. The deficit's 254.
Yeah, so what can England do from here? What can they retrieve in this game, do you think?
Yeah, it's a good question, isn't it? We're seeing another graphic thanks to Sky. Wagner is swinging at more than Southey or Bolt. So a lot made of what Bolt did from the Kirkstall Lane end, but it's Wagner who's generating the genuine swing so far. 1.5 degrees, if you're wondering. Gets to the crease to Overton on 12, who drives again. This time he sneaks it past Bracewell, gets a hand on it, takes off some pace. With the single, he's 13. 76 for 6 the score. I wonder whether they'll just keep bowling Bolt, whether they're sort of just going to acknowledge the fact that he's got the hot hand. If you get rid of Overton, remember that inexperienced Matty Potts and then 2 number 11s in Anderson and Leach.
Yeah, I mean, you'd give him 1 or 2 more for sure. Yeah. You'd have to.
Bairstow will be mindful of that, so you'd think. To finish, 2 balls left in the over. So a deep square and a fine leg and a deep backward point. 2 slips in the cordon. Wagner, he's got 2 for 8. Bowling to Bairstow here. Bairstow cuts out towards the deep point, but just in front of square. More out to cover. So they get 3 for 2. He's 26 from 20 balls. 78 for 6.
Yeah, and he's done it quite well here, Bairstow. I think the policy makes sense. I think this is how he does it anyway. He's ridden his luck a wee bit. He's ridden his luck through the series, actually, but then he's earned it because there's a bit of devil in there. And there's obviously immense ability as well. And he's... If he just tries to stick in, then England are going to go nowhere slowly. As it is, they may well go nowhere fast.
Yes, we saw England in all their troubles last year. They were bowled out in a session a number of times. They'll probably avoid that from here. Wagner, final ball of his 3rd over. Bowls to Bairstow, inside part of the bat down towards mid-on. Not the most convincing stroke. End of the over. He's 26, Overton's 13. The deficit's 251 with England. 78 for 6. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Nikesh Shrigani taking you through to 2.
Split your payment into 4 interest-free instalments with PayPal Pay in 4. Buy now and pay later with no late fees with PayPal Pay in 4, where you see the PayPal button. Terms, eligibility and exclusions apply. See paypal.com.au for more info.
SENZ Test Cricket for Resine, the paint the professionals use. Back here then with England, 78 for 6. Tim Southey coming on from the Kirkstall Lane end. 1 for 24 so far from his 5 overs. In he comes, and it's just defended by Overton to short extra cover. And there is no run. Nikesh Shrigani alongside Phil Walker. 15 minutes until the tea interval here at Headingley. And pure madness, it's fair to say, in this last session or so. It's been 100 miles an hour at least.
Yeah, look, this England cricket team is incapable of playing dull cricket. Sometimes rather a few people out there in the bleachers would like them to play some dull cricket, but it's not in their makeup. It's not in their technical capacity either, in truth.
Southey into Overton once more. He drives only as far as mid-off for no run. I mean, specifically in this part of the world as well, the old Yorkshire way of digging in and all those phrases we use over the years. You mentioned Geoffrey Boycott on the screen, and various others will be turning in their graves as well, seeing the way this England side play. But they've kind of put it out there. This is what we're going to do. This is the brand of cricket we want to play, and some days it's going to bite you on the backside, isn't it? As we are seeing here today, 78 for 6. Overton faces up again to Southey, just flicks it to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. I mean, there's a difference though, isn't there? When the white ball reset happened with England in 2015, there were times like this where occasionally they'd get rolled over just trying to play that attacking brand of cricket. It's a different game though, Test cricket.
It is, but if we actually go through it forensically, Alex Lees has been caught in the crease trying to block it. Pope and Crawley have had their technical deficiencies belied or betrayed, if you like, but it's not because of an attitude.
Southey in again. This is full. Is a play and a miss, is it? No, it's a feather through to the keeper. Mariah Rasmus gives it out. Overton goes straight upstairs with the review. Thinks he may have hit the ground. It may have been a back creak. Some other noise he is suggesting, and the fact he's gone straight upstairs for this one suggests that he doesn't think he's hit it, and that is usually a sign of what's to come. At the moment, the scorecard reading 78 for 7. Let's have a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay. Talk us through it, Phil.
Well, I think bat on the ground can be the only way out of this. Yeah, there is a mark on the ground from the bottom of his bat. So
puff of dust
coming up, so it could well be that. Of course, it could be both. But it would be in keeping timing-wise as well. Here it comes.
The ultra edge just coming up.
The ultra edge is showing nothing on the bat, so he will survive this one.
There we go.
He was pretty confident it was seen.
In fact, the puff of dust wasn't from the toe end of the bat hitting the ground, because that is a long way away as well. It's probably just from the pitch of the ball. And there is clear daylight between bat and ball. No spike on the ultra edge. Nope. Overton survives. England still 78 for 6.
Yeah, so just briefly to go back to that point, England are going to get absolutely nailed in the press, right? Tomorrow morning, folk are going to wake up in the UK to the predictable headlines. They've read them all before. But if you actually analyse it, there are clear technical deficiencies, but this is not an expression of an attitude, a wayward, skew-whiff attitude that's resulted in Pope, Lees and Crawley be unable to keep out 3 absolute jaffers. You know, they're 3 very, very good balls.
Southey in again, and this time he's wrapped on the pads, is Overton. Big shout for LBW. Given not out. Southey suggests he might want to go upstairs, but I don't think they will. But maybe heading down the leg side, a bit high as well. They get through for a leg bye.
Joe Root, best player in the world in this format of the game, nicks off. We can't question his approach. It was only Stokes, but then Stokes is unique. Stokes is an outlier. Stokes does things that nobody else conceives of, and has become one of the most garlanded cricketers in the world on the back of it. So if ever a player has earned the right to behave peculiarly, then it's Ben Stokes. There's also, if you scrape away, there is some method in the madness. Because if he poked around, he'd have probably nicked off anyway.
Final ball of the over. Southey is in, and this time Bairstow defends to mid-on. And there is no run. End of another over. 17 gone in this England first innings. They are 79 for 6.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
Dell Technologies and Windows 11 Pro provide innovators with the tools to succeed. To do more with a Latitude laptop, Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. For advice and expertise, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 1-800-880-855.
Test cricket for Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. Back with us here at Headingley as England move on to 79 for 6. Neil Wagner to continue. From the far end, the rugby standard, Nikesh Ragani alongside Phil Walker in this run-up to the tea interval. Some more issues going on just above the sight screen, way above the sight screen, in fact. A whole tier above the giant sight screen has been resolved, though. In comes Wagner to Overton. It's full, it's flicked around the corner. Fine. And they'll get through for a single. Is that going to be a leg by? It is. It just flicked off the pad of Overton. 80 for 6. Back to that point on Ben Stokes. Yeah, he's earned the right. I mean, his heroics on this ground alone probably give him that right in 2019, but he's done some amazing things, and I suppose you are allowed that one player in your side who can produce such magical moments, miracles almost, and the Indians to a slightly lesser extent have got Rishabh Pant, who's performed heroics down in Australia, playing that brand of cricket, and they are special cricketers as Wagner comes in. It's wide, it's driven by Bairstow, square out towards deep point. Just a single.
I just think we have to be a wee bit careful in associating this top order collapse with this being a reflection of this new expansive approach that they are trying to engender throughout the team. I think the technical problems have been laid bare yet again, but they are problems that go way deeper than issues of attitude and approach.
Wagner into Overton. It's short. He looks to pull that one away and misses it. Whizzes past the outside edge of the bat, way wide of the off stump actually. Probably too much of an offside delivery to be looking to play that shot to, but he survives.
Just a brief word again on Neil Wagner. Colo and I touched on it just now, but his numbers really do bear more scrutiny than they often get given. 246 wickets now, at an average lower than Southey and lower than Bolt. He doesn't bowl with the new ball, and he's often dropped.
In comes Wagner once again. It's full, it's driven out towards extra cover, shy at the stumps, and they get through for a quick single. The throw missing the stumps at the non-striker's end. Overton safely home in any case, I would have thought. Yeah, brilliant stats, average of 26.3 to just the 59 test matches as well for that 246 wickets, so
to put that in
really
context,
good strike rate.
Sorry, Nick, to put that in context, Joel Garner has one of the all-time great records, and he took 250 wickets from 52 test matches, I think it was. So to just put that in context.
In comes Wagner once more to Bairstow this time. It's driven and well fielded by Wagner in his follow-through.
Crowd catch, yep,
into the ground, and Wagner slapping the ground in disappointment, actually. Maybe he thought it was a chance as well. Certainly looked like a bump ball from where we were. But let's look at the Chemist Warehouse replay. Oh no, in fact, it wasn't a bump ball. It was a chance, a sharp chance, but a chance nonetheless. Diving away to his right was Wagner. Very difficult. They either stick or they don't, and it just sort of hit the bottom of his hand, not quite in the palm.
Just lost his balance as well on the follow-through, didn't he?
Indeed. In comes Wagner once more, and this is cut away, a sort of checked cut shot down towards deep point. Another single to Bairstow to end the over, so 18 gone in this England innings. They are 83 for 6.
Anyone at any time can become a carer to a family member or friend. If you help your elderly parent with day-to-day tasks, if you look after someone with a mental illness or chronic health issues, if you care for a child with learning or social support needs, or if you take a friend or partner to their regular medical appointments, you might be a carer. We're here for you. We're Carers SA, the lead carer gateway service provider in South Australia. Register now for free support services.
SENZ Test cricket for Resine, the paint the professionals use. Tim Southey to continue. Then he'll probably get another couple of overs before the tea interval here, as long as there are no delays. Southey in then to Bairstow. It's defended into the offside, and there is no run. It's always a dangerous thing about stats, though, isn't there? There's the old saying from Navjot Singh Sidhu, the former Indian opener and famous commentator as well, and he was here. He'd tell you, well, Phil, statistics are like miniskirts. What they reveal is interesting, but what they hide is crucial. Which is a fair point.
A man of his time, I would say. Yeah, completely. It's just that Wagner's numbers almost hide in plain sight, really. You know, those numbers are, on paper, superior to the big two.
In comes Southey again, and this time Bairstow works it out towards deep mid-wicket for a single. Just ambles through for the one. Yeah,
So
I mean,
sorry.
they've got probably their all-time greatest bowling attack at the moment, haven't they? In terms of squad depth and everything. If everyone's fit, absolutely outstanding. I mean, Southey and Bolt in their own right, well over 300 wickets apiece. Higher averages, as you say, but played a little bit more. I mean, there's a lot of different factors that come into it, but yeah, you're right. I mean, he's often labelled as a one-trick pony, just bangs it in short, just because he is so good at that when it requires that sort of bowling.
Doesn't begin to tell the story.
Yeah,
of him, especially in England.
Nice, Southey to continue into Overton this time. Again, finds that gap, huge gap, leg side out towards deep mid-wicket. Another ambled single.
So what do you think, Nick, that England can retrieve them from this situation? 2-4-4 behind, 4 wickets left. Matthew Potts in next.
A lot depends on Johnny Bairstow, you would think. 29 from 27. He's got to stick around there. He can't play as freely as he did at Trent Bridge in that second innings, or as freely as he sort of started this innings, really. Needs to bat time. Overton can certainly hold a bat, so can stick around with him for a while as well. And comes Southey again. It's full. It's just pushed to short extra cover, and there is no run. But I mean, they're a long way behind, aren't they? 244 runs. All of a sudden, with this sort of loss of all these early wickets, that New Zealand total of 329, which we felt was a little bit short of where they would have liked. Looks like a huge total, a very good first innings total given the situation of the game now. The current run rate from England, though, 4.59, so they're still going at a fair lick. But just the loss of the 6 wickets, so it's just what it is, really. A lot does depend on Bairstow. And comes Southey again, and this is defended to mid-on. And there is no run. I mean, the conditions look pretty good. The sun is out. There's plenty of blue sky. The pitch,
they are good,
is decent. I mean, it might take a bit of turn, but they haven't got a frontline spinner.
No, for sure. I mean, by rights, England shouldn't be in this situation, or indeed anywhere near it. Echoes of 2019, perhaps. Skittled first innings. Stokes somehow holds them at bay with the ball to set themselves, 360.
In comes Southey again, and this is worked fine by Bairstow behind screw on the leg side. Another single. End of the over. England 86 for 6.
Split your payment into 4 interest-free instalments with PayPal Pay in 4. Buy now and pay later with no late fees with PayPal Pay in 4, where you see the PayPal button. Terms, eligibility and exclusions apply. See paypal.com.au for more info.
Go all out. Go all outlet. Harbour Town Premium Outlets. Shop amazing outlet brands including the relocated Cotton On Mega and Cotton On Kids next door to TK Maxx. And Harbour Town's brand new undercover nature playground is the perfect place for kids while you enjoy a coffee at Gloria Jeans or Chibo. With free parking and dedicated stroller spots, shopping's a breeze. Check out harbourtown.com.au to discover our amazing range of brands. Go all out. Go all outlet. Harbour Town Premium Outlets.
Test cricket for Resine, the paint the professionals use. Last over then before the tea interval here on day 2 of this 3rd test. With England 86 for 6. It's going to be Neil Wagner from the rugby stand end. Johnny Bairstow on strike. In comes Wagner, delivers. It's on the hip of Bairstow. He just works it down towards fine leg for another gentle single. Nikesh Shrigani alongside Phil Walker here. We just got a shot of the Dickie Bird clock, which ticked over to 15:40 here, local time. He's got a clock. Has he got anything else at this ground?
No.
I mean, a clock's not the most prestigious thing. But Alex Stewart's got the gate, hasn't he, down at the Oval, your spiritual home. His dad, though, has got the pavilion.
Yeah, they've got it sewn up down there.
Yeah.
The Stewart dynasty.
In comes Wagner once again. This is full, and it's an inside edge from Overton. It goes down towards fine leg. Thickish inside edge. So not close enough to the stumps, really, to cause too much increase in the heart rate. 88 for 6, England.
Dickie's in the house, by the way.
He is.
Still here, still rolling along. Absolutely rapt by proceedings as ever.
Lovely man.
Yeah, for sure, one of the greats. Turned up for it to get his MBE at the Queen, turned about 6 hours early.
In comes Wagner again, and this is left alone outside the off stump, and there is no one. You just expect nothing less from Dickie Baird, would you? And they probably had to had the cleaners in and had to let him in through sort of special entrance or something like that. But, you know, well respected by all, really, all the teams around the world during his time. I remember his final series in 1996, which when India toured, and got a lot of hugs and appreciation from all the Indian players, led by Mohammad Azharuddin, who was captain then, and a lot of mutual respect all around the world for one of the greats of umpiring. In comes Wagner. This is a beautiful Yorker, and he digs it out somehow. Bairstow down towards fine leg. It was not quite off the inside edge, but it was sort of flicked. He was looking to flick it leg side. It was quite late on it.
I think it might have just come off the corner of the bottom of the bat. Yeah, it was, yeah. Just jabbed down on it, because otherwise he was gone. Beautifully bowled again by Wagner. Late swing.
A couple of balls remaining then before tea. England will be looking to safely negotiate. We saw what happened when there was a couple of balls left until lunch, and what Daryl Mitchell did. In comes Wagner, and this is again worked down to fine leg. I think that's off the pad of Overton. Yep, signalled as leg buys. 90 for 6. England still trailing by 239 runs here. Just one more delivery until this interval then.
Fascinating evening session coming up. You know, can England chip away and get it down to maybe halve the deficit, down to 120? You feel like you're just about in the game with a deficit of around 120, 130. And maybe bowl New Zealand out for 200, chase 300 and a bit. I mean, I'm clutching.
You really want to repeat a 2019, don't you? I mean, don't we all?
I'm clutching at straws, to say the least, but trying to figure out how this game could possibly play out.
Yeah, there's a fellow with a pint about a tier or so above the sight screen, but Johnny Bairstow not happy with that. Clearly in his vision, for some reason or another, way above where the sight screen is. But anyway, he's sat down. Wagner comes in. Bairstow flicks it towards square leg. Another single to finish off this session then. So 20 overs of this England innings are done and dusted. New Zealand certainly the happier of the two sides at the moment. England go into tea trailing by 238 runs. They are 91 for 6. Johnny Bairstow 32 from 33. Jamie Overton with 16 not out at the other end. A useful partnership between these two, worth 36. So very useful runs considering where England were. 55 for 6 at one stage. But just a quick word on the brilliant bowling from New Zealand early on through Bolt and Southey, and then Wagner getting in on the act as well.
Well, Wagner's been great. Southey got the big one, and Trent Bolt has been beyond magnificent. It's truly one of the great spells I've seen live, and the stats bear that up as well. If you're looking at threatening wicket-taking deliveries, this is literally one of the best spells that we've seen this century in English conditions. The Boffins have crunched the numbers. They've looked at the groupings of that opening spell, and it really is as good as that. There has never been a more threatening spell since data started to be collected in 2006.
Well, there you go. New Zealand on it from ball one, really, with the ball, with that swing, the pace of Bolt early on as well. And England finding themselves in a massive hole still. They are 91 for 6 at the tea interval. They trail New Zealand by 238 runs. We will be back with the final session of the day in around 15 minutes or so. Do join us then.
There's wider of the crease and Blundell, edging through the cordon, that's 4. It was with soft hands through about 5th slip, so never in danger of being caught. He rode the bounce pretty well, and in the process, Blundell brings up another half century. Rolls to Mitchell, edged and dropped by the wicketkeeper, folks. He dived across Joe Root. Runs in into Lees, delivers here on middle stump. Oh, and he's got through him. Over. He's knocked him over. Crawley down the ground, just shovels it past the umpire
Times it well enough. Bolt delivers and Pope struck on the... Bowled him again! Wow, goodness me! Off stump, out of the ground.
Bolton again. This is full and he's bowled him again. What a beauty that is to Zach Crawley. Delivers. He's beaten, or has he edged it? No, he's feathered one straight through to Blundell. Joe Root has gone. Southey gets his man. And he comes to Bairstow again, full and wide, and again driven through the covers for 4 runs.
Tim Southey, and comes forward, does he, Ben Stokes? Yes, he does. Meets it and smacks it over the boundary for 6. Wagner into bowl for Stokes, who comes forward again. It's in the air. Fielder waits. Takes the easiest catch at mid-off. It's Kane Williamson, and Wagner strikes with his second ball. The England captain goes. In comes Wagner, bowling to Folks. Big appeal for LBW. Given! It's another. Kettleborough said yes. Folks reviews immediately. Wagner striking the pads. New Zealand striking gold.
Wagner delivers to Overton, who drives nicely through the covers. That's his best shot so far.
And England finding themselves in a massive hole still. They are 91 for 6 at the tea interval. They trail New Zealand by 238 runs.
SENZ Test cricket for Razine, the Pates Kiwis Trust, and what an extraordinary couple of hours of Test cricket that was. It looked for a moment there that England were going to get bowled out inside a session. At one stage, they were 55 for 6 in the 12th over. They've recovered somewhat to 91 for 6 by the tea interval. Johnny Bairstow still there on 33 from 34 deliveries with 5 boundaries. He's there with Jamie Overton on Test debut, who's reached 16. Before then, it was all single digits. Alex Lees bowled by Bolt. Zach Crawley bowled by Bolt. Ollie Pope bowled by Bolt. 3 men all gone in the same fashion. Joe Root caught behind to Southey, and then Ben Stokes and Ben Folkes out in the first over that Neil Wagner bowled in the series. Stokes caught at mid-off and Folkes leg before wicket. They were lucky not to get Jamie Overton leg before wicket as well. They elected not to review one that was hitting middle stump halfway up. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to start the final session of this second day is Craig McMillian. Macca, have we recovered from that frenetic passage of play between lunch and tea?
It was a session of carnage, really, wasn't it? It had a bit of everything. It was no doubt entertaining for the listeners because there was plenty happening, plenty going on. And hasn't this game just been turned on its head where New Zealand, for a majority of it, have been behind the game and we felt England had been on top. But now, England 91 for 6, going at 4.55 per over, I beg you not, find themselves in some serious trouble being bowled out on day 2. So this next session, crucial. Bairstow's the key for England. And it was just the last 30 minutes or so, and it just felt like some normality to Test cricket had re-emerged back into this Test match.
Yeah, I think the 6th wicket fell just when all the networks joined us. So if you're in Victoria or South Australia or Tasmania or WA, welcome to you, in addition to the rest of Australia and, of course, across New Zealand. SENZ Test cricket is for Razine, the Pates Kiwis Trust. They're going to give Tim Southey the first opportunity after the tea interval from out Kirkstall Lane end.
It's been a good partnership this spring, hasn't it, in the context of what's been going on around things. But Overton, first bat in Test match cricket's looked pretty good.
Yeah, a couple of nice off drives, one through the covers.
Looks technically pretty sound, the partnership. What is it, 36 at the moment, so England need that to continue on.
So Bairstow after tea taking the first ball. 2 slips in a gully, 2 out for the short ball. Southey here delivers and Bairstow placed from the crease, crab-like. Nearly got squared up, pushed out towards cover, no single. Southey bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 27. He got the former captain Joe Root those first 4 wickets in no time at all. As a stat that Daniel Norcross brought back, you can take it back to TV afterwards as well. The first 3 wickets bowled inside 8 overs in a Test innings by the same bowler, so one bowler getting hot at the start. That hasn't happened since 1902.
That's a fair while ago, isn't it?
Trent Bolt was going okay. Here's Southey, away from us, delivers here, and playing and missing is Bairstow. Tentative from the crease.
Look, I think it's fair to say, Adam, that this is the fine line that England are going to tread under McCullum and Stokes over this period of time, playing this brand of cricket, this style. There's such a fine line between reckless and positive, and they're going to step on both sides of the line at times, and when they get it right, like at Trent Bridge, people are going to love it. It's going to be fascinating to watch. It's going to be entertaining. They're going to love it. When they don't get it right, like they haven't so far in this innings, Interesting.
Southey to Bairstow, who leaves alone. I suppose to be fair to England, the one batter that got out in that fashion was the captain, Stokes.
True.
And he made his mind up when he walked out there at 21 for 4 that, well, okay, we're in such a deep hole, it's going to take something special from me personally. And Bairstow went hard too, nearly chopped on from about his 5th ball. Yep. But other than that, it's just class bowling.
Well, the other wickets have been conventional.
Yeah, that's right.
Style, haven't they? So you're right. There's only really Ben Stokes' dismissal, which some would claim to be reckless.
Southey sets off on his familiar approach. Past umpire Erasmus, bowls here to Bairstow, who again is able to leave alone a ball well wide of the off stump.
So, yeah, it's one of those things that I think is, listening to people talk about the session in England and the way, it's a really fine line, because after the Trent Briggs, that second test match, everyone was just up in arms at the style and the tempo that England played at and how things went. You can't play like that all the time.
And I think that
it's too hard to play like that at this level.
And I think Brendan McCullum knows that too. He's talked about the idea that it's not going to work every single day. Bowling here is Southey to Bairstow again, leaving alone. That's a bit wider. But he trusts them to make those decisions. He's trying to put a lot of faith in the hands of the players themselves.
But it's also important not to box everyone into playing the same way, because everyone's got their own X factor.
Yeah.
Everyone bats differently, has got different strengths, different weaknesses. So they have to work that out for themselves and then find the game within that parameter. But, yeah,
we better get used to it.
Yeah.
It'll be uncomfortable watching at time for England fans, I'm sure. But New Zealand taking advantage today. Southey finishing his over. Bairstow square driving out behind point. Gets a single, retains to strike, the only run of the first over after tea. 92 for 6, Bairstow's up to 34. We'll go round the grounds, if you like, between overs. Australia are playing a one-day international at Colombo against Sri Lanka, the 5th and final 50-over game of their series. Sri Lanka were all out 160 earlier today, with Hazelwood, Kuhneman and Cummins all taking 2 wickets. Maxwell and Green 1 apiece. And they are 108 for 5, so they need 53 runs from 20 overs, with Alex Carey there on 27. Glenn Maxwell, new to the crease, 4 not out. Top scoring so far is Labuschagne on 31. So not the most clinical display with the bat, but most of the way to the finish line, and that would make it a 3-2 series loss for Australia ahead of the 2 test matches that start next week. I think Wednesday's the first test. We'll be out there on SENZ and SEN across Australia and New Zealand. Myself and Jeremy Coney from our team making the trip when this test ends. A team that includes Jeff Lemon, Russell Arnold, Andrew Fidel-Fernando, H.D. Ackerman, Bharat Sundaresan, all fired up and ready to go in Gaul as of next Wednesday. First over after tea is going to be bowled by Trent Boult. They've changed ends, Macca.
They have. Interesting. See if there's any swing.
Replacing Wagner, who picked up 2 wickets before. Bolt's got 3. In here to Bairstow. First ball defended from the leg stump down to mid-wicket, no run.
Again, different from what we saw yesterday with England. They opened up after the tea break with Jack Leach and Joe Root. New Zealand have gone back to their 2 best bowlers. They've got England in a spot of trouble at 92 for 6, and they've gone back to Southey and Boult because they are the 2 guns. They're not going to give England a chance to try and get out of this hole that they've dug for themselves.
Yeah, not like after tea yesterday when they got to face some gentle off-spin from Joe Root. Very different dynamic here now. Pass umpire Kettlebrook. Boult delivers, and pulling is Bairstow. Out behind square, there's a sweeper there, nicely cut off on the rope. Devon Conway keeps it to a couple, saves 2. So 2 men out for the short ball. In fact, they only get a single there. Really good fielding from Conway. Bairstow is 35, 93 for 6, England.
You do have to say, though, that the one big shift that I've seen in this England side that McCullum has brought in so far in this series has just been a mental shift in terms of the positivity to go out and play winning cricket. And we didn't see that in the series last year against New Zealand. It wasn't there. We didn't see it in that first test last year at Lords when they had the chance to chase. So McCullum has done that, and that is going to be a good and positive shift for this England side moving forward.
The 3rd catcher into the cordon with Overton on strike. So Mitchell, Nichols and Southey waiting alongside Blundell. Boult left arm over, bowls to Overton, who defends from the crease back down the pitch. Yeah, and you detect that talking to the England players, and they're not criticising Chris Silverwood, by the way. They're not going out to be vindictive, but they're just making that, I suppose, that broad point that they feel different now. The dressing room feels fundamentally as though it's changed.
And sometimes when you have a change of coach, that coach can be pretty much saying the same thing that the previous coach said.
Yeah.
But it's a different voice.
Suns back out here at Leeds. Bolt on the approach. Bowls to Overton, who defends competently. Nice front elbow, nice and high.
He looks pretty solid, Jamie Overton, I have to say, with the bat. I know Craig Overton's pretty useful as well.
Yeah, Jamie Overton and Craig Overton, they're both seen as, might be generous to call Jamie a bowling all-rounder, but you look at his sort of first-class numbers. He does average 21. He's got a century, 11 50s, so no mug, you would say.
Yeah.
At the level below.
He's coming at number 8 in this England lineup, isn't he? So
in ahead of Potts. Bolt delivers and Overton struck on the pad. Looks like it pitched outside leg, and that's the assessment of Richard Kettleborough as well. Trent Bolt takes a look over to Kane Williamson, but I don't think he's getting that reviewed.
I think this is close.
Well, you see, actually, it's Blundell who thinks it's close, and Williamson's asking whether he's hit it. 9 seconds to go. They've got 2 reviews up their sleeve, and they're going.
If he hasn't hit it, it's out.
The body language there, my sense was Bolt wasn't convinced himself, and then he walked down the pitch and looked very closely at Tom Blundell, and then Blundell looked at Williamson. That was the transaction.
It's only an inside edge, and I guess we'll get to see that rather quickly. If there's no inside edge, I think this is going to be good for New Zealand.
So watching it back, talk us through the first replay, Craig.
Just a hint of in-swing to the right-hander. Well, maybe it's missing leg stump. I tell you what, there's no inside edge. It might be umpire's call. It might be clipping leg stump.
You can see middle and off stump.
Correct.
When ball hits pad. So my sense is it's going to have to be doing something pretty special to be hitting flush.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Here we are watching it back. It pitches in line with middle. That movement back to the right-hander. A second red, but yes, missing the leg stump.
Not far away.
Yep, so New Zealand have lost 2 of their 3 available reviews.
Yeah.
Umpire Kettleborough is proved correct yet again.
Good decision.
Stays at 93 for 6.
It wasn't far away, was it?
Yeah.
And it's that shape. It's a tough one, but the keeper was certainly the one that kept the chat going.
Yeah.
As if he thought that it was worth a review. And that's what Overton's going to have to be careful with, playing around that front pad. He's a big, tall guy, so he doesn't bend that front knee when he comes forward. It's nice and straight, so he's got to make sure he gets that weight going forward.
He's also got to catch him mid-wicket for Overton. Bolt delivers here, last ball of the over, and that's where the ball ends up. Placed down towards Nichols in that mid-wicket region. 22 overs gone on SENZ Test cricket for Razine. The pace the Kiwis trust. 93 for 6 the score.
Tonight is Cross Lotto's $20 million Super Draw Saturday. It's the game that makes the most millionaires. Grab a Super Draw entry in-store, online at thelot.com or download the Lot app. Gamble responsibly. Chance of winning is 1 in 8.15 million.
Text in New Zealand 8833. Tell us your name, where you're listening to New Zealand's fantastic performance with the ball, and you go into the hat to win a $50 food and drink voucher thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. Check out the Fox, Auckland's #1 sports bar, or any of their other 10 venues. I tell you what, Macca, I've said that so many times, I can't wait to get to the Fox. When I'm back in New Zealand,
good spot.
I'll be there. Here's Southey, new over, bowling to Bairstow on 35. Leaves the first ball alone through the wicketkeeper's gloves.
I have to admit, Adam, I have been there a couple of times over the years, and yeah, you'd enjoy it. It's a good spot.
Got a number of texts in from those who are enjoying the collapse before. I'll try and read out a couple through the course of the over. One here from Mudgee in Havelock North. Heads should roll for the non-selection of Wagner in the first 2 Test matches. Proven today ridiculous. And his assessment is that it's cost New Zealand the series. Big call, but I love strong opinions. Here's Southey away from us. Bowls to Bairstow, who drives square for the second time in the session. This time to the right of extra cover, or the right of deep point, I should say, towards extra cover. Conway cuts it off. They get back for 2. He's 37. It's 95 for 6. Hello, Henry Moran, joining us.
Hello, Adam. Hello, Macca. I love that part of Auckland, down at Viaduct. The Fox is a spot, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. The Viaduct, yeah, that's where the
America's Cup boats
and there's that music Laneway Music Festival. I've been down there before.
Yeah. Plenty happening down there at Auckland Viaduct. What is it? Saturday morning.
Is now. Southey bowls and Bairstow again looking to drive. This time he finds the gap. That's a really nice shot. There was a short cover, but he went beyond his right hand and into the rope. And Ben Stokes loves it on the boundary on the Chemist Warehouse screen. Bairstow 41 from just 45 balls. England 99 for 6. They still trail by 230.
He's in good touch, is Johnny Bairstow. Just leant on this just eased it through the gap, and it wasn't a big gap, but the timing was so good. It just raced off that bat. It was a check drive that raced away for 4.
Got a message in here from Mount Maunganui, listening with the rain on the roof, listening to the descriptions of the awesome description of Trent Boult swinging the ball through the air, and wish I was there.
That's his hometown, Mount Maunganui, Trent Boult. That's where he's from.
Very nice.
That might have been from his dad, was it?
Well, there's no name attached. You can't give him the $50. Here's Southey. Vols to Bairstow. Struck on the pad, albeit off the inside edge. It spills out into the offside. Steph Pearce in Darfield, Canterbury. Exciting cricket. No sleep anytime soon. Don't go to bed. Not with New Zealand going this well. Marty and Dunedin, loving it. Come on, Black Caps. G'day from Tauranga, New Zealand, the home of Kiwi cricket and sporting greatness. Raining bats and dogs here. I haven't seen Trent coming through the airport lately. Thought he must have... I can't quite make out the end of that sentence, but I think his point is he loves Trent Boult. Why wouldn't you?
We all do at this stage.
Trevor Bloomfield, also Mount Maunganui. Bairstow facing and driving Southey again out towards deep point. Work for Conway to do. Gets there a couple of yards inside the rope. Conway's been a busy boy since tea. That brings up the England 100. 101 for 6. This partnership has been crucial after they came together at 55 for 6. Bairstow has 43 from 47. Overton down the other end on 16.
What I did like to see from England is, having come so close to scoring 500 off 50 overs in the one-day side, that they gave it a red-hot go to achieve it with the test team this afternoon.
It's almost like it's a competition between the two teams, isn't it?
We were there in Amsterdam between Test Henry. Southey bowls again here. Bairstow leaves alone over the top of the off stump. That was close as well. Didn't quite bounce as much as Bairstow thought it might. We'll come back to that Amsterdam point in a moment. England 101 for 6. Our coverage is for Rosine. The Pates Kiwis trust.
Go all out. Go all outlet. Harbour Town Premium Outlets. Shop amazing outlet brands including the relocated Cotton On Mega and Cotton On Kids next door to TK Maxx. And Harbour Town's brand new undercover nature playground is the perfect place for kids while you enjoy a coffee at Gloria Jeans or Chibo. With free parking and dedicated stroller spots, shopping's a breeze. Check out harbourtown.com.au to discover our amazing range of brands. Go all out. Go all outlet. Harbour Town Premium Outlets.
The off-season is open in Tasmania, open to mind-bending art, all-day truffle tastings, and discovering your newfound love of death metal. Get a little off this winter. Tasmania, come down for air.
In Auckland, listening at this early hour. I love lovely Trenty. We all do in New Zealand. This is the best I've seen him bowl since we played England at Eden Park in 2018. When he's on, as you say, he's an artist. Like a fantastic football striker, he'll find the smallest gap and score. Rip the stump out of the ground. Beautiful stuff, Sam LJ. 8833 is the text line. Here is Trenty. Boult delivers. First ball of a new over, and Jamie Overton can't force it through cover. It stays at 101 for 6. Yes, we did see England have a red-hot go at reaching 500. Not even this time last week. We've been busy boys getting back and forth. It won't be long before they get there, though.
Won't be. I spoke to David Milan afterwards and began by sort of slightly jokingly saying to him, well, David, it must be devastating to have fallen too short of 500. As in, you made 498, you must be delighted. He looked at him and said, yeah, I know, I really feel I let the guys down.
No, David. 3 slips, Boult delivers, and Overton drives out towards mid-off, no single.
Because he made a measly 125 of 109 balls. I mean, get on with it, David. What are you hanging around for?
It was Jason Roy with 1 off 7 that denied them the Master.
Well, it was, yeah.
In hindsight.
And, yeah, amazing day. But I'm still slightly flummoxed by what Ben Stokes was up to this afternoon, mate.
Yeah, there's a few questions going around them. When that first ball off Neil Wagner, where he came down and tried to hit him for 6, got thin air and then tried it again, a second ball.
Boult to Overton on 16, and he'll make that 20 with a lovely off drive. Into the rope in front of the football stand. Overton, 20 from 31 balls. He's played some good shots through the offside, 105 for 6. He looks a bit of a cricketer.
Yeah, that's a nice shot down the ground. Doesn't get any better than a straight drive. Timing's good. He's a big guy, so he's going to hit the ball hard. It's just a nice, easy push down the ground. Nothing risky about that at all. The thing about Ben Stokes, Henry, is that, you know, even at Trent Bridge, both Bairstow and Stokes had batted for a while. They didn't do it from ball 1. They got themselves in before they went after it. Today, and it's so hard to do from ball 1, I'm sure Ben Stokes can do it and has done it before, but he's too good a cricketer to sell himself short. You know, because he's going to score runs for fun out there if he can bat a period of time.
Bolt delivers to Overton, and he squeezes it out behind point. Didn't get much of that, but just on the bounce, it got over the top of the hands of, I think it was Tom Latham doing the work there. They get back for a couple. Overton's 22. The partnership went beyond 50 with the previous shot. It's 107 for 6.
So it's that fine line, because as skipper, he's probably wanting to encourage his teammates to play with freedom. And I wonder if he's just having to take it to an extreme to show them that this is how we're going to play. And we will pull it back at some stage. This is the extreme at the moment, but it will come back.
I heard an analogy downstairs in the tea room. It's like driving a rally car refusing to use the brake.
Bolt round the wicket now to Overton. Change of angle. Defends it back down the pitch.
How does that end?
Badly. with Ben Stokes out quickly.
Yeah.
But you are allowed to block a few.
I mean, it does feel like a comfortable pair of old jeans, doesn't it? Watching England threaten to fold in the space of a session. I don't know how many times you and I, Henry, have watched England play in the last 5 years where they lost all 10 wickets in a session. It felt like they were on for it again.
Yeah, they do collapses like a demolition company. They are absolute pros. Speaking of that game at Auckland in 2018, England all out for 58.
Yes. Was that pink ball?
Yes. They were at one stage 27 for 9.
I know.
Saved by an Overton. Round the wicket, Bolt to finish. And pulling is another Overton. His twin brother gets one out to deep square, and he will come back for a second as well. Overton up to 24 from the final ball of the 24th over. There'll be a change of commentary. Nikesh Regani coming in to replace me after the break with England 109 for 6.
The Vodafone.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
It's the off-season, but not the quiet off. Not a sleepy off. More like holding your breath in ice water for fun off. Tasmania, come down for air.
Us on SENZ Test Cricket for Razine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. England then 109 for 6. Nikesh Regani alongside Phil Walker and Henry Moran. And more discussions taking place between players and umpires about the ball. Surprise, surprise.
Well, it gives us a chance to go through that memorable scorecard at Auckland in 2018, which saw Alistair Cook out for 5, Mark Stoneman reaching the lofty heights of 11, Root 0, Milan 0, Stokes, Bairstow, Moeen 0, Chris Wokes 5, Stuart Broad 0, England 27 for 9, and then Craig Overton made 33 not out from 25 balls alongside a gutsy 1 from 11 from Jimmy Anderson. It was on. The record was massively on.
Yeah, he's really kiboshed that, hasn't he?
Yeah, I actually
what a shame.
I do feel a bit of a sense of disappointment, thinking, if you're going to lose badly. But then they're changing the ball. No, they're having a drink. They're having a
drink. They are going to change the ball, actually, and that is the reason they are having drinks. The reserve umpire, there's David Milnes down there, coming out with the box of balls, potential balls. The two umpires out there in the middle to have a little look at and pick a suitable replacement, which will no doubt be out of shape according to the New Zealand attack at some point very soon.
Yeah, all too predictable. I thought yesterday seeing Milnes wander out with his suitcase reminded me of Pete Postlethwaite in The Usual Suspects. Kobayashi, I think he's called, Mr. Kobayashi. And he walks in to see the 5, and he's got various envelopes full of information about the great Kaiser Sose, of course. And look at him. There's something kind of mystical about him with his black briefcase.
I've got
his shades.
Got his signed shirt from his testimonial for Leicestershire when he retired. He won it in a competition. We played against my club, who I played for at the time, my junior club, Mount Sorrel, up in North Leicestershire. We played against Leicestershire in his testimonial, as part of his testimonial tour across the county. Very, very good cricketer he was. In his time at Leicestershire. Double championship winning player as well in the late 90s.
A bit unlucky not to play for England, really. David Mills,
played for England,
Yeah.
Once. He and Alan Mullally, who did play for England, formed the pace attack at Leicestershire in those late 90s. Good times. Times have changed.
Stuart Broad, meanwhile, is on one today. It's his birthday.
Yeah.
His missus is Pregsy, so he's clearly feeling good about life, and he's trying to wind everybody up today. So they've changed the ball. Conspicuously refused to change his own ball.
Today he's trying to wind everybody up.
Today. Well,
only today.
Yeah. I mean,
actually, usually he's the one getting wound up, isn't he?
He does have form, but he's rather baffled that they've changed the ball in this occasion and not when he demanded it earlier today and last night as well. He just cannot catch a break, that man, can he?
We do have a change of ball then as Southey comes in to Bairstow. A bit of swing, and it's just played away out towards point for a single. 110 for 6. We saw this a couple of times at Trent Bridge, didn't we? A couple of changes of ball, just giving that extra life, that extra bit of zip.
Do you know, I think there's a degree of psychology about it as well, where it's a bit like, a goalkeeper in football changing their gloves before a penalty shootout, as if somehow there's going to be magic properties. It just sort of puts something in the mind of the
placebo effect.
Yeah, a little bit.
The way things have settled down out there, it does really bring into focus Ben Stokes' approach. And as I said on the previous stint, he's earned the right to behave peculiarly. But now things are very placid.
Southey into Overton, who defends out towards cover, and there is no run.
And I thought that Macca earlier absolutely nailed it. He sells himself short too much. There's a sort of overblown selflessness to the way that he plays. Everything he thinks is subsumed into the team. But sometimes a little bit more selfishness might be quite useful, and while I can understand what he was doing, he allowed his emotions to get out of control today, too far.
Southey charges in once more, and Overton edges this down towards deep third. It's all the way along the ground. It's racing away for 4 more runs. These are valuable runs that he is putting on with Johnny Bairstow here. Overton on to 28 from 36. England 114 for 6.
I think it's a really good point you make, Phil. And if you look back to how that day at Headingley here played out 3 years ago, you actually look at the close of play the night before. Ben Stokes had been there a while and was on 2. He had blocked it for an age. We all remember the sixes and the reverse sweeps and everything else, but actually he's got so many gears.
Yep.
And he should use them.
Southey in again. This is left alone by Overton outside the off stump. Just seen a beer snake been broken up there by the stewards in the Western Terrace. It was pretty impressive actually at one stage. A few boos ringing around the stadium right now. The steward makes his way to the recycling bins, no doubt, with those plastic cups.
Meanwhile, by the way, the much anticipated rain hasn't turned up yet. 4:30 local time we are. An hour and a half to go.
Not going to happen now, is it?
Doesn't look like it.
Lots of blue sky, just a high white cloud up above as well. And comes Southey again, and this is a beauty. A little bit of extra bounce out of nowhere really, and Overton playing and missing at that one. It's through to Blundell, past the edge, and he survives.
He's played well here. He's applied himself usefully, Jamie Overton. There was a lot of big talk in the build-up, actually. A couple of his coaches at Surrey talking about how he could develop into, if not an authentic all-rounder, then certainly more than simply a bowler who bats a bit. And England really, they need a couple of openers as well, but they certainly need a number 8.
Southey in again, and this time it's worked away wide of mid-on. They get through for a single. That's the end of the over. England 115 for 6.
Tonight is Cross Lotto's $20 million Super Draw Saturday. It's the game that makes the most millionaires. Grab a Super Draw entry in-store, online at thelot.com, or download the Lot app. Gamble responsibly. Chance of winning is 1 in 8.15 million.
Cricket for Razeen, made in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions. England 115 for 6 then. Trent Boult from the far end. 3 for 52 as things stand, so been expensive. 52 off just 10 overs bowled so far, but he's been looking to attack, pitch the ball up. It's been taken to the boundary a few times, but 3 very crucial wickets early on. And again, problems involving the sight screen at the far end of the ground. There's a fellow who just popped his head out for a little stroll behind the back of the sight screen, was sent straight back in. Probably one of the ground staff. And we're underway. In comes Boult, and Overton pushes this off the back foot to cover no run.
Yeah, often they get a little bit fussy, of course, a bit precious, these batters. But in that instance, Overton was fair game to pull away, because some chap in a fluorescent pink T-shirt had just decided to plonk himself on a chair right behind Trent Boult's left arm.
Just to the left of the sight screen as we look at it.
And now he's moved himself over to the offside. So if Trent Boult were to go round the wicket, it'd be right in line again. Bairstow's going to get on strike soon. It's all going to go off.
Well, runs in, and this is defended uppishly, but safely to short mid-wicket for no run. Just wants a good view, doesn't he, that fella? Got some sort of accreditation pass around his neck, so probably by the ground staff or one of the workers. And then there's another fellow who's just gone and hidden behind the sight screen.
I don't think that is one of the ground staff, Vic, because if you're part of the ground staff, you kind of know the rules, don't you?
True. You'd like to think so. In comes Boult again, and this is defended out towards backward point. They think about a single, but it's well fielded in the end by Bracewell, and there is no run.
Seeing Jamie Overton, who's an authentic number 8, adjust in the defensive shot there to what little swing is now available for Trent Boult as he comes back into his second spell, must be making that England dressing room ever more cranky. To be 115 for 6 inside 26 overs on a track that we've seen flattens out once that new ball has been negotiated, it's not good.
Boult steams in again, and this is pushed just past Boult in his follow through, but only as far as mid-on, and there is no run. It's all kicking off in the Western Terrace again. The stewards making their way in force as the beer snake is dismantled once again. Certainly having a bit of fun up there, aren't they?
Yeah, I guess so. Whatever rocks your boat.
There is a line, though, isn't there, to be drawn, and I'm not sure some of the supporters will appreciate now the plastic beer cups being thrown in their direction as Boult is in again, and this is past the outside edge of Overton. He was down the track, Overton, just took a couple of steps maybe to try and negate the swing. Just couldn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, and another beauty from Boult.
Yeah, he just keeps coming at you time after time. He's such a natural fast bowler, Trent Boult. He's very fit. You know, he doesn't carry an ounce, does he? And there's a perkiness to the way that he bowls as well. You know, a real energy to it. I love the way he follows through, carries on, circles back on himself and maintains that sort of jauntiness. He's amazing to watch.
Final ball of this over from Boult, then he's in, and another play and a miss. Another good delivery past the outside edge of Jamie Overton, who survives. He's still there on 29. England still trail by 214. They are 115 for 6.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
Dell Technologies and Windows 11 Pro provide innovators with the tools to succeed. To do more with a Latitude laptop, Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. For advice and expertise, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 1-800-880-855.
Tonight is Cross Lotto's $20 million Super Draw Saturday. It's the game that makes the most millionaires. Grab a Super Draw entry in-store, online at thelot.com or download the Lot app. Gamble responsibly. Chance of winning is 1 in 8.15 million.
Test cricket for Razeen, the Paints Kiwis trust. Southee to continue then from the Kirkstall Lane end. England 115 for 6. Bairstow on strike. In comes Southey, delivers, and Bairstow pushes this beautifully down towards deep third. That was a lovely guide. Knew exactly where the fielders were. There was a deep point out there on the boundary, but a massive gap beyond that second slip, between that second slip and the man at deep point, and just guided wonderfully by Bairstow. Another boundary, 119 for 6.
Yeah, he's looked great, hasn't he? He was a bit skittish initially, caught up in the maelstrom, if you like, of that first hour, but since he's settled in, he's carried all his good form into this innings. He's enjoying probably his best iteration as a test player right here and now, Bairstow.
The only one of this current England squad who was involved in the IPL and sort of brought that form into Trent Bridge, certainly, as Southey comes in, and Bairstow again finds that gap there at deep third, and that's going to be 4 more, and it's 50 for Johnny Bairstow as well. A well-played 50 off just 51 deliveries. In fact, his 23rd half-century in 86 matches to go along with his 900s. Razor the bat to his teammates all around the ground as well. He'll know his job is not done yet. England still in a lot of trouble here, but that pressure just being eased a touch with this partnership, which is now worth 68 runs between Bairstow and Overton. Bairstow on to 52 from 51, Overton 29 from 45, and this has been more than useful from the Yorkshireman.
Well, it's been essential. Without it, England would be sunk. As it is, their head is just above water.
Southey into Bairstow again, who flicks out towards deep backwards square, runs the first hard, but turns down the second after a good bit of fielding there on the boundary. 124 for 6. They still trail by 206 runs. Not that New Zealand would have enforced the follow-on anyway, but that's pretty much done and dusted. 205 now they trail by after that single, so yeah, pretty slim chance of that happening anyway. But New Zealand, they'll still feel if they can get one of these two out soon, that opens up a pretty long tail as far as England are concerned.
Oh, massively. And even to take 100 lead from here, you know, they'll be a bit cranky if they do concede 105 for here for the last 4 wickets. But even with that, bit of snap your hand off, isn't there, at the start of the day, and especially when you take yourself back to this time yesterday, 120 for 5 at tea. So yeah, they're in a marvellous position.
Southey in again, and this is off the outer half of the bat of Overton, out towards backward point, and there is no run. We were talking earlier about the Dickie Bird clock. The players' balcony is actually named after Dickie Bird as well.
Is that right?
Peek round the Dickie Bird players' balcony as well. I wonder if there's any more Dickie Bird mementos around this famous ground.
So this is good for you, because you felt it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough, the clock.
Yeah,
I didn't feel it was enough. But the players' balcony, I mean, that's quite high profile. The England players all out there with Dickie Bird's name plastered across there. Nice touch. Here comes Southey again, and this is defended. 2 short extra cover for no run.
There's a split screen on the host broadcaster's feed at the moment showing Jamie Overton's forward block against England opener Zach Crawley's forward block, and it makes quite grim viewing if you're an England cricket fan, because Zach Crawley is 24 years old. People are desperate for him to succeed, as is Stokes himself. He's shown glimpses, but there are some serious technical problems there. He doesn't appear to be getting on top of them.
Southey steams in again, and this is left alone by Overton. Safely through to Tom Blundell. End of another over then. England 124 for 6.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
Test cricket for Reseen, the Paints Kiwis Trust, back here at Headingley. But also, we've got news from Colombo, the 5th ODI between Sri Lanka and Australia. Sri Lanka batting first, making that 160 all out, recovering, in fact, to 160. They were 92 for 8 in that innings at one stage. But Australia, despite losing 6 wickets, on the verge of winning that match. They need another 5 runs from 12 overs. Alex Carey unbeaten on 43. Cameron Green with him at the other end. So a consolation victory for Australia on the horizon as Bolt continues here to Bairstow, and it's another play and miss outside the off stump, just in that corridor, that sort of 5th, 6th stump line.
That's where I get out all the time, by the way. That's my shot. That's
to
the
bowlers
shot.
as good as Bolt.
To bowlers,
you've got to tell
who
everyone
do
that,
what Bolt does officially. Yeah, that's my area.
Left arm over.
Just briefly on the Sri Lanka series, though. Lost the ODI series as Australia 3-2, but 4-4 overall in the cross format, and 2 test matches to come.
Are we playing multi-formats now? As Bolt comes in, and this is guided down towards deep third. Again, a vacant area, but Deep Point runs around and does the fielding, so just the single. Of course, the test series will be live across the SEN network. When it gets underway next week, we'll bring you live coverage of that, and lots more cricket as well, as England take on India in the 5th test at Edgbaston. I'll be there for that one, looking very much forward to that. We brought you all the action last year. The series nicely poised with India leading 2-1. But very different sides, setups, different cultures, captains, coaches, everything. So it's not really a continuation of last summer's series, but officially it is. It's the 5th test. As Bolt runs in to overturn another play and a miss, another good delivery. He's asking the questions, Bolt.
Well, he is, yeah. It's been a sparkling spell post-tee. He's not got any luck yet. Beat the outside edge at least 4 or 5 times. Just on that test match next week, I've got a good feeling about it. The fact that it's a solitary game on its own, I think it could end up being a memorable one. I think you often get that with these kind of one-off games. And I think it'll be a scream of a game of cricket, that one.
We certainly hope so. In comes Bolt to Overton. This time it's full and driven, only as far as mid-off. And there is no run. The Indians currently in action at Grace Road, taking on a Leicestershire, well, I would say 11, but it's actually a 13. And it includes 4 players from the India squad as well, including the likes of Rishabh Pant and Cheteshwar Pujara as well. So that one rattling along pretty quickly, actually. We're into day 2 of a 4-day game, supposedly. The Indians declaring as Bolt comes in, and this is another play and a miss outside the off stump from Overton. Bit of swing away after the ball pitched. So the Indians batted first, 246 for 8 in their first innings declared this morning, which a little bit strange for a 4-day game when there's plenty of time left. But anyway, Virat Kohli was gone. They didn't feel there was any need for any of the others to get in. Rohit Sharma was gone for 25. Kohli made 33. KS Bharat, the reserve wicketkeeper, making 70 not out, and some useful runs down the order really from Umesh Yadav and Mohammad Shami, getting them out of some embarrassment. 5 wickets for not Jasprit Bumrah, who is playing for Leicestershire. He didn't pick up a single one, but Roman Walker, who's not played a single first-class game, 5 for 24. 1 wicket for Prasidh Krishna, a couple for Will Davis, as Bolt comes round the wicket here, and this is defended to mid-off, and there is no run. We'll continue that scorecard from Grace Road as the Indians prepare for that 5th test. But at the end of the over, we'll take a short break with England 125 for 6, and after this short break there'll be a change in the commentary as well, with Daniel Norcross taking over from me, and more details from him from Grace Road. G'day.
The MS Game Changer Lottery is closing soon. Are you ready to change your life with South Australia's best odds home lottery? You could be one of 2 overnight millionaires. That's right, not 1, but 2 grand prizes for 2 lucky winners. Win one of 2 $1.1 million home and land packages, or choose the $1 million in cash. Get your tickets at msgamechanger.com.au. Licence M14187.
Dell Technologies and Windows 11 Pro provide innovators with the tools to succeed. To do more with a Latitude laptop, Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. For advice and expertise, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 1-800-880-855.
Triggered on SEN with Rosine, made in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions. As Tim Southey starts a new over from the Kirkstall Lane end into Bairstow. Bairstow clatters this ball out through the covers. That's heading towards the boundary. I think Dean Conway's going to get round to field it. He does. Had a lot of work to do out on that boundary, is Conway. And they get a couple more. It was wide-ish, played with a horizontal bat, really, almost. It was almost like a sort of cut drive. Can you imagine such a thing?
It's a Bairstow signature shot, that, isn't it? It's all about weight transference rather than planting your feet. You know, there's an uncomplicated way that he plays, of course. But when his eye's in and the body's feeling good and the heart and the soul are in sync with Johnny B, then he's one hell of a cricketer.
Here's Southey. Down the leg side, taken by Blundell, eventually diving to his left. So here's more details on that Leicestershire game. Leicestershire made 244 in reply. Rishabh Pant top scoring with 76. 34 for Rishi Patel, 34 for Roman Walker. What a game he's having. He's still not played a first-class match.
Nope.
Because it's not first-class. A duck for Cheteshwar Pujara. And Jasprit Bumrah did not bat, nor did Prasidh Krishna.
I really hope that Roman Walker has a long and illustrious professional cricket career. But if he doesn't, an all-time cult hero.
Southey in. On strike Bairstow on the pads, the ball rolls out into the onside and there's no run.
Yeah, deliciously village, that game.
Nikesh.
I'm just going to make a quick point here. Cheteshwar Pujara playing in the county championship scored about 800 runs in a month.
That's right. Yeah,
you put him in a Leicestershire top. Well, I don't think he's wearing a Leicestershire top, but you put him in a Leicestershire side anyway. And typical Leicestershire form, duck off 6 balls. Disappointing.
Bowled by Mohammed Shami. Yeah. You're a Leicestershire fan, of course, Nikesh. Southey into Bairstow. On drives for 4. Lovely little push on drive. An economy of movement.
Yep.
Bairstow's going very well here. He's moved to 60. And, I'll tell you what, England have avoided whatever chance there was of being asked to bat again.
They need another 100 from here, and then they can just about hold on to the coattails of this cricket match.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've done it a couple of times in home matches of late, against Pakistan, famously in the COVID series of 2020.
Daniel, nothing makes sense anymore.
No, it doesn't.
I said it yesterday morning. We all settled in and thought, all right, flat 1, 400 v 450.
Southey in, driven back at Southey by Bairstow, who stops it in his follow through. There's no run.
But as soon as you think that you've cracked it, then England just tear it all up again. New Zealand have gone about their business very effectively, efficiently, sensibly. You know, they recovered from an iffy start. They put a score of note on the board. Then their 3 pedigree quicks went and did the business. Whereas England just go through yet another midlife crisis, aren't they? You just never really know from one day to the next what you're going to get.
They're quite fun midlife crises, aren't they?
Don't get me wrong. They can be quite liberating stuff. I've had loads.
Southey is in. That's guided into the offside to backward point. There's no run. I wouldn't be doing this job if I hadn't a midlife crisis.
That's literally true, folks,
that is
by the
true,
way.
Yeah. Yes. End of the over. England 131 for 6.
Spirit. Australians have it in droves. Those who seek out the tough jobs, cop short breaks on the chin, and don't mind signing out last are all driven by Spirit. Spirit Super is the industry super fund that backs all hardworking Aussies. Visit spiritsuper.com.au. It all starts with Spirit. Issued by Motor Trades Association of Australia Superannuation Fund Pty Ltd. Read the PDS and TMD at spiritsuper.com.au before making a decision.
On the SEN network with Rosine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. So, what time will it be out there in the Antipodes? It'll be 9 hours ahead in, say, Melbourne. So it'll be coming up to about 1:47 in the morning. A couple of hours later out in New Zealand, 3:47. It's a Friday night. So some of you may be getting back in from some revelry. And you'll be delighted to know that we're going to get the first sign of spin as Michael Bracewell comes into the attack, with England reeling at 131 for 6. But they were worse than reeling for. They were sort of like trying to cross an 8-lane motorway while keeping 2 bottles of wine held on a large silver salver, one in each hand. And unfortunately, the road itself was covered in ice. And,
nicely done.
Somehow, they're a bit better than that now. They're 131 for 6. Bairstow and Overton have put on 76. The ball hasn't stopped swinging, but it's swung, I think perhaps it swung a bit earlier rather than the late swing.
Possibly. The way that Overton's played just really does bring it home just how skittishly England's top order played. You know, Overton is nobody's idea of a stylist by any means, but he has a functioning way of going about it. He plays it relatively late. He locks on the front foot, plays it under his eyes, and he adjusts here and there if there's a bit of late swing. And he's got, you know, to 29 not out without really having to play a shot in anger. There might be a message in there somewhere, possibly.
Bracewell in off 3 or 4 paces from the football stand then. His first ball's been swept for 4. That was a rather deft shot from Overton, actually. Went down on one knee and just a gentle little paddle, and that's been a feature of his innings, actually. He's had quite a few 4s. Overton, 33 out of 53 balls, but the shots he has played, he's played sort of a little punchy push.
Yep.
Economy of movement. No big, high backlift or the like.
Yeah, 250s for Surrey this year. Highest score of 90-odd. Averaging 50 as well. It's gone well in the 2020 stuff as well. It's a long ball.
Bracewell's in and shorter. Pushed off the back foot into the covers. Good diving stop prevents a run.
Yeah, this will be where he'll start to have to try and keep a lid on it. 33 on debut. The off-spinner on day 2 at Headingley. And as I say, he does hit a big ball, does Jamie Overton. They've got a long on and a man lurking at deepish mid-off.
I want to see some flight here from Bracewell. Instead, it's a bit shorter and flatter and turn round the corner from Overton for a single. If this tactic is going to work to, say, buy a wicket, then just you get that ball above the eye line and suddenly that brings you long on your deep mid-off into play, just as Leach did at the back end of New Zealand's innings. He got 3 catches in the deep, didn't he?
Exactly, and just on that, I thought Stokes managed him very well. He kept him going. He clearly was in his ear to say, don't go into your shell. Keep going. Keep tossing it up. Back yourself. He was launched for a couple from Mitchell and eventually got his man. That was good to see. I think, that's a tick in the box for Stokes' captaincy, that he's thrown the ball to Leach and he's backed him up.
How does Bairstow approach it? Well, he's gone for a big yahoo. The first ball he's faced, and he's missed it completely, and he's gone through to the keeper, narrowly missing the off stump. You might see that again in a moment on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen to see how close that was to his off stump.
He's ticking, Johnny.
He really
see
is.
It in the face, look.
He's chewing the eyes.
He's chewing
wide.
that gum, like it's 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
The eyes are popping out of his head.
He always reminds me of a particularly angry policeman in search of someone who's nicked something from a fruit stall. He goes for another big swing, misses it, thuds on his pad, rolls it to the offside. So, when he runs pugnaciously. Oi, come here, Sonny. Says all that.
Yeah,
give me back them apples.
It's a good shout. He'll always get his man as well.
Oh, yeah. And unfortunately, when he's got the man, you don't want to be that man.
No.
He's going to get a firm rugby tackle. The full weight of the law will come down on you.
Yeah, those documents get mysteriously lost from the library in the local cop station.
Yeah, it's like an episode of The Sweeney from the 1970s. Yeah. Here's Bracewell into Bairstow. Bairstow plays this more carefully, watches it off the pitch and allows it to turn, and then just turns it round the corner down to deep backward square. End of the over. 6 runs coming from it. England 137 for 6. The partnership now 82. Bairstow has 61 and Overton has 34.
Split your payment into 4 interest-free instalments with PayPal Pay in 4. Buy now and pay later with no late fees with PayPal Pay in 4, where you see the PayPal button. Terms, eligibility and exclusions apply. See paypal.com.au for more info.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
Cricket on SEN from Headingley, the second day of the third and final test match in association with Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. So Neil Wagner is going to bowl from our end, the Kirkstall Lane end, so we get a chance to see how he's swinging it. It's a feature of Wagner, Phil.
Go on.
That sort of see him as always this guy can bowl these long spells of enforcing and banging it in. He can also pitch up and swing it. He's a tremendously skillful bowler.
Yeah, I wonder if this is a kind of English latent imperialistic arrogance that we look at. I'm not directing that at you, dear boy, but we damn this bloke with faint praise every time he comes over here, right? We see him as a sort of a third wheel behind the big two. We see him as a bit of a shock jock, bit of a one-trick pony, and he's been totally misrepresented. And if you look at his record, average-wise, strike rate-wise and average-wise, is superior to the other two.
Wagner into Bairstow, who cuts at this ball, gets it down to the boundary for 4. Wonderful shot. It was a really good shot. He waited for it, waited late, and then guided it with a kind of chop past the right hander backward point down to the boundary.
Well, what you saw at Trent Bridge from Bairstow was the last 10 overs slog of a 50-over game. What you're seeing from Bairstow today is the first 15 overs of a 50-over game. That shot, you've seen that in a garish light blue kit. You've seen that shot for years. And you have 2 men out, and you have a backward point, and he steers it just to the left-handed backward point and runs away for 4. You've seen that shot. He does it in his sleep playing one-day cricket for England.
It's a beautiful shot. 141 for 6. He moves into 65. Wagner's in. Oh, it's a full straight ball, and that's swung. And that is the danger ball. And that's actually, if I'm going to be critical of New Zealand today, and there's not a lot to be critical of, because their opening spells were superb, but to Bairstow, they have not targeted the stumps as much as they did to the top 3, and which is a strange tactic, because we know Bairstow has that vulnerability.
Indeed. They're just showing the LB that they didn't refer against Overton.
And that was some time back now. The partnership was on about 10, wasn't it, at the time? If that. It's now they put on 86. Wagner into Bairstow. That's fallen straight again. And
well
Bairstow
played.
could only push it up to mid-on. But yes, it was well played. Nice straight bat.
Definitely getting it, though, to arc, and quite appreciably now.
Well, this is what
30 overs old. This is the 31st, and definitely starting to go now.
This is what you were talking about Wagner, you see. I mean, it's like England's supposed to be this place that produces swing bowlers. The most swing on offer has come from these 3 Kiwi bowlers.
Yeah, happened last year, though. We did the Edgbaston game, and they were bowling a different game.
Wagner in, straight again, but just guided to backward point as Bairstow a little bit left side of the ball and accessed a little gap and gets through for a single. He moves to 66.
I would credit you knowing a reasonable amount about cricket. I'd even venture that I know quite a lot about it as well. I didn't know that Neil Wagner's average and strike rate were lower.
About 25, 26?
26 compared to 28.8 for Southey and 27.5 for Trent Bolt.
And I'll tell you something
else.
And
he's taken 246 wickets.
Bolt and Southey, when Wagner doesn't play, their averages go up.
Right.
When Wagner plays, it's the perfect virtuous circle.
Yeah.
He's got the best average of all 3.
Doesn't bowl with a new ball. He's in now, and that's just tucked away by Overton. May have come off the pad, rolls down to fine leg. Did you see the stat that came up? Sorry, Dan. Did you see the stat that came up earlier regarding the lengths that Wagner bowls depending where he is in the world?
No.
20% fuller in England than anywhere else in the world.
That's wonderful.
It is, isn't it, just?
Yeah.
Which, again, reinforces the point that we've got him all wrong.
Yeah, he's a very adjustable kind of player, isn't he? He's adaptable. Last ball of the over, he's in, and Bairstow thrashes this into the offside, but doesn't quite time it. It goes out to extra cover, straight to the fielder. End of the over, England won 43 for 6.
Spirit. Australians have it in droves. Those who seek out the tough jobs, cop short breaks on the chin, and don't mind signing out last are all driven by Spirit. Spirit Super is the industry super fund that backs all hardworking Aussies. Visit spiritsuper.com.au. It all starts with Spirit. Issued by Motor Trades Association of Australia Superannuation Fund Pty Ltd. Read the PDS and TMD at spiritsuper.com.au before making a decision.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN, association with Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. So we've got a very interesting passage of play here. We're seeing if Bracewell can extract some turn. have here the Chemist Warehouse screen, which is going to tell us just how much turn he's getting. His first ball is tucked into the onside. There's no run. Bracewell's bowling towards us, and there are very few things that are annoying in this job, but the hard thing is commentating on spin bowlers when they're bowling towards you with a keeper in the way.
How dare they
really
stand
I can't see properly how much turn he's getting. So mercifully, the Chemist Warehouse replay screen is right here for me to be able to make those assessments. Leg slip and a slipper in a short mid-wicket. Just tucked around the corner again by Overton, just goes back into his crease and picks up the single. I like the way Overton's playing here. He's not come charging down the wicket. He's batting for Bairstow. He knows he's got a man ticking at the other end who's in exceptionally good form of late, and who's batting very well. And he's not gone into his shell, Overton. He's still looking to score runs. He's on to 36 from 58 balls. So he's not going slowly, but he's not tried any huge shots as Bracewell is into Bairstow. Bairstow tries a huge shot and pulls it round the corner down to deep backward square for 4. Just dragged the length down there, did Bracewell. And Bairstow, who's looking to smash the ball to Kingdom Come. He's got a severe animus against this ball at the moment. Moves to 70, England 148 for 6. When I was a youngster, I was a very, very defensive player. My teacher, my coach at school, just got bored watching me, because I wouldn't get out. I'd be there for all day. Bracewell's in, and that's clipped away out to wide, long on. He's run the first quickly. They should get back for a second. They do. Bairstow is to 72. The 150 is up. 150 for 6. And so, and I was kind of, a bit of a firebrand in my youth.
No.
Yeah. 14, 15, 16.
Son of a Marxist.
That's right. The teachers, I said, Danny, can you try hitting the ball? Just really going after it. I said, well, it's not really in my nature,
Smash the system, Dan.
Bracewell in, swept. Not with great timing, and Bairstow's just going to amble through for a single as ball goes out to deep mid-wicket. He gets there, moves to 73, 151 for 6. So the teacher said to me, the coach said, just tell me, who do you hate? I said, Thatcher.
Nice.
Just think of the ball for me, just for one game. Think of it as Thatcher. And it transformed the way I felt ball on bat, hit one for a 1 bounce forward and never looked back. Down the wicket comes Overton. Oh dear, he's got that miles. He's hit it miles into the rugby stand for 6. What? Well, I've just been saying he's not come charging down the wicket and played any rash shots, but he charged down the wicket there and he has deposited the ball into the crowd. And that is a 7-wicket partnership of 102 from 121 balls. This is an insane game of cricket. Drinks are coming onto the field with England on 157 for 6, Overton 42, Bairstow 73. It's almost impossible to make any sense of what we're watching, but it's tremendously good fun here on SEN in association with Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust, as we go to the drinks break.
Split your payment into 4 interest-free instalments with PayPal Pay in 4. Buy now and pay later with no late fees with PayPal Pay in 4, where you see the PayPal button. Terms, eligibility and exclusions apply. See paypal.com.au for more info.
With Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. This is Henry Moran alongside Phil Walker as we watch down below us Neil Wagner beginning the approach with Johnny Bairstow on strike. Full delivery, walloped into the leg side and walloped for 4. 1 bounce into the ropes it goes, and Bairstow continuing the aggression seen from Overton. This out towards deep mid-wicket, towards Western Terrace, that are suddenly feeling they're getting their money's worth from this England side. 161 for 6.
Yeah, look, he's creating something quite special here, Johnny Bairstow. I don't want to speak too soon. We're just going to let it play out. Just going to let it play. But yeah, look, they're back in the game. On paper, they're back in the game. 168 now behind. Get that down maybe to double figures.
Wagner in again to bowl to Bairstow. This time he's short, pulling away into the leg side. Work for the fielder to do in the deep. And a really good diving stop. The crowd don't like it. Bracewell showing bravery as well as skill, diving across those used pitches to stop that ball on its merry progress to the square leg boundary.
It's not the highest calibre game of cricket, but it's compelling stuff.
Oh yeah.
What a day we've had.
Incompetence is always more exciting. Why do people remember the game here 3 years ago? Because when Nathan Lyon dropped that ball, when the decision from the umpire was wrong, when Ben Stokes didn't quite time it and it was almost caught on the boundary, it's the little mistakes that make it interesting. In comes Wagner into bowl to Overton, who struck on the pad. Big appeal for LBW. Umpire Moran Erasmus stands and that head tilts from side to side to say nothing doing. He's looking increasingly, Umpire Erasmus, hot out there, I think is the word.
Yeah,
he's sort of red of cheek.
Yeah, he's my favourite umps, but he's not had the best of games, in truth. He's let a couple slide.
In comes Wagner, 2 slips wait. Overton on strike, tall right-hander. Straight delivery is tucked into the leg side. Wagner with 2 wickets in his first over. He's not got another one since then. He's bowled nicely. 162 for 6.
He played well here, Jamie Overton. Very well indeed. Crucial, really. England was sunk. England was finished, really, when he walked out to bat. Last recognised useful-ish lower-order player. Matthew Potts yet to really make a mark with the bat in Test cricket, so it really was do-or-die stuff. He pulled it around.
Overton on strike is defending again solidly. I saw on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, and not too long ago we had a comparison side by side of the forward defence of Overton and the forward defence of Crawley.
I was talking about this. Yeah. Doesn't make great looking, does it?
No, but I always think with those television comparisons, if you find one bad shot from someone, you can find a good one from someone else, and you can sort of make a point with,
I hear
with
it.
the evidence.
I hear it, but then when your front leg is braced, like you've just broken it, and you're an opening bat.
Wagner bowls left alone outside the off stump. Overton watching that through. End of the over, 33 gone. 162 for 6 on SENZ.
Health and ramping have been a huge problem, so I'm glad the state budget has a plan to improve things in the future. I have 7 delightful grandchildren now, so starting to fix our ramping crisis with more doctors, nurses and hospital beds will mean better care for me and the people I care about. State Budget 22 is for you.
To find out more, visit statebudget.sa.gov.au. A message from the Government of South Australia.
SENZ Test Cricket live from Headingley, where we see a partnership worth 107 between Jamie Overton and Johnny Bairstow. Only 3 partnerships in this innings have gone to double figures or beyond. One of those was only 10. And this is some recovery from this England pair.
Bracewell needs to offer a bit more, I think. Very flat. I mean, literally and figuratively, you know, I thought it was quite an interesting moment when he came into the game, because these two are naturally pugnacious players against slow bowling, but he's not really had the balls yet, the guts to throw it up there.
Over the wicket he comes, and this is worked round the corner by Johnny Bairstow. He'll pick up 1 more run to move to 78.
And of course there was a lot of conjecture about whether he should be playing in this game, with Ajaz Patel, the more recognised first choice spinner. He bowled nicely in the second game, incidentally, Bracewell. Yeah, I thought he looked good in the first innings, under tricky situation, obviously, on that flat one. Got Stokes out on the boundary, and he bowled with a bit of control and a bit of edge to it as well, I thought. But at the moment, he's just struggling to get going, just reordering his field. 2 overs for 21 so far.
Long on is back in front of that big football stand, quite wide. We got a square leg on the boundary as well. As Bracewell comes in, a big swing, and there's an appeal for a caught behind. They like it, and immediately they're going to go upstairs for the stumping is the issue. I thought for a moment it might be caught behind, but umpires review is the call, so we're going to have a look at the stumping. Overton actually hasn't left his ground yet. It's a question of whether that back foot has come up off the ground.
If it has, it's come up momentarily. They don't seem to be especially excited, but you never know.
Sharp work from Blundell.
Very.
It wasn't a sort of proper roar of how's that. It was more of a how's that? Here we go. We'll have a look at Ultra Edge. He's missed that by... Oh, it's only a matter of feet, but he has missed it. Get on with it. There's never a need for rocking and rolling there. That foot is down. That foot is down. It stays down, and it doesn't come back up again. He's fine. So Jeremy Coney joining the call. What do you make of what we've seen in the last half an hour or so?
Well, it just shows you that things change in the game, don't they? That the movement, stops. That the placid nature of a pitch begins to show through, and that therefore the game is a little bit easier. And so we've seen, instead of bowlers on top, we've started to see batsmen dominating things. Bracewell, as a young man on debut, is he's struggling. And I mentioned if England attacked him and the runs started to come, then New Zealand become a three-man attack, and it exposes the selection that New Zealand made prior to the match. They had to think about picking the best spinner first, but they were concerned about the length and the batting. So they've only got themselves to blame, really, for that.
Bracewell into bowl to Overton once more, a little bit quicker and flatter through to the gloves of the keeper.
It's finding the speed to bowl as a spinner is a very important skill. You're trying to look for what is the pace that I need to bowl.
Bracewell cruising in once more, another quicker delivery. That is thrashed away through the covers for 4. Overton taking a step to the leg side and giving it a rather agricultural heave away. Finding that gap, moving to 46, and England have passed the halfway point in their attempts to overhaul this New Zealand first innings total. 167 for 6.
Yeah, but that's very wide, isn't it, and short, and gives the batsman a very long time to look at it. He's been in for a while now, and we're starting to see some shots. And you've got to expect that if you're bowling that short, really. And so, and now New Zealand are in this, confronting this dilemma a wee bit.
Bracewell in. This is now behind square. That's nicely played. Running down towards deep third. Fielder in pursuit. It's Wagner who will just about pull it in. The crowd don't like it, and they enjoy a little fumble, though, to allow an extra run to be taken. Throw in. We'll see Bairstow reclaiming the strike as Overton moves to within 1 of 50 on Test debut. 170 for 6.
And he looks pretty comfortable too, doesn't he? It just kind of puts the Stokes innings in a different light, doesn't it? And getting out in that way, when you see it like this, perhaps he might think about it a bit more, just a bit differently next time.
It feels an odd one.
Yeah.
Looking back on it, all of the time. Bairstow looking for the sweep, getting hold of it, rushing down towards fine leg, but there is protection in the form of Will Young down on the boundary below us. And Bairstow will pick up 1 to keep the strike. The score after 34 overs, 171 for 6.
Once a year, there's a word you can read but can't quite pronounce.
Efi?
E-offie? E-fi? It's EOFI. And this end of financial year, it's easier to just say eBay. eBay is bringing excitement to your EOFI with all the best deals in one place. There's millions of items on sale, and eBay Plus members save even more. Visit ebay.com.au to shop eBay's end of financial year sale today. T's and C's apply.
Test match cricket on SENZ and across the SEN network. 171 for 6 is the England score, with Johnny Bairstow in the runs again for England after early wickets in this innings from Trent Boult. England, when this partnership came together, were 55 for 6 and now 171 for 6, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, that's right, and it's a good partnership, isn't it? And it puts those early wickets into context a little bit, but the ball has stopped moving for New Zealand, and they therefore become a different attack, and they need to try and use different methods to try and create those opportunities. At the moment, they're going for 5 runs and over, or just over that. And when you're doing that, it's hard. You've got to stop the bleeding somehow, and the best way to do it, of course, they need to take wickets. But they're not really in the attempt to try and get people out, they're not really looking like getting a wicket, are they? They're now one wide slip at about 4th.
Wagner bowls short, and Bairstow attempts pull, and it just drops gently into the hands of the fielder at slip along the ground. And Bairstow's having a little look at that surface about halfway down. as the wind picks up a little bit. It's a little bit fresher out there, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think Wagner too, if he's going to bowl a short pitch ball, then I would think he should be bowling from the other end, shouldn't he? And with a longer boundary away to our left as we look at the ground, rather than to the right. Much quicker out there, shorter, and also all those practice pitches. Once it gets on there, it just accelerates away from you.
Wagner's having a little conference with his captain. We've got a fielder on the boundary at fine leg, deep backward square leg, and at square leg as well, as Wagner is in. It's a delivery which is full in the air, and almost into the hands of the fielder at mid-off, who has to haul himself up, Kane Williamson, and chase that ball down to the ropes. Bairstow will get back for a third. He didn't get hold of it at all, and it was so close to the breakthrough.
Yeah, not a tall man, Williamson, and he was at deepish mid-off, and Bairstow tried to hit him over, and it's really got the back of the bat. He's looking to cut it, I think. Got through the shot a bit early, and Williamson moving as much as he can to get near the stroke and the chance, diving almost backwards. Just eluded him. 3 runs.
There's 2 men on the leg side boundary for Overton, who's on 49. He goes hard into that leg side and clatters it away for 4. It's been a fine innings from the debutant. He moves to 53, pulling that ball in front of square. And Jamie Overton, they'd already eclipsed his twin brother's highest test score, which was 41 not out. And a maiden 50 on test debut when his country needed it.
Yes, well played, Overton. Just what England needed, really. Someone to stay, first of all, with Bairstow, who's always going to score quickly the way he plays. But Overton is kind of matching him now, isn't he? He's playing some lovely shots. Poor ball.
Wagner in again. That's a better ball, which rises and is actually reasonably well played, very well played by Overton from under his chin.
Tall man, though, isn't he? As you called him, the giant oak, hewn from stone or something like that yesterday. And he is. So it's hard for Wagner on this placid pitch to get that up and create a bit of a problem for him. He's got to make a big effort to do that. No, I just don't know how New Zealand can at the moment, how they can stop the bleeding right now.
Runs coming quickly. Wagner is in, short once more. It's an attempted pull which hits something and bounces maybe 7 or 8 yards away from Overton in front of square on the leg side. A little conversation between Moran Erasmus and the batsman just to make sure there's no need for a concussion check or anything like that. They are...
Get him on the helmet, did it?
Well, I think it might have been arm
to up to helmet.
Possibly. And I think Moran Erasmus is going to say, yeah, let's get that checked out. And maybe a drink as well for umpires and players, just to make the most of this opportunity. And indeed, they are going to do exactly that. With Overton on 53, Bairstow on 83.
So, I mean, it's time for a little chat from New Zealand too, just to think about how they can approach the next few overs, because the game has actually got away from them. And this partnership, and this is the 7th wicket partnership, really, they should be able to find a couple of bowlers that can tidy things up. They started with the 2 strong bowlers after tea, Southey and Bolt. Neither, well, mainly Southey, went for too many runs. Just too wide of off stump, and Bairstow was into him like a shot, wasn't he? Any width at all, and then he pitched up a bit full, he was driven, and just leg stump a bit more, and he was driven on the leg side. So it's quite a difficult period that they have to sort of slow this down in some way. And they've played a lot of cricket, this team. They need to have a way to do that. I keep coming back to the point, a spinner.
We'll get some more thoughts from you in a moment, Jeremy, but drinks are being taken here at Headingley with England 1-7-8 for 6.
Split your payment into 4 interest-free instalments with PayPal Pay in 4. Buy now and pay later with no late fees with PayPal Pay in 4, where you see the PayPal button. Terms, eligibility and exclusions apply. See paypal.com.au for more info.
Time for new tyres? At Bridgestone Select, you'll get more with 4. Buy 3 selected Bridgestone tyres and get Get the 4th free. Limited time only. Conditions apply. For tyres and auto service you can count on, head for Bridgestone Select.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
Kia ora, New Zealand. You know what's so hot right now? Winter. Yep. Soaking in a hot tub. That's so hot it's steamy. Racing down a river in a jet boat. You know that's hot. Watching humpback whales. Horse riding on a beach. I don't even know which one is hotter. Snowboarding, skiing, falling over, all extremely hot. Walking on a beach all rugged up HOT. Yep, winter has never been so hot. So get out there and experience it. 100% pure New Zealand.
SENZ Test cricket for Rosine. The paints the Kiwis trust with Adam Collins and Jeremy Coney preparing to pick up the call for the fresh hour of play. Drinks remain on the field. Another one of these 6-minute drinks breaks. 178 for 6 England. They started this session at 91 for 6. They just keep putting the foot down, this pair. Bairstow now up to 83 there with Jamie Overton, who's completed the half century at the first time of asking as a Test cricketer. Jeremy, we enjoyed some of his work yesterday, Overton, with the ball. Not quite so much today, but he's an all-round offering for England. At number 8, he could be very useful.
Yeah, I think so. Number 8, it's a question, is he a bowler or is he a batsman? And you'd think that he's always going to be a bowler who can bat.
Yeah.
And that's what he needs to really work on. I thought today, actually, he didn't look entirely fit. I'm not saying he's got an injury. I just don't think he's fit enough for the role that he's actually playing. He bowled 16 overs yesterday, which isn't the compliment that you'd expect from a main frontline bowler. And then today, yes, I agree that there was some short stuff in there which takes the gas out of the tank a wee bit, but you'd expect he was nowhere near 90 miles an hour, we were told. And not even in, he was sort of mid-80s to 80, I think, at the end. He was 41 runs yesterday off the 16 overs. He went for 7 overs today, something like that, for 45. Round about those sort of numbers.
Yeah.
So you don't want that from your main bowlers, I don't think.
But with that in hand, he's 53.
Oh, he's doing 70. The job here.
Oh no, absolutely.
But it's easy. But it's easy now. This is easy.
No, the game has distinctly changed. I mean, they put on 123 from 138 balls.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. They're scoring over 5 and over right now. So what's Wagner going to do? They had a chance to have a chat. Now, is he going to attack him with some short-pitched balls?
There are 3 back and a deep third. Bowling to Overton on 53. Start of the new hour. Overton swings and heads through the cordon. 4 more. The runs keep flowing. The partnership to 127. He made room. He went leg side to try and slap it. Who knows where exactly, but off the top edge, over first slip. 4 more to the tally. That's his 8th for Overton to go with a 6. 182 for 6.
Yeah, but you can see where it gets up. It gets up only to around about the sort of waist height, and that's the problem for Wagner. While the batsman's given himself some room, he can slash away. It can go anywhere, of course. He didn't get full toll of it, but he got it sort of to find third man, and that's another boundary.
So still 25 overs in theory left today. They'll get about 16 of them in if they really want to, so they'll fall well short of the finish line. And 16 overs left today. England will, 147 runs left on the board to draw level. They won't get quite that far, but if these two are still there, they'll both be well beyond 100.
They'll get another 80 runs, you'd think, at this stage. So they'll be 260, 270 if that's the case.
Yeah.
And the lead that New Zealand potentially had has been destroyed and just taken away, not whittled either.
Well, when they came together at 55 for 6, remembering that Jamie Overton should have been out-leagued before wicket very early in his innings, they didn't go upstairs. They blew a review on a 50-50, which proved to be missing leg stump as Bracewell Prepares to start a new over. He isn't quite ready yet. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 29.
Yeah, but he's coming round the wicket now. So that opens up LBW a little bit for him if he pitches across the stumps.
To Bairstow. Fielder's out. He dances and tries to take one, but can't beat mid-wicket. Bairstow this year, I had a look before jumping on, Jeremy. He's averaging 57. He's made 3 centuries and a 50 for a guy who was, on the cusp of not playing Test cricket again.
Yeah.
What a response.
Yeah, he's in good form at the moment.
So, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, deep backward point with Bracewell round the wicket to Bairstow here, sweeping, getting it out behind square, into the gap, another 4. What an innings this is from Bairstow. He's just about unstoppable at the moment. That's his 13th 4. He moves to 87 from just 79 deliveries.
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 5-4 onside field. Normally you've got that man that stroke went over. He's got to be at 45, and the man right down. He's very fine, isn't he? I mean, if that's really for a line that you're bowling leg stump and you're being hit down behind with a little paddle sweep. He's got to go square, and this other man's got to come finer. I don't think that's... Yeah, now they're changing it.
Yeah, so the finer man's sort of inside the fielding circle in one-day terms, and the sweep at Devon Conway goes squarer, and in turn they move the deep square leg closer to deep mid-wicket. So they're making adjustments every ball. They're trying to find something, and sure enough, Johnny Bairstow spotted something behind the bowler's arm, or so he believes. It might be that poor Stewart again.
The other thing...
it's the door, sorry. It's the door up on the second deck. How that's a problem, by the way. When you played, Jeremy, there was a sideboard, and that was that. Now they've got an enormous sight screen, and the door on the second deck is sufficient to annoy Bairstow.
Is Joel Garner playing?
No, it's Michael Bracewell bowling here to Bairstow. Goes back this time. Takes a single to backward point. And Neil Wagner, a favourite of the Western Terrace, does the fielding. He moves to 88 from 80 balls. It's 187 for 6 halfway through the 36th over.
Bracewell also needs to just vary his pace a bit. At the moment, he's very flat, not getting any turn. He's just got to just calm down a little bit, and sort of get the ball up but get it to come down.
Will Overton keep going? Similar field. Tries to tuck it round the corner unsuccessfully. Yeah, they're keeping the deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on configuration for Overton. So the same plan for both batters here. They've got a slip, staying round the wicket. Bracewell bowls, Overton goes back and carves behind point. Out towards the rope, work to do for Wagner. He just drags it in. They get 2. Bairstow wants a 3rd. Bairstow gets a 3rd. One of the fastest runners between wickets in the world. So Jamie Overton moves into the 60s with 1 ball left in the over. 190 for 6. The deficit down to 139.
Too short, too flat. And that just allows a cut to be played very, very easily. Much harder if the ball is up in the air and bouncing just a little bit more. You get an edge to those ones. So and you get the chance to turn.
They keep tweaking here. So backward point was up for Overton. Back on the rope for Bairstow. Last ball of the over. Bracewell bowls and Bairstow laps, gets a bit tangled up, but spills off his pad into the onside. End of the over. 190 for 6 the score. Our coverage is for Razine, the paints that Kiwis trust.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
Spirit. Australians have it in droves. Those who seek out the tough jobs, cop short breaks on the chin, and don't mind signing out last are all driven by Spirit. Spirit Super is the industry super fund that backs all hardworking Aussies. Visit spiritsuper.com.au. It all starts with Spirit. Issued by Motor Trades Association of Australia Superannuation Fund Pty Ltd. Read the PDS and TMD at spiritsuper.com.au before making a decision.
Dominating the first hour of the second innings of this match, New Zealand now look bereft. They need options, and they need them fast, because Bracewell is not playing the containment role. He's conceded 37 runs in 4 overs, Jeremy.
Yeah, 9 runs an over almost. You can't keep that going. So New Zealand, they have to find somebody else.
They turn to Wagner, as they so often do. 3 out on the leg side, bowling here to Overton. Over the wicket, away from us. Overton makes room and tries to carve him through the onside in front of square. Doesn't make contact, deflects off maybe his thigh pad, ends up at backward point, no run. But that's the second time we've seen Overton, when they put the third man out, look to open up, probably long on if he makes contact. We'll see. We'll see. Will he keep going? Keep chancing his hand? He's 40 away from what could be 100 on test debut. Let's not forget that either.
Yeah, he could give himself room and sort of bunt it straight back over the bowler.
Wagner to the crease, bowls to Overton. It's full, and it's a slower ball, and it sneaks through past the leg stump, well past the leg stump. Hands on heads, though. That wasn't far away from something going wrong for the big all-rounder. Just 108 kilometres an hour, so all the pace off that one.
That's good. That's exactly, at least one of the bowlers are thinking. They're trying to change things for the batsman. At the moment, if you just stay the same pace, it makes it much more simple to try and attack it. It's a shot of ball, isn't it?
Oh, who would have thought we'd see a field like this a couple of hours ago, when Bolt and Southey and Wagner were rolling through England. Wagner took wickets with his second and fifth deliveries. Running up from the football stand end, away from the Kirkstall lane end now, delivering to Overton over the wicket, making room again, this time making contact and giving it everything. Way back into the Western Terrace. That's a big one. His second 6, Overton moves to 66 in England, 196 for 6. But I'll tell you what, he telegraphed it. A couple of times he tried to play that shot, swung and missed. This time he got all of it.
It's an emphatic strike, isn't it? Whew. But it's, again, the height of the ball. That's not Wagner. He's got to get it up higher than that to make it at least a risk. There's no risk in that stroke at all.
Has that been caught by a man in the crowd?
Yes, I think.
Oh, it's through his hands at the last moment on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. That's gone 15, 20 rows back. Will he go again, Overton? The crowd want him to. Wagner bowls here. It's straight and driven down the ground. Another boundary. Overton to 70. Bang, bang. 200 for 6. This is a marvellous partnership. It's up to 145, and they're not done yet, Jeremy Coney.
2 good shots, weren't they? Very clean strikes. First one over mid-wicket. Second one just gave himself some room with the front foot and then held the poise and just used a straight bat this time, just on the offside. Nice stroke.
He is seeing it like the proverbial beach ball. 2 left in the over there. Wagner to Overton, down the leg side, pace off, can't catch up with it, ends up with Blundell. As you pointed out before, every delivery is an event right now, isn't it?
Now, can Wagner come around the wicket? You know, they've got to change things. Just can't keep leaving it the same. You know, change the angle, change the pace, bowl an off cutter. You know, I think you have to change things up. I mean, at the moment, you know, New Zealand are bleeding from both ends of the pitch at the moment.
So they don't change the field. Williamson has a chat to Wagner before he sets off to complete his 9th over, an expensive one. Into Overton, bowls here short, makes room, slaps through cover. It's going to be 4 more. What an authoritative shot it is from a man on test debut. He's 74. They trail by 125. England 204 for 6. We'll go to a break for Razine, the pates that Kiwis trust.
Host Plus is a top-performing industry super fund run only to benefit our members. An industry super fund that puts you first? That's a plus. Super Ratings SR50 Balanced Index June 2021. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Of 149 in 151 deliveries. You wouldn't dream of a response like this from where they were when they came together at 55 for 6. England were in all sorts. Between Bolt and Southey and Wagner, it looked like their plan A was backfiring badly. It was backfiring badly, but as they said last week at Trent Bridge, they're going to keep playing aggressive cricket to the last. And it prompts a change in bowling from the football stand end. It's going to be Trent Boult, who was immaculate bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end in his first spell, taking 3 wickets, all clean bowled. Now he comes back for his second spell after tea. Both of those have been from the football stand end. So they're trying to change it up and shake things up and make something happen.
Well, I wondered whether he might come around. I thought he bowled all his best. Well, his best spell was up from the Kirkstall Lane end, wasn't it? Whether he feels that he can repeat that. But, I mean, just the run rates from each of the bowlers.
We've got another... I can't explain what's going on here. The umpires are together. Maybe they're taking a light reading. I've seen no evidence of them taking a light reading. 2 minutes between overs. Sure, it's only Test cricket, whatever. We'll get 77 overs in for the day or something ridiculous.
What's Kettleborough?
And Kettleborough's going up to Boult. And Boult has got 2 fingers held in the air. Not that way. Oh, hang on. Trent Boult was given his cap back by the umpire.
What?
So Trent Boult was going to bowl the over. The umpires have come together. Umpire Kettleborough's walked over to Trent Boult, given him his cap. Now, for a moment there, I thought Daryl Mitchell was going to bowl the over. Initially, I thought that was the bowling change. And now Mitchell is going to bowl it. I mean, there's clearly something going on here that we can't detect from 120 metres away. But why would have Mitchell been ready to bowl? They're not bowling, and then the umpires get involved. Has Mitchell been off the field? I don't believe so.
No, he's been at slip there,
the whole time.
Yeah.
And now Trent Boult drops back to backwards square, and now we're about 4 minutes between overs. That's announced over the loudspeaker here that a man with a couple of Test wickets at 84, but a better bowler than that, as we've seen in white ball fair for New Zealand, gets his first opportunity for the Test match. He bowled a sole delivery at Lord's back in the opening match when he completed the over. It was completed the over of Tim Southey, or possibly, it's a long time ago now.
Probably Colin de Grandhomme when
Colin
he went off.
Sorry, right you are. Yes, Colin de Grandhomme. So we finally reset. Bairstow on 88, Overton on 74. The former's on strike. There's 2 out on the leg side, a deep point. 1 man behind the wicket. And he plays him respectfully from the crease out towards cover, no run. I'll be fascinated to find out what that was all about. Maybe Phil Walker can work out from Twitter or what they were saying on Sky, because that was weird.
Yeah.
And they've still got, I know I bang on about this a bit, but 23 overs in theory to bowl today, and they've got 55 minutes to bowl them in. That's never going to happen. How long before Bairstow tries to take Mitchell downtown? That's the question. He bowls here, and Bairstow carves away through point, behind point. There should be a couple there. Oh, Bairstow wants to. Overton sends him back. A bit of confusion. And probably the right call, all told, with Neil Wagner. Has a great arm there. And that's the 150 partnership. So recognised by the crowd here at Headingley. They've raised it in just 153 deliveries after coming together at 55 for 6. This is Test cricket in fast forward. This is the modern game that Brendan McCullum is talking about. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. Well, with these two right now, splendid stuff. The highest 7th wicket partnership for England in Test against New Zealand as well, beating Alan Knott and Peter Lever at Auckland in 1971, we're told on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Happening so quickly too, isn't it, that they've gone beyond being in trouble. They're now dominating things. And New Zealand are the ones who are in trouble.
Yeah, they're only 124 in the black now, the Black Caps. Mitchell, the man with the hot hand, Overton. Oh, strikes him on the pad. Has to be close there. Kettleborough turns it down. Mitchell nearly pleading. Nearly went down to his knees. They're not going to use the review. Only got 1 left. Mitchell's got the smile on his face as he passes umpire Kettleborough. Let's take another look, Jeremy Coney, on the Chemist Warehouse screen.
Was it wide, or did he get an edge on it? Because it was nice and low, just angled in. Yes, it's a big inside edge into the pads.
Yeah, from our angle behind Overton, we weren't necessarily to know the ball had hit the bat. It just looked like he was caught on the crease, and he was. But a nice big deflection. Mitchell bowls here, and Overton leaves alone. Haven't seen much of that today. 205 for 6 stays the score. 1 ball left, 2 balls left in the over. What a day of Test cricket this has been. All the lights on now here at Headingley. Every seat taken in the Western Terrace and the Eastern Stand as well. People aren't going anywhere. Why would you? A lot to see over the next hour or so.
My old mate Shake Wright's apparently over there. John Wright.
Mitchell bowls, and again, Overton's happy to leave alone. Is he now?
Had a meeting. He's now president of Derbyshire. And apparently he went to the meeting and then put his shorts on and headed off to the Western Terrace. So he'll be over there somewhere at the moment.
Fantastic.
He's a cracker.
The man who made 93 here in 83.
Yeah.
The 83 win.
Yeah, he's a cracker of a man.
They're a club on the rise, Derbyshire. Probably a conversation for another time, but...
I mean, an opener, of course, and so they're always slightly different, those openers.
Winviz has really adjusted here. New Zealand at 45, England at 36. Those numbers were a lot different 2 hours ago. Mitchell bowls and Overton plays through the cordon for more. Thick edge along the ground through about fourth slip. He ends the over with a boundary, moves along to 78. England 209 for 6. They trail by 120. Our coverage is for Rosine, made right in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
9 for 6, Adam Collins with Jeremy Coney. I was just saying, between overs, Jeremy, how about we do a deal, Nikesh? I'll take Bairstow's 100, you take Overton's, because Nikesh has had the hot hand when it comes to calling the tons through the series, and Johnny Bairstow's 11 away from that milestone. And he's got Tim Southey to deal with here, so they're making a double change. They've parted ways with Bracewell and Wagner, and now it's going to be Bolt and Southey. Lennon and McCartney. And Southey has bowled 12 overs, 1 for 57. Again, they're taking their time between overs. Tweaking. Not yet happy. And now they'll set off. One out on the leg side. Bairstow, 89. Southey to him here. New spell. Plays him round the corner. Wants two. Won't get two. Overton sends him back. Bracewell does well, charging in from deep square. He's up to 90. 210 for 6. They trail by 119.
That's a decent start for Southey. Can't give too much width. Change again the angle, which he's so good at. Change the pace so that the strike, when it comes, can actually be a bit early and you can hit it up in the air. Just keep thinking, bowlers, and the batsmen have to be aware of that too. They've got to watch for those little things. Man comes into gully for Overton. One slip, one gully, wide slip.
Southey here to Overton on 78. Delivers here. He defends from the crease. I've had enough time between balls to check how many men have made 100 on Test debut. It's up to 112.
Well, you can't go through those.
No, I'm not going to go through those. Just noting that there've been a few, but that's the last player to do it for England. You've got to go back to Keaton Jennings at the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. Helps you work, rest and play. 210 for 6 is the score. Southey away from us, slip in a gully, bowls here, defending, back down the pitch, out towards extra cover, no run.
It's a rare occurrence. No runs off a dot, dot ball at last. They're like gold at the moment for New Zealand. Last time I was on, you were reading out all sorts of texts from New Zealand saying, "Oh, this is great, enjoying this. It's raining a lot."
Should I bring them up?
They've kind of quietly stopped, haven't they?
I might quietly bring them back up again.
They're on holiday at the moment in New Zealand. There's a thing called Matariki, which they had Friday off, and so they got a 3-day weekend there.
Overton facing Southey halfway through his over, and he leaves alone outside the off stump. Just the energy's changed a bit since they brought back Bolt and Southey. Yeah. So the long weekend, it's in honour of. Is it recognised anything in particular?
It's the first time it's ever been held, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You have a look up the word Mata, M-A-T-A, Riki, R-I-K-I. And I think you'll find it's It's some sort of Maori year.
It's a special occasion in the New Zealand calendar, marking the start of the Maori New Year.
There you go.
Signifying the Matariki cluster of stars.
That's it.
Southey bowls. Gets big there on Overton. Wants a quick single after it deflects into the onside, but they think better of it. It says here, signified by the Matariki cluster of stars reappearing in the New Zealand night sky. A time to reflect on the past year, celebrate the present, and plan for the year ahead.
There you are. That's why you get the extra day off. There's a lot to contemplate there.
You only get, a certain amount of days to have as bank holidays or days off. That feels like a good one to me.
Well, we don't have bank holidays in New Zealand.
Well, public holidays, I suppose they're called, where we're from. We've got Manny saying, can I have the $50, please? I said, please. I don't know where he's listening. Sorry, Manny. Here's Southey bowling, and down the leg side, it just skips past Overton's blade. End of the over. 210 for 6 with Bairstow back on strike on 90 from 84 balls.
The other thing to do in these circumstances is to do what happened to Mitchell earlier today, wasn't he? He got about 5 runs and maybe 15 overs or something like that. Is to try and take Bairstow out of the game, give him a single, let him stand at the non-striker's end so that he doesn't keep on the rhythm of innings at the moment is just running away from New Zealand. Put him at the non-striker's end, don't allow him to face and bowl the majority of the deliveries if they can, to Overton. And the trouble is that Overton's been scoring, as quickly almost, hasn't he?
They can't hold up an end. They've got to set fielders back for both.
Yeah.
We've still got Brian Barker in Christchurch with us, finally in with a great chance. He might have set that a little while ago. He might have set that's a little while ago, but the sentiment's appreciated. Stick with us through to the close of play in 45 minutes' time. Daryl Mitchell, his second over to Bairstow. He's on 90, facing up, and Bairstow beaten outside the off stump. It's a point that you and I both made, Jeremy, through the series, is that Mitchell's got more to him as a bowler than he bowls a lot in one-day cricket, moves it around.
He's a competitive man too, and he doesn't like being hit. He's just got to be careful he doesn't get too wide here. He's got a little bit of movement there, obviously slower than any of the other quick bowlers, so it has got a wee bit more time to move if he gets the release right at his end.
So Mitchell sets off towards Bairstow, and trail by 119. Bowls here, Bairstow beaten again. Playing from the crease, not a lot of footwork, trying to steer him through, let's say, backward point. And Mitchell comes up for a little chat as well, for a wee chat, and Bairstow goes back at him. Don't mind that, as Phil Walker pointed out before. Bairstow's at his best when he's brawling with someone, and maybe Mitchell's up for it.
Well, he's been beaten twice in the last 2 balls, so that's all right. Mitchell doesn't have to say much. He's done the work he needs to do. Just turn around, go back, do it again.
So they've got a man at backward point who they've pushed back about 10 metres after those 2 plays and misses. A sweeper at deep point, deep square leg, and a fine leg. Mitchell to Bairstow. Bairstow driving down the ground, doesn't beat the bowler who sticks up a mitt, takes some pace off it. It ends up with Williamson at mid-off, no run.
That's good. Starting to put together some, 3 or 4 deliveries this over?
Yeah, three good dots.
Yep. Okay.
So build some pressure. And I think that we've seen that in the last couple of... They've taken a look at Mitchell. There was the thick edge in the first over, but broadly speaking, they're playing him watchfully and they're playing Southey respectfully.
Yep. Is he going to charge here? What's Bairstow going to do?
Mitchell bowls, Bairstow beaten again. That was a little fend. He might have pulled inside the line at the last moment there, but again, he's flirting with balls in that part of the pitch, which he wasn't at before.
And if he's going to play like that, then I think if I was Southey, I'm going to go a little bit finer. He's too wide there, I think, for a slip for that sort of stroke. He's got to come in a bit closer to the keeper, Blundell.
Southey in the short sleeve jumper at third slip. They've also got a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off and cover, conventional, on the 1. 2 balls left in the over. Mitchell up to Bairstow. Bowls here. Bairstow clipping, but can't beat mid-wicket. Really good over this from Mitchell. Just changing the energy a little bit after we had that extraordinary passage of play for about half an hour there, where after tea they were giving it everything.
Not enough marks yet for Bracewell either, really, are there, on the surface to try and get some variation and turn if he was able to hit the target. Not sure whether he'd be able to do that from what we've seen either.
So it's Mitchell to finish. Up to the crease. Football stand end, close to the stumps, and Bairstow drives through the offside. Probably won't get 4, although it does pick up pace as it reaches the rope. There's a sweeper. It's Bracewell. He cuts it off. They come back for 2. Bairstow 92 at the end of the over. 212 for 6 the score. They trail by 117. Overton down the other end on 78. Jeremy Coney is going to jump out in favour of Phil Walker. Thank you, Jeremy, for your contributions throughout the course of the day. We'll hear from you again tomorrow. They're only 117 runs behind. Phil, when you and I were last on, it was in the middle of the collapse, and we were thinking, well, the follow-on's in the frame here, and it was. At 55 for 6, the follow-on was very much a talking point. It was happening so quickly. That was the 12th over.
Nothing makes sense.
Here goes Southey. To Overton, rather. He defends the first ball of the over, back down the pitch, no run. Overton's on 78. Nothing makes sense. It's about right. Can you imagine this England team from 12 months ago? I mean, you can't, can you? That's the thing.
No, you can't. You can't. Individuals create these moments, though, as well. And, you know, for all that we talk up the new broom, the new philosophy, this has just been an exhibition by a player who is beginning to really emerge as one of the best around.
Southey bowls and Overton takes one out the deep square. He's 79.
And Bairstow's played okay as well.
Yeah, tell me about it. I was thinking through before with Jeremy, you know, the ton-on debut, it's got something special about it, doesn't it? And I don't expect that Jamie Overton would necessarily have that front of mind. He doesn't strike me as the type that would be, you know, thinking about the achievements of, you know, Archie Jackson and all the rest way back when. But we can ponder.
Yeah, he's an uncomplicated chap, Jamie Overton. You know.
You go through it. England players, there's I mentioned before, Keaton Jennings, Ben Foakes, of course. I missed him on the list, but before that, Jonathan Trott, famous innings at the Oval. Matt Pryor, Alistair Cook in India, Andrew Strauss in Cape Town. At Lords rather, against New Zealand. Southey up to the crease, bowls to Bairstow, who carves away, but straight to deep point. Only gets 1. He's 93, 214 for 6.
Do we know if any of those names from the long list, not just English players, have made it from number 8?
Good question.
A Test debut 100 from number 8.
None of those I've just mentioned.
None of those. Matt Pryor was batting 6 or 7.
Yeah,
I think 7. Yeah, against West Indies. 126, I believe.
Some are fair weight. Good from you.
Thank you, mate.
There's Graham Thorpe at Trent Bridge. Yeah, back in the 93 Ashes.
113, maybe.
114 not out. Close. Southey to Overton, 79. Through the covers. Hits that so well. They've got a sweeper right there, but they come back for 2 on the misfield. Overton wants it and gets it. Yeah, good batting. Good game awareness, really, from Overton. It's usually Bairstow looking for 2 and Overton the more conservative of the pair that we detected in this partnership, which continues to swell. What's it up to now with that 2? It moves on to 161 from 173 balls. Ridiculous.
Highest score by an England number 8 on debut and ticking. So there you go. There's your answer.
Oh, you've got it.
Nikesh has just had a word, and yet he's on 81. No other number 8 for England on debut has ever reached such targets before. 19 to go.
Southey's still got a couple of slips to Overton. Wants to nick him off. Full and straight and defended here, back down the pitch.
That's a statement block if ever I've seen one.
Yes. I was gaming this with Nikesh before, saying, I'll take Bairstow, you take Overton. Why don't we have a bit more jeopardy in this? I'll do one more over after this. Bairstow's on 93. If he doesn't get there, I'll stand down.
Okay. I think that's fair.
I've given myself every opportunity to call this tum. But Nikesh, he's got the golden touch, so we'll give it to him and he'll do it right. Southey to Overton, 81, and stays on 81, defending out to cover. End of the over. We'll take a break on SENZ Test Cricket for Razine, the paints that Kiwis trust with England. 216 for 6.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with expertise and tools with Windows 11 Pro to do incredible things. because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. To do more with a Latitude laptop, Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 1800 880 855.
Collins for one final over. I've got Phil Walker with me, the back of the box, Jeremy Coney, Henry Moran, Nikesh Regani. We're all here hoping to see a couple of hundreds. They deserve it. It's been that kind of day, that kind of session. All the lights on here at Headingley. We said in our intro yesterday that weird and wonderful things happen at this ground. They have for 120 years. And we saw 55 for 6 nearly become 55 for 7. And now we've seen this absurd partnership, really, worth 161. Mitchell mutters to himself, starts his run, bowls to Bairstow on 93, who drives down the ground, gets himself a 4. Glorious on drive.
You're in the money here, Adam Collins.
We'll see.
3 from 5.
I'll tell you what,
5 needed.
That is. It's not about me. It's about that bloke in the middle, Johnny Bairstow, who has hit the pants off that. How's that to start the over? Right out the screws.
It's not the first on drive he's hit today either. His game is in seriously good order, and there is a sense of theatre as well that he's brought from Trent Bridge into this place, his home ground.
Bairstow on 97. Mitchell to him here, cutting away, doesn't beat backward point. The crowd went up as one momentarily, and the oohs came through the effects mic. Not far away from getting past the man there. That's Will Young. They've got a slip. That's Tim Southey. Third slip. Deep point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep backward square. And a fine leg. Mitchell in his third over. Mitchell on his way from the football stand end to Bairstow on 97. Bowls here, and Bairstow turns around the corner. There'll be one, and that'll be his lot. Moves to 98. 222. Make that 221 for 8. Brings Overton back on the strike on 81. All the England players are gathered on the balcony. Joe Root, Ben Stokes, Ollie Pope. They've all been and gone, but they're having the time of their lives watching their compatriots do their thing.
How many test players, test batters, have made back-to-back better than a run of ball test hundreds?
Yeah, that's a...
Nikesh, get on it. He's fallen off his chair, Adam.
I know there's one player that's made 100 from number 8 on test debut. That was Roger Hardigan in a ridiculous test match at Adelaide in 1908.
Right.
Where he, in 50-degree heat, so they say, he with Clem Hill put on about 300. Overton facing up on 81. And straight back over Mitchell's head. Cop that. Pushed out the front leg out towards mid-wicket and said, I'll have a bit of it, please. He's 85. England 225 for 6.
Yeah, look, it's an astonishing shot. It's a flat bat slap. Kettleborough, the umps, jumps out the way. Yeah, look, he's hit it as cleanly as Bairstow, and you can't offer any better compliment than that. This is extraordinary. Just like he's playing for his village club back in Barnstaple in Devon, where him and his twin brother used to play.
So it's Mitchell. 2 balls left in the over. Overton's on 85. 225 for 6. And he defends back down the pitch. There'll be no single there. They trail by 104. Every dot ball's being applauded. This crowd, cliched as it is, they love cricket. This is Cricket Central, Leeds and Yorkshire. And they know what they're seeing. They understand the significance of this partnership.
And witnessing the genius of the test game yet again. I mean, we've already had 3 bits of history today. Take it back to Trent Boult, clean bowling 3 players in the first 8 overs. Not done since 1902.
Last ball of the over. Overton on strike on 85 and leaves it alone through to the keeper. Daryl Mitchell completes his third over.
And Adam Collins walks, folks.
They trail by 104. England 225 for 6. And back to Johnny Bairstow on 98. Nikesh Regani to call 100 with Phil Walker.
In you come the...
Split your payment into 4 interest-free instalments with PayPal Pay in 4. Buy now and pay later with no late fees with PayPal Pay in 4, where you see the PayPal button. Terms, eligibility and exclusions apply. See paypal.com.au for more info.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
Afternoon, Phil. Yeah, SEN Test Cricket for Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. It's been a mad afternoon. Adam Collins taking an extra 20 minutes to try and get Johnny Bairstow across the line with these three figures. Some things are just not meant to be, are they?
Collins has gone for a run round the ground. I think he's got to let off a bit more steam, the fella.
Better luck in Sri Lanka, old boy.
It's a bit too laconic for my taste, Collins, sometimes. You know, he's just got to get a bit up for it.
Yeah. Never heard anyone say that before about the main man.
Right, 98.
Here we go. Johnny Bairstow on strike. Trent Boult will be running into bowl from the Kirkstall lane end. Two slips in place, both spread far apart. In comes Boult to Bairstow, who drives down the ground. He's going to get one. He's beaten mid-off. And there it is. Johnny Bairstow takes his helmet off, runs over to the England dressing room. What a celebration that is. He must have some of his family in the crowd as well, because he's gone over to our right. He is loving this. Back-to-back centuries for Johnny Bairstow on his home ground. And what great scenes. Everyone's up on their feet around the stadium. A kiss of the badge as well on the helmet. He salutes some of his family members and friends down there just in front of us to our right. And what a moment this is, on his home ground as well, Phil.
It's just the greatest game ever invented, isn't it? This game of ours continues to confound and bewilder and evolve and intrigue. And everybody is up on their feet, 20,000 in today, to see one of their own produce something that we will never forget. A purer innings than the one last week. Last week was wild and mercury and out of control. This innings has just been a masterpiece, really. An absolute masterpiece.
10th 100 as well. In comes Boult again. A good delivery in swinger. This time just defended to mid-off by Bairstow. 102 from 95 when he brought up that milestone as well. And crucially, in the context of the game, England now only trail by 100 runs. This partnership worth 174 between these two. Let's not play down the role of Jamie Overton as well at the other end. 85 off just 96.
Yeah.
Is this the IPL?
It's a lot more interesting than that, Chief. Yeah, look, Jamie Overton, not just a second hand. I mean, he's matched him shot for shot here. You know, he's 17 runs behind Johnny Bairstow, having come in a wee bit later.
Boult into Bairstow again, who late cuts through the cordon in the gap between those two slips. I think that was beautifully placed there by Bairstow. The deft touch gets himself another boundary, 233 for 6.
Yeah, look, the highlights reel on this innings will be more complete than what happened last week, I think, because it's been shots all around the park. There's been finesse. There's been deftness as well, especially behind square on the offside. And that was gorgeous. Just ran it off the face between first and third.
Boult runs in once more. It's full, and this is a play and a miss, looking for the big booming drive down the ground. This time was Bairstow. Missed it completely.
Keeps coming in, though, Trent Boult. Keeps producing those tempters as well. He's bowled full all day. The ball looks in good nick as well, and it's still moving a wee bit off the straight. I mean, amidst all the craziness, there is still a game on here. England 2-3-3 for 6, 96 behind, and the next 45 minutes or so, or 30 minutes or so, will be key, I think.
Boult is a bit wide this time. Bairstow can't get that cut shot away. Just bounces down in front of that floating slip fielder, and there is no run. Yeah, trailing by just 96 now. I mean, that was unthinkable just a couple of hours ago, but what a partnership this has been. Jamie Overton at the other end, as we mentioned, the highest score at the moment by an England player on debut, batting at number 8, 85 from 96. Can he become the first centurion? It could become like London buses, couldn't it? Collar goes off and we get 200s on the call here as Boult comes in. This is down the leg side this time. He's still swinging it, but it's racing away towards the boundary. It's going to be cut off. He'll get through for a couple of leg buys, just flicking the outside of Johnny Bairstow's leg there. 43 overs gone then. England 235 for 6, trailing by 94.
Split your payment into 4 interest-free instalments with PayPal Pay in 4. Buy now and pay later with no late fees with PayPal Pay in 4, where you see the PayPal button. Terms, eligibility and exclusions apply. See paypal.com.au for more info.
SENZ Test Cricket for Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. Welcome back to an absolutely crazy final session here at Headingley, the home of weird and wonderful cricket, really, in recent times, certainly. Going back not just to 2019, I mean, I say recent times, you go back to 81. I mean, there's all sorts happening on this ground from time to time. That famous West Indies win here a few years back as well, unexpectedly.
Yeah.
And we've got England here as Southey comes in, and this is a play and a miss from Overton outside the off stump. And this partnership for the 7th wicket, worth 180 runs. Jamie Overton on Test debut, 85 from 96. Bairstow 106 from just 100 balls, 16 fours in that innings as well. They have gone toe to toe with each other, shot for shot.
Yep.
And it's been a delight to watch, really. This is the new brand that we talk about, isn't it? This sort of aggressive brand of Test cricket that they are looking to bring in. I mean, this sort of epitomises everything that Stokes and Brendan McCullum have talked about. The Southey comes in again, and this is driven out towards deep cover. Just the single this time for Overton. 181 that partnership moves on to England. 236 for 6 rather. And we kind of touched on it earlier, didn't we? It wasn't a case of England losing those early wickets because they were looking to be too expansive and too attacking. It was good bowling, good swing bowling, just unplayable deliveries and really good stuff from the Black Caps. But they've settled down really well here in this partnership. The one previously, Ben Folkes didn't last very long. Stokes, there was a few flashes in that particular innings as well. But it just shows you what a good pitch it is to start with as Southey comes in. It's short, it's pulled away this time into the gap, and that's going to be 4 more runs as well. Backward of square on the leg side. There are 2 fielders out there on the boundary. It goes to the left of Trent Boult, who's at long leg. Bairstow on to 110, England 240 for 6, just too short.
Yeah, 2 men out, and he's banged it in halfway down, but he could have banged it in anywhere. Could have block-holed it, and he'd have probably ramped him over the keeper's head. So look, it's very difficult to find fault with what New Zealand have done across the last 30 odd overs. Bracewell didn't bowl great, in fairness, but aside from that,
Southey in again to Bairstow, attempted cut, playing a miss.
Aside from that, the momentum's just been unstoppable, and I don't think they can really, when they do sit down tonight, punch drunk and shell shocked as they will be, I don't think they can really ask too many questions of themselves. Sometimes the game just turns you inside out, inexplicably so. They had this game not exactly won, but not far off it 2 hours ago. Now it's anybody's.
Right, and he comes again, Southey. This is full and wide and smashed through extra cover. 4 more to Johnny Bairstow. He just stands and watches it race away in front of the Western Terrace. 4 more runs. Hit with disdain, that one. 244 for 6. Bairstow on to 114. And it's looking too easy for the local man, isn't it now?
It's hard to know what to say anymore. And we're paid to say it. In terms of purity of shot, this is as good as you've seen an England player play in the England shirt. You can think back to Stokes at Lords in 2015, 86 ball 100. You can think back to Botham in 81 at Old Trafford, 84 balls, I think it was.
Final ball of Southey's over is a little bit straighter, and can't get it away with the late cut Johnny Bairstow. No run, end of the over. We'll pick that up in just a moment with England 244 for 6.
Split your payment into 4 interest-free instalments with PayPal Pay in 4. Buy now and pay later with no late fees with PayPal Pay in 4, where you see the PayPal button. Terms, eligibility and exclusions apply. See paypal.com.au for more info.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with expertise and tools with Windows 11 Pro to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. To do more with a Latitude laptop, Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 1-800-880-855.
For Razine, the Paints Kiwis trust. England then 244 for 6, trailing by just 85. They could take a lead here, Phil Walker.
Well, yeah, suddenly we've got, 22 minutes left in the day. That deficit has come down bizarrely, and tomorrow morning does loom large in the context of this game. New Zealand still have their noses ahead, although you wouldn't believe so. Yeah, they'll be batting third on this peculiar pitch, settled down perfectly for the hitters. The ball stopped doing too much, although Bolt's remained a threat, and he's still got the ball here, 3 for 61.
Well, look, lights are on. The ball is still moving when Bolt's bowling from this end, the Kirkstall Lane end, where we are. He's going to continue here. And he comes to Overton, who just pushes out towards point, gets himself a single.
That right, sorry, Nick, that right there is why Overton has played so well, and he deserves every one of these runs. You see lower order players sometimes chance their arm, sometimes they get up to 60, 70, 80, 90. You think of Tino Best's 95, you think of Tim Southey's liberated slog on debut, when he launched 9 sixes. This has been a controlled knock by Jamie Overton. He's picked the right ball. There's not been too many swipes, there's not been too many rushes of blood, and he's actually gone down the gears in the last half an hour or so. He's playing quite a few under his nose, he's dropping and running. Extraordinary knock, really.
Bolt into Bairstow, who's defending out into the offside, and turns down the offer of a single from Overton, who was halfway down the track at least. Has to sprint back to get in at the non-striker's end. All is safe and secure. 245 for 6 still. Just a reminder, if you are just joining us here on SENZ Test Cricket, England at the fall of the 6th wicket had 55 runs on the board. Ben Foakes had just been dismissed. LBW to Wagner. We were all saying, here we go, the tail's going to be exposed. And out comes Overton as Bolt is in. This is full and driven square. We'll probably get a couple of runs here. It's away from the sweeper on the boundary, who cleans up. And they are through for 2. 247 for 6. I mean, it just shows you how well these two have played. Johnny Bairstow and Jamie Overton. Overton just 13 away now from a potential 100 on debut, batting at number 8 for England. Not the job he was picked for. I mean, things didn't go all to plan, really, with the ball. He started off reasonably well, especially when he had the change of ends on the first 8, bowling down the hill. Looked like a different beast then, and today wasn't quite at the races. Bolt comes in once more to Bairstow, who just defends back to him. There is no run, but this will do his world. Give him heaps of confidence going into his Test career. 87 from 99. It's not the job, as I say, that he's paid to do, really score the big runs down at number 8. Yes, contribute.
It's a factor, though. It is a factor in his selection, I think. They've been crying out for a number 8, England, for quite a while now. Just trying to think of chances in this crazy partnership, and I can't any, aside from obviously the DRS.
In again, and this is a play and a miss from Bairstow outside off.
Apparently he was on 5. He was on 5, Jamie O. Crashed into his pads. Everyone went up, and the cat got their tongue when it came to DRS.
We've had a few incidents with DRS in this game so far, only 2 days old. We've seen a couple of shocking referrals, a couple that should have been referred from either side, which haven't been. DRS went down for a bit as well, as this is short down the leg side and left alone by Bairstow to finish off that over. 247 for 6. Phil Walker is going to depart alongside me. Black Caps legend Craig McMillian poised to hop into his seat. Jamie Overton then will be on strike at the start of this new over. 87 from 99 balls. Johnny Bairstow remains on 116. England trailing now by just 82 runs in this final session on day 2 of this final test here at Headingley. And pleased to say as well that despite all the rain that was forecast for this afternoon, lots of showers forecast, and apparently it was raining within the sort of broader West Yorkshire region. Areas like Wakefield had a bit of rain, but it all passed by Leeds, thankfully. And we have had a disruption-free day. Good afternoon, Macca. Or should I say, not a very good afternoon.
Good evening. Wow, what a crazy day of Test cricket. There's not too many people that be saying Test cricket's dull. It's ebbed and flowed as it has throughout the whole series. But New Zealand, well, had England, 50-odd for 6. Missed the DRS, a review, and from that point on, this partnership has gone from strength to strength. And now,
got a
New
bit
Zealand,
of a delay.
Well, yeah, there's a few patrons, fans throwing things onto the field. Empty beer holders, I think, by the look of it.
Yeah, the ones where you can sort of made from cardboard, you can stick 4 pints in and carry it safely to your seats. It's all getting a little bit too rowdy, actually, in the Western Terrace at the moment. There's been plastic beer glasses thrown around. We are back underway now as Southey continues into Overton, who punches off the back foot nicely out towards deep cover. Another single. He's been happy to accumulate when the balls haven't been there to hit. He's just been turning the strike over nicely to Johnny Bairstow, who's been slightly the more aggressive, but they've pretty much matched each other throughout this partnership, which is now worth 192. Can you believe that?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that the partnership's that high, but what I've enjoyed from both players, but Johnny Bairstow especially, is the batsmanship. Yes, he's been aggressive. He's looked to score when New Zealand have missed. Came in at a really tough time when the ball was hooping around. Southey and Bolt were on top.
Southey, and again, this is full and hammered straight back down towards long on. He's not got all of this. He's got enough to clear the fielder, and it bounces in to the rope. 1 bounce 4. Well, he took it on. The fielder was on the single at mid-on, hammers it over his head, and that is Johnny Bairstow up to 120. The 250 up for England as well, 252 for 6. Talk us through this.
Well, it's a tie, Tim Southey now, and it was Neil Wagner that was having to go back at mid-on. 2 bounces over the boundary. Issues for New Zealand here. They've only got 3 frontline bowlers. 2 of them are tired. They've had a big series. New Zealand are in trouble.
Southey continues. This is a better delivery, just defended on that off-stump line by Bairstow. No run.
Because England have taken Michael Bracewell out of the equation with 4 overs, none for 37, who's the 4th bowler in this New Zealand lineup. So it means that New Zealand have only got Bolt, Southey, Wagner. 3 frontline bowlers who have to pick up pretty much all 20 wickets if New Zealand are to win this Test match. That is going to be a huge ask. And that comes back to the selection at the start of the Test match when Ajaz Patel, who is a frontline spinner, Michael Bracewell, just into his Test career, is a part-time spinner. There's a big difference. New Zealand got that wrong. Southey
in again, and this time Bairstow looks to cut but plays and misses, and it's through to the keeper. Yeah, I mean, basically I called him almost a poor man's Joe Root, really, both with bat, obviously, most people are, but certainly with the ball. I mean, even Joe Root has bowled a lot more through his career than Michael Bracewell. You look at his first-class career as well, his first 70-odd matches, I think he bowled like 10 overs in that time in first-class cricket, and has been bowling a little bit more in recent times, but still very much a part-timer, as you say. Southey continues then from the far end, and this is defended by Bairstow to short extra cover for no run.
Well, the issue is that New Zealand have picked him in a full-time role to be a frontline spinner, and he's just not good enough quite yet to do that. I think further down the track he could well evolve and end up filling a position like that, but right at this moment in his international career, Michael Bracewell is not equipped to do that role. Ajaz Patel is. New Zealand got their selection wrong at the start, and even though they've had England 55 for 6 and in a position of strength, I think it's still going to hurt them later in this Test match.
Southey continues into Bairstow, who again defends, this time into the leg side, and there is no run. End of the over then, 252 for 6. So we've got around 13 minutes left in the day's play. As Jamie Overton got time. Or enough strike. Will he get enough strike, really, to manage to get these 12 runs he needs for what would be an absolute dream for him on debut? 3 figures staring him in the face as we speak. 88 not out.
I mean, the issue is Nikish, is that by not playing Ajaz Patel, it means that Bolt and Southey are having to bowl more overs themselves. There's no one to take overs off them so that they can have short, sharp spells and be more effective. They're actually having to bowl longer spells and come back, which is going to help England not only in this innings, but later in the Test match when things go the full distance. So, yeah, I'm scratching my head because it's frustrating, but work to do. Bolt has to break this partnership now.
Bolt continues into Overton, who's wrapped on the pads. The ball trickles away towards square leg. They'll get through for a leg by, 254 for 6. Have they got anybody in that top order who could roll their arm over for a little bit? Have they got a Nathan Astle? Have they got a Craig McMillian type bowler? You know, just somebody who could come in and maybe doesn't bowl that regularly, but just can do a job, has done a little bit in the past.
Well, Daryl Mitchell's bowled a couple of overs and shown that he's more than useful. He's been underbowled, hasn't he?
He's been underbowled.
So he's the guy that could take some overs.
Anybody
off.
else? Is there anybody else?
He's not.
In comes Bolt once more, and this is defended well by Bairstow, and there is no run. I mean, they almost went into this feeling that he's going to have to do a lot of bowling, Daryl Mitchell, but they've probably underbowled him based on what we've seen so far. So in their minds, they probably thought, we've got the 4-seam options, we've got the spinner, we've got all bases covered, and we bat quite deep. A little bit defensive, you'd probably think. Being 2-0 down in the series, you want to win this match. You don't want to be 3-0, surely. As Bolt comes in again, full, and just a checked drive, only as far as mid-on, no run.
Well, they're missing Colin de Grandhomme because he's the fourth seamer in this lineup. So he's the one that can get through a number of overs and take the pressure off Southey and Bolt. They've lost him through injury. And the skipper obviously doesn't think that Daryl Mitchell can do that Colin de Grandhomme role quite as well, so he's been underbowled. But in the 3 overs he bowled, he went for 16, but he got 3 or 4 deliveries to go past the outside edge of Johnny Bairstow, which we haven't seen from some of the other New Zealand bowlers.
Absolutely. In comes Bolt again. This is a good swinging delivery and really well played by Bairstow in the end. Another guide down to a fine deep third region in between those 2 slips, probably placed at maybe 2nd and 4th slip. It went in a sort of 3rd slip region all the way along the ground. That is the 200 partnership between Johnny Bairstow and Jamie Overton as well. Listen to the ovation. They're getting a standing ovation here at Headingley as it comes up on the big screen in front of us. What an effort this has been. Herculean from these two. Bairstow on to 124, and England now trail by just 72.
Played that so late, didn't he? Because it actually swung back in, didn't it? Cranked him a touch, but he just guided it down to 3rd, where he's scored a lot of his runs today. Wasn't a bad ball at all from Bolt.
Bolt in once more. This is Fuller. A good in-swinging Yorker dug out by Bairstow to mid-off. 257 for 6. That partnership 202 from just 210 balls as well. I mean, they've done it in a really good lick.
They have, but they've... Well, that says that they've been aggressive, but to me they've just played good cricket shots throughout the innings. They haven't been slogging or anything wild, has it? It's just been, if it's there to hit, I'll hit it. I'll keep the good ball out and we'll take up the odd single and 2 in between.
Bolt in once more. Final ball of the over is short. It's a top edge down towards fine leg, and that's going to be another boundary as well. A couple of bounces for 4. Bit of fortune for Johnny Bairstow, but fortune favours the brave Macca, and Bairstow on to 128. End of the over then. We'll take a short break with England 261 for 6.
Split your payment into 4 interest-free instalments with PayPal Pay in 4. Buy now and pay later with no late fees with PayPal Pay in 4, where you see the PayPal button. Terms, eligibility and exclusions apply. See paypal.com.au for more info.
Silly game this, Macca.
Yeah.
Silly sport. Henry Moran with you for the final few moments of another pulsating day in a series that has just left us bewildered at every turn. Tim Southey into bowl 2. Jamie Overton on 88 on debut. Swinging hard and missing.
Yeah, that's the first average shot we've seen from Jamie Overton for a wee while. He's been nice and composed and controlled. First ball from Southey he's decided to go after, but it was just a swing and a miss. He probably wants to get there tonight, doesn't he? He's got 7 or 8 minutes, 12 runs. It's only 3 4s, 2 6s. Doesn't want to come back tomorrow morning and be in the 90s, does he?
No.
get it done. Great drink and nice relaxed dinner.
The way he approached that first delivery suggested he's quite keen to get on with it. Overton waits then. Tim Southey charging it over the wicket. This is played into the leg side for probably just a single. It will be to take Overton to 89 and England up to 262 for 6. It is worth remembering that England, when this partnership came together, had 55 on the board. Since then, they've put on 207 runs. At over 5 and over.
Yep, quite amazing numbers really when you think about it. The rate that England have gone at, it's the new philosophy, isn't it? We're going to do everything at speed.
It's like a sort of young puppy. It's just intent on running everywhere they go at all times, never slowing down.
Bairstow's 128 off 119, going in better than a run of ball. The thing I think that New Zealand has been disappointed is they haven't been able to control that run rate. There's been too many boundaries, isn't there? They just haven't been able to pull it back at all.
Southey bombing in again. And Bairstow delicately pushing the ball behind square. Overton running to the danger end, sets off quickly, knows that he's got enough time to get there, and Bairstow does. Bairstow just beginning possibly to cramp up a little bit at the far end. He's stretching out that leg and continuing to chew that gum furiously.
I mean, there's been 39 fours, 3 sixes, and what are we into, the 48th over?
Well, that's what we were looking at the scoreboard. We thought, well, it's all right. The new ball's not far away. It is. still 32 and a half overs away.
Yeah. And they only trail by 66, so... New Zealand obviously going to have to bowl England out to have any sort of lead.
Just one slip waiting, and Overton coming forward in defence.
Is he cramping up, do you think, Henry?
What, both of them? I know Bairstow certainly was stretching out. Overton looks to be.
Yeah, Overton doesn't look in great shape, actually. Probably batted a little bit longer than what he was expecting.
Yeah, there's a faintly geriatric hobble happening towards square leg. He seems to be a little bit better now. And crouches over his bat now. The tall right-hander from Somerset. As in comes Tim Southey. This is defended again. It won't be a run once more, the fielder. This time Latham it is, running round on the leg side. 1 ball left of the over. 2-6-3 for 6.
Southey deciding to go nice and straight, try and cramp Overton up. Not give him any width at all that he can free those arms. Seen on the TV, the England team sitting on the bench. They've been out there all afternoon, haven't they? Enjoying this partnership. It's not only got them back into the game, it could well put them ahead of the game if it continues on for much longer.
Southey bowls, and it's just a little low and defended by Overton. End of the over, 89 for Jamie Overton on debut. Johnny Bairstow's got 129. It's 2-6-3 for 6. You're listening to Test Match Cricket with Razeen, made right here in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions. Lovely to be bringing this game to you, as once again we are treated to silly cricket, really. A few of the fans are just heading down the gantry now to get to their cars a little earlier, avoid the jams. We're going to see a quick delay with, 4 minutes left of the day. Somebody wants new gloves and a drink.
Well, Johnny's taking his pads off. I don't think he wants to face another ball tonight. I think he's done. So he's taking the pads off and having a drink. We might struggle to get another over him.
Yeah, he's...
Physio's out there doing his work.
Yeah, massaging that calf.
Yes. It's just cramped up with 4 minutes to go in the day.
Again, silly sport. We've got a crowd looking up at a clock with Dickie Bird's name on it, seeing 3 minutes left of the day. You've got a man out there in the middle having his legs stretched out, and it looks as though that sock is being pulled up.
Rather high.
Very high.
He hasn't gone for the ankle socks, has he, Johnny? He's gone for the almost over the calf, which might just keep it warm, get through and perhaps one more over in the day.
I think we're going to see another over. I think the crowd want another over. We certainly do, because we're having some fun up here. We've had fun all day, really.
That Western Terrace has really gained some voice in the last half an hour, 40 minutes or so, hasn't it? Those amber fluids that they've been drinking all day have just started to kick in, really, haven't they?
Just started to kick in
the last half an hour, 40 minutes. A bit earlier than that, you think?
They seem to be kicking in quite well at about 11:15. When I saw Hulk Hogan with a tray of 6, I thought there could be trouble.
Yeah, it was an early start for Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, well,
isn't it?
You know,
I haven't seen him though. He's obviously gone home.
No, yeah, elite athlete that he is.
Yeah, got to get a good night's sleep for tomorrow, because tomorrow's dress-up day here at Eddingley, isn't it?
Every day's dress-up day.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing some of the costumes tomorrow and see what's on show.
What are you going to come as, do you think?
Good question, Henry. I'll work that out tonight.
I've actually got a stag do to go to tomorrow.
Have you?
Yeah. I'm missing it. I hate it. Here comes Trent Boult then. We are going to see another over. Oh, beauty. In swing towards the right-handed Johnny Bairstow. Beats the outside edge and goes through to the gloves of London.
What's the plan for the stag do? Where's everyone going?
We're going to play some football.
Right.
And a few games.
Right.
Then one pub. 2 pub.
Pub crawl.
A little bit. Through our hometown. We'll have some fun. Here comes Trent Boult. Sprinting into Boult to Johnny Bairstow. A full delivery which is pushed gently into the offside, and he hobbles away like a man that's just stepped on a piece of Lego.
Why didn't the lads just come to the cricket for the day?
Don't think this wasn't suggested.
Right. Right.
Apparently it's not the done thing to drag them across the country.
Oh.
When the argument was there's plenty of test matches in the south of England.
Okay. It's nice to get out of town though, isn't it? Yeah. On a bit of a day trip.
Oh yeah, I would have thought so.
Might have been a night trip.
You could have had the fancy dress.
That would have happened by the end of the night. Fancy dress.
So 2-6-3 for 6. 4 balls left in the day as Johnny Bairstow waits. 2 slips in the gully, prepared as Boult sees the ball defended into the offside.
Well, it looks like Johnny's just going to block out this final over of the day, similar to what we thought Daryl Mitchell was going to do before the lunch break today. That didn't quite happen, so I'm hoping that I can put the cahoots here on Johnny Bairstow. He might try something a little bit more extravagant than just defending the ball back to the bowler. But he deserves to walk off the ground unbeaten. He really does. The way he's played today, he'll get a heck of a reception as he walks off if he can get through these final 3 deliveries from Trent Boult.
Sun just pokes out briefly as Boult is in, left alone by Bairstow. One that goes across him and taken by Blundell. And it has been a day that has threatened rain. It has threatened a miserable England total. Neither have come. And it has been glorious entertainment. That spell from Trent Boult, the pick of it for me.
Yeah, it was up there, wasn't it? That opening spell where he knocked over the top 3 for England, knocked over the castle for all 3. Crawley, Lees, Pope all had their stumps shattered. All of a sudden, New Zealand were on top. Seems a long, long time ago now when we think back to it.
Doesn't it? Got 2 balls left in the day. A little shuffling around in the field with Bairstow on strike. We've got a square leg fielder on the boundary, a fine leg on the boundary as well in front of that noisy terrace, and also a short fine leg now for that little help round the corner that Bairstow likes to play. Here comes Boult, very full, and it goes towards that fielder, I think off the pads. And with 1 ball left in the day, this remarkable partnership has almost made it through to the close. 208 runs, 55 for 6. They came together.
And they've gone at 5.4 throughout the day after being 55 for 6 when Ben Folkes was out LBW to Neil Wagner, who picked up 2 wickets in his first over.
Final ball of the day then. In comes Trent Boult. Very full. Bairstow works it off his pads into the leg side for 1. He will finish the day on 130. Overton on 89, and Ben Stokes, the England captain, joins 20,000 or so around Headingley in rising to applaud what has been one of the more remarkable partnerships put together between Johnny Bairstow and Jamie Overton, who now get a very charitable shake of the hands from a number of the New Zealand players. These games between these sides always played in great spirit, and this is no different. And down below us as the sun shines, Overton, who can probably scarcely believe what has happened today, is heading off the field and letting Johnny Bairstow go first. Bairstow on his home ground raises his bat and receives the acclaim of all those inside the stadium who have loved every moment of today, for the drama of New Zealand's bowling, to the rapturous applause that greeted Bairstow's 100. It has been a special day here in Yorkshire. Bairstow now crosses the boundary edge, heads up the steps towards the dressing room, and no doubt will be greeted by the embraces of a very grateful team. He and Jamie Overton have rescued a pretty dire situation. As the crowd begin to filter out, we can begin our little intake of breath and think, whew, what a day. 2-6-4 for 6, England trail by 65.
Yeah, quite unbelievable day, really. The ebbed and flowed as New Zealanders make their way off the field. Daryl Mitchell being clapped off by his New Zealand teammates. His third Test match 100 of the series, his fourth in all. And it was a good day for New Zealand. It had its moments where it looked like it could be a great day, but that partnership at the end for England, outstanding rebuild by Bairstow and Overton, who really took the game by the scruff of the neck and said, no, this isn't how it's going to pan out. We're going to do something to change it, and they have. But New Zealand still have a lead, so they need to regroup tonight, freshen up, come back tomorrow morning, work on their bowling plans as to how they're going to break this partnership. I'd say it'd be an uncomfortable night for Jamie Overton. He's on 89. He'll be thinking about a first Test match 100 on debut. Remember, he's picked in this England side to bowl and to bat a little bit, but don't think anyone was expecting him to have the chance of a maiden Test 100 on debut. So it could be a sleepless night for him. And then we come back on day 3, and who knows how day 3 is going to pan out, Henry, after what we've seen on day 1 and day 2. I wouldn't even like to try and guess.
Who's on top?
Right at this moment, England are on top. Okay, in terms of the momentum of the game, how both teams are feeling, despite the fact they're still 60-odd runs behind New Zealand's first innings total, England are on top right at this moment. But New Zealand pick up a wicket in the first over on day 3 tomorrow, then all of a sudden that could change, and New Zealand might still find themselves with a slim first innings lead.
Well, England's tail is not a strong one. Potts, Broad and Leach, you wouldn't expect to add a huge number of runs. It's this partnership that has changed the complexion of things entirely. England, in their innings, lost their top 4 for single-figure scores, knocked over by Trent Boult bowling Alex Lee, Zach Crawley, Ollie Pope. Joe Root was caught behind off the bowling of Tim Southee for just 5. Ben Stokes played the most eccentric innings, charging down at everything before eventually being caught at mid-off, going for one big shot too many. 18 off 13, a weird innings. Wagner getting the wicket, and he then got a wicket 3 balls later as well. Out LBW, Ben Foakes, without scoring. At that point, England were 55 for 6 in all sorts. But Johnny Bairstow and Jamie Overton have come together and rescued the situation, putting on 209 runs in double quick time. Bairstow is 130 not out from 126. Overton 89 not out from 106. And as we look at the bowling figures that for a while promised to be nothing short of exceptional, suddenly they look a little more swollen. Trent Boult 3 for 73, Tim Southee 1 for 78, Neil Wagner 2 for 53, and 0 for 37 and 0 for 16 for Bracewell and Mitchell. So that is where things stand at the conclusion of this second day. It has been a joy to be alongside you, Macca. Thank you very much indeed for your company. Thank you as well to our dear leader Adam Collins, to Daniel Norcross, to Nick Ashragani, to Jeremy Coney and to Phil Walker. And thank you to you for listening. It's always a joy to bring our coverage to you on SENZ, and what a treat we have had today. What a way this test match is set up. New Zealand all out for 3-2-9. England 2-6-4 for 6 at the close, with a massive 7th wicket partnership continuing. Our thanks to Razine, the Paints Kiwis Trust, and also Chemist Warehouse. And thank you again to you for listening. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm not even going to begin to guess what it'll bring, because it's a waste of time even coming up with any sort of prediction. This game continues to confound, befuddle and baffle. Thank you for joining us. We'll speak to you again.